1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2. We back at it. Let me go live on my Instagram. Let the people know we are live. We back at it. Oh, I can't go live on my other one. We back at it. January 16th, 2026. We're back at it. Friday afternoon. Let's get it popping. Big salute to everybody who's popping up in the live right now. Make sure to smash that like button. Make sure to share this live. We are live on two different screens. We have the horizontal view, the regular view for everybody, as well as the vertical view for people who might want to watch on their phone. I'm going to go live on my Instagram here and let the people know that we are live right now. And who's in the building? Who's in the building? Who's in the building? We are live on Instagram. We are live on Facebook. We are live on YouTube. We are live on Twitch, as well as X, aka Twitter. Let's get into the list of topics that I got over here. We're gonna get into the A$AP Rocky versus Drake beef that's been bubbling, or I don't know, maybe the one-sided beef that's been going on over here. Also, we're gonna get into the J. Cole's back. Yeah, we got to get into J. Cole. J. Cole is back. There's some Toronto rap beefs that we got to get into. 100 Watts versus Golde London, as well as Swagger Right. We have a response from the Toronto accent girl, aka Plush, that we got to break down. Also, the tow truck wars are heating up. Okay, there's some crazy things that have been happening in the city. Cars getting burnt down. We definitely got to get into that as well. Hey, Nick Shirly, the guy who did the video on Minnesota and the whole Somali community and everything like that, he did a part 2. We're going to definitely react to that as well. I have a little rant that I might want to get into about the subscription-based world and being able to own content, but I'll think about it. We might get to it later. Also, I have another immigration conversation based off of a rant that Drake's ex-bodyguard had. So if you guys have any other topics as well, spam the chat, comment gang strong. For the people on Instagram over here, we are live on YouTube, youtube.com/welovehiphop network. Let's get it popping, man. Let us get it popping. Let's see who is in the building. Who is in the building? What's going on? Say less. Say less is in the building. Comment gang strong. Let yourself be seen. DSG22PK in the building. Who else is in the building? Let yourself be seen. We are out here. We got a lot of things to get to. Also, I got a new documentary that is in the member section right now. The 32-time story. We actually, you know what I'll do? We'll do a quick reaction to that as well. But let's get it started. Big salute. Oh, good evening, Tasha Latina, who just popped into the chat over here too. Let's share the live. Let's make sure that everybody knows that we are live right now. Big salute to Up T22 in the building. The comments on the screen? Okay, comments are on the screen. Comments are on the screen. All right. Let me stop this beat courtesy of B3. Big salute to B3. That's my brother right there. B3 Studios available for anybody who wants to get some beats, get their songs recorded. Big salute to B3. But yeah, man. We are out here. Big salute to Two Piece No Biscuit, who's popping up in the chat right now. Somebody told me last week, yo, you ain't looking at the camera enough, bro. I'm like, all right. I got you, bro. I got you. Let me know if my audio was good. All right. If everything is sounding crisp. I made some adjustments on the lighting, so we're looking a little bit better, a little bit crisper on the camera today. All right. One in the chat, if the audio is as regular, I'm going to do another check on the side over here too, just to make sure. You know what I'm saying? We can't be having the live and everything sounded wonky and everything. You know what I mean? Hold on. Let's do a quick check here. Let's do a quick check here. And just make sure the audios are good. What's going on with my phone? What's going on with the phone? Two Piece, you say the audio's on point. Say less says the audio's on point. What I want to show you guys before we get into anything, even before we get into the ads, I'm going to show you guys something real quick. All right. I got a documentary that I just finished. It actually took me no time to do this. Okay. Maybe a week tops, which is quick time for me doing documentaries. I'm not I don't really be cranking them out as quick as I want to crank them out, but it's a wild incident that went down the other day. R.I.P. to 32 times. Let me see. Let's go in here. Let's go in here. Why do rappers talk about getting back so much? It's more than just a catchy. If you're not a member, please become a member. You get to see early content. Sometimes if I'm finished an interview, which I got some interviews next week, I upload that literally the same night that I do the interview, and it might not drop for like 2 weeks. So if there's somebody that you really, really want to see an interview of, it's usually available in the member section before it drops. Praise. It's a foundational, unwritten rule that shapes beats, lyrics, and even the city's unique sound. We're about to pull back the curtain to this deeply ingrained street-level reciprocity, revealing its origins and how it profoundly impacts every artist's narrative. Forget everything you think about Canadian rap. The get-back mentality isn't just about retaliation. It's a complex, deeply rooted code that dictates how artists interact, how disputes get handled, and why certain lyrical jabs hit harder than others. Underground. Some people think Toronto rap beefs are just random disses, but then they learn about the get back. It's a system of street-level reciprocity that impacts everything from an artist's longevity to the very sound of their music. One of the best examples of this get back mentality is the recent passing of a rapper from outside of Toronto, BC rapper 32 times.
Vancouver International Airport is a very public place, but that didn't stop the guns from coming out on Sunday afternoon.
Go through your whip and hit you and your mans, yeah?
Violence escalates in the Lower Mainland as homicide investigators look into 3 separate killings in under a week.
Before the house was burned is now being circulated online, with some people believing that this hit was carried out by professional Canadian hitmen.
It has turned deadly, and foul play is suspected, with homicide investigators now taking over the case. The fire started at around 7 a.m. Monday morning.
"32 times" was born Nassim Ali Saleh Mohammed in 1998. He was born in Somalia and immigrated to British Columbia, Canada with his parents and his brother as Somali nationals. Growing up in a 2-parent household in the Lower Mainland area of Vancouver, you would think that Nassim would grow up differently. However, the greater Vancouver area is heavily run by gangs that were born. Hold on. Nice Glass says, W disclaimer Friday. Salute to Nice Glass popping up in the chat. Yeah, had to do it, fam. Had to do it, man. Don't nobody get at me in the comments or in the DMs or anything like that. Like, yo, broski, why are you talking on the man them? Yo, you sounding real federal right now. Like, nah. We ain't doing that. All right. Everything I found is on Reddit. It's in multiple articles. It's all on the internet. All right, I ain't make no phone calls. I don't know none of these people behind the scenes like that. So like, or at all. So yeah, thank you. Born from immigrants who moved to Canada from multiple countries. Gangs like the Kang Crime Group were made up of predominantly members from the South Asian community. The UN or United Nation gang consists of members from multiple cultures, hence the name. Notorious gangsters like Bindi. Okay. So it's only 14 minutes, so I can't really play too much of it. I'll play something right here. This was set off multiple posts to 32 times mocking Gary's death.
That left his 27-year-old brother Randy dead. Gary King was also one of 14 people charged back in 2018 after a Vancouver police-led investigation called Project Territory. Police seized 93 firearms, a bomb made from a pressure cooker, drugs, and $2 million in jewelry, cash, and collector cars. This was set off multiple posts to 32 times mocking Gary's death and even flashing a gun in a video.
Bitch niggas, no ain't coming. Fuck B-bro. Fuck all you bitch niggas. I will smoke you myself. Y'all pussies. Y'all don't know shit. Y'all don't know shit.
Shortly after this, 32 times would try to enter the United States. January 23rd, 2021, he was caught with 3 other men after crossing the border into Montana. He told the U.S. authorities that he was an American by the name of Bati Ahmed and lived in Montana, although he had no identification on him. They checked his fingerprints in their database but found no matches, so they let him go. The news of this spread with the help of his own social media, and it earned him the name the Finesse King. Right. We'll stop it right there. Okay. Full documentary. I'm going to be dropping this on Saturday around 6 p.m. All right. I'm going to try to find the best time. I got to go check my analytics to see the best time on Saturday to drop that. But it's going to be dropping Saturday evening or Saturday afternoon. Comment gang strong. For all the people who are the members right now, salute to y'all. Go run it up in the members section if you want to. We out here. Let's get to a couple of ads and then we'll get into what we got to get into. Listen to this episode's sponsor, Exotic Hot Pots, with great strains and merch and delivery all across the GTA. You can hit them up on their Instagram page, Exotic Hot Pot CA, or subscribe to their Telegram at Exotic Hot Pot. Let them know that you heard about them through the We Love Hip Hop podcast. Salute to the sponsors. Cheer! Okay, and we'll do one more, and then I'll do a couple more ads later on in the stream. I want to take a minute to give a shout out to Kensington Market Dispensary, located at 25 Kensington Avenue in Kensington Market. They have over 25 different strains to choose from, with a smelling station for you to check them out before purchasing. They got real gas as low as $5 grams and 1050p's, edibles, hot grabber, exclusive backwood flavors, concentrates, and wholesales available as well. You can contact them on Instagram at Kensington_Market Dispensary or on Snapchat at Kensington Market Dispo. Big salute to the sponsor. Cheer. Okay, so I want to start off by giving an R.I.P. to John Forte. All right. We did a couple of podcast episodes, or maybe one podcast episode since his passing, and my apologies. I feel like I should have brought it up in the podcast right after his passing, but we over here now a few days later. R.I.P. to John Forte. He passed away at 50 years old. All right, that's literally the same age that I am right now. So it really kind of puts life into perspective, because so many different people have been who have passed, who not necessarily just only hip hop legends, but people who we know from our childhood in hip hop. All right, for people who might not know John Forte, he was part of the refugee camp or the Fugees, but more like the extended Fugees, like the refugee camp, right? And listen, correct me if I'm wrong in any of my hip hop facts right now, gang. Okay, but he had some really, really legendary moments, as well as his own solo stuff, right? Let me see if I can pull up my Instagram here, because when he did pass, I posted on the gram, and I'm not going to play too much of what I posted, because I was getting heavy copyrights on Instagram, so I'm sure it's no different here, but you might remember him from such songs as
The midnight hits, almost splits off, enters in the lunatics on some surgery.
Right? Ole, everybody want to be a cowboy.
You talk back, hustling crack, don't make you bigger. Look into, take your measurements quick, don't make it.
Yo, listen, he had the super standout verse on that, but then he had a bunch of other things going on. One thing that was kind of a smear on his record, if you want to call it that, he had gotten arrested and he was coming through in the airport and he got caught with something like, I forgot how many kilos of liquid cocaine, and he was sentenced to 15 years in prison. I don't remember which president commuted his sentence, but y'all can correct me in the comments. But one of the presidents commuted his sentence or was able to let John Forte free. So he's had his share. And then after that, he kind of just went into obscurity. We weren't really hearing from him. So I'm going to say again, R.I.P. to John Forte. I do have a video here quickly that we can just react to, you know, just in commemoration of John Forte.
John Forte, born on January 30th, 1975, was more than a recording artist or producer. He was a soul shaped by sound, struggle, and second chances. Known widely for his work with the Refugee Camp All-Stars and his profound creative influence on the Fugees' legendary album The Score, Forte's life unfolded like a symphony. Moments of brilliance, deep valleys of pain, and an enduring return to hope. When he passed away suddenly on January 12, 2026, at the age of 50, the music world lost a gifted storyteller whose life ended with lessons of resilience and redemption. At the time of his death, Forte's estimated net worth stood at $20 million, but his true wealth lay not in numbers. It lived.
The man had $20 million for real, for real? Yo, what was he doing? Because listen, I remember I just mentioned he got caught up with the law, got caught up and sentenced to 15 years. So where you get $20 million from, homie? Damn.
In the lives he touched, the songs he shaped, and the courage with which he rebuilt himself. Early life, a violin, a choice, and a calling. John Forte entered the world in New York, a city pulsing with rhythm, struggle, and creativity. From an early age, music seemed to find him, almost as if it knew he was destined to listen. As a child attending PS 327 in Brownsville, he faced what seemed like an ordinary moment.
You know, with all due respect, I don't want to go through the early life. I want to get to more where he got into the scene.
Entertainment to Forte. It was refuge, expression, and identity. Nurtured a deep musical sensitivity that would later distinguish his work in hip-hop and soul. Music was education and early ambition. Forte's intellectual curiosity matched his artistic talent. He attended the prestigious Phillips Exeter Academy in New Hampshire, graduating in 1993. There, he balanced academic rigor with his growing musical vision, quietly preparing for a future that would blend intellect with artistry. After high school, he returned to New York City and enrolled at New York University as a music business major.
Damn, I didn't know all that. Salute.
It was nothing short of extraordinary. As a co-writer and producer on the score for the most influential albums of its generation, an album that blended social commentary, raw emotion, and musical innovation. At just 21 years old, Forte earned a Grammy nomination, a recognition that confirmed his quiet genius. He toured the world with the Fugees, absorbing cultures.
What was that, like 97 or 96? So, yeah, I would imagine, yes, 21 years old. I was about to say, mans were young, but I was around the same age. I was exactly the same age.
Audiences and experiences that enriched his sound and spirit. His creative fingerprints also appeared on Wyclef Jean Presents the Carnival featuring the Refugee All-Stars, further cementing his place within the movement. Collaborating with Praz, Forte co-created the top 40 hit Avenues, which appeared on the Money Talks soundtrack, a reminder that his artistry could resonate across mainstream and underground audiences alike. Solo work, brilliance meets disappointment. In 1998, Forte released his debut solo album, Poli-Sci, produced by Wyclef Jean. The project showcased his rare ability to bridge academic thought with street realism. Featuring artists like DMX, Fat Joe, and Jenny Fujita, the album was praised by critics for its depth and originality. However, despite glowing reviews, including Spin magazine calling it utterly absorbing, the album struggled commercially. Poor promotion and internal label issues dimmed its reach. For Forte, it was a painful reminder that talent does not always guarantee success, yet he pressed forward, driven by belief rather than bitterness. A sudden fall, prison, and reflection. In 2000, Forte's life took a devastating turn. He was arrested at Newark International Airport after accepting a briefcase containing $1.4 million worth of liquid cocaine.
Damn.
Convicted of
You know, while I'm learning more from this this short piece over here about John Forte, one thing that starts going through my mind is this guy he's super scholastic, right? Like, you're hearing that he's gone to university, he's got a music business major, all these different things. So what would tempt you to get into, I don't know, a life of crime after being in the music industry? While I'm thinking about it, I'm answering the questions myself in my mind because, like, shit, I didn't come from the most hood, ghetto-ass neighborhood or whatever, and I still got into a life of crime. So shit happens, right? Before, not now. But, and when it comes to the music industry, as they mentioned over there, he had that song that came out, Carly Simons was on the hook. Shit was supposed to be, like, supposed to be on some next level, you know what I'm saying? Equipment needs to be bought up or needs to be bought. Yeah, but come on, bro, like, you're on an album, you're on the score. The score is a diamond selling album. You feel me? I don't know. He's not one of the main players on the album, obviously. So, but if he co-wrote on different songs and stuff like that, like, bro, and at the time of his death, he was worth $20 million. Why did you even go that route, bro? That took years off your life, fam.
Possession with intent to distribute and conspiracy, he was sentenced to a mandatory minimum of 14 years in federal prison.
Damn.
The sentence was crushing. Incarcerated at FCI Loretto in Pennsylvania, Forte faced the weight of consequences that far exceeded the moment of mistake. Yet even behind bars, music remained his lifeline. Music behind bars and unexpected allies. While awaiting trial, Forte recorded I, John, an album marked by introspection, sorrow, and spiritual searching. The project featured legends such as Herbie Hancock and Carly Simon, whose involvement went far beyond music. Carly Simon and her son Ben Taylor became passionate advocates for Forte, convinced that the mandatory sentencing laws had robbed him of fairness. Forte later described Simon as his spiritual godmother, a guiding light during his darkest hours.
Y'all know who Carly Simon is? Because, like, he just, like, I don't know, man, get into certain worlds, bro, and then meet people. Hopefully I don't get a copyright playing any of your shit, man. You're so vain. You probably think they're talking about you.
Was me. I had some dreams, they were clouds in my coffee, clouds in my coffee, and you're so vain.
Woo! Tune. Right? This lady, that's his home girl.
Years in federal prison. The sentence was crushing. Forte later described Simon as his spiritual godmother, a guiding.
His spiritual godmother. Jeez.
Ben Taylor became passionate advocates for Forte, convinced that the mandatory sentencing laws had robbed him of fairness. Forte later described Simon as his spiritual godmother, a guiding light during his darkest hours. Their advocacy, joined by Senator Orrin Hatch, eventually reached the highest office in the land. Freedom restored. On November 24, 2008, President George W. Bush commuted Forte's sentence. After nearly 8 years behind bars, he walked free on December 22, 2008. It was not merely a release, it was a rebirth. Forte emerged changed but not broken. He returned to music with urgency and gratitude, recording dozens of songs and performing across the world. His cover of Kanye West's Homecoming, created with Talib Kweli, spoke openly about incarceration, regret, and healing. A life rebuilt through art. In 2009, Forte released the Style Free EP, a body of work filled with hope and self-reckoning.
I had no idea he dropped any of this shit.
Songs from a project found their way into films like Just Right and Stomp the Yard 2, signaling his renewed creative relevance. The 2010s marked a period of expansion. Forte's music appeared at Sundance, in film trailers, documentaries, and global collaborations. He founded...
That's where all of this $20 million came from. The man came home and got right to it. Salute to John Forte, man. R.I.P.
Lil Castle, a production company that allowed him to explore music, film, and social impact without limits. His Russian tour, From Brooklyn to Russia with Love, was both artistic and humanitarian. All proceeds were donated to orphanages and global charities, a testament to the compassion shaped by hardship. Later works...
hold on, gang. One in the chat if y'all knew that John Forte was doing on all this stuff, because maybe it's just my fault. The last time I really knew anything about John Forte is what they mentioned there with George Bush or George Bush Jr., where they let him out of jail. One in the chat if you knew all of this shit and I'm living under a rock, or this video is actually giving y'all some clarity too in the chat, like you're just learning all of this shit now. You know what I'm saying? Like, because fuck, I had no idea. People keep their eyes on Wyclef and Lauren, and Praz is dealing with his share of legal situations right now as we speak, right? But people forgot about John Forte. Use this also as a teachable moment, because you don't necessarily have to be the most person in the forefront to make an impact on society. line up your pockets with a nice 20 million to be able to feed your family. You know what I'm saying? Like, you don't got to be the main superstar. You don't have to be the main character to also be able to live a nice, fruitful life. So salute to John Forte, man. I'm glad I found this video.
Legacy. In 2011, Forte released Waterlight Sound, a deeply spiritual album featuring artists from around the world. The project symbolized balance between pain and peace, darkness and light. He later composed an anthem for the Brooklyn Nets and theme music for CBS's Brooklyn DA, further weaving his art into the culture.
Whoa. This guy he was locked in. Holy shit, man. For the Nets and, bro.
Cultural fabric of his hometown.
Salute.
Personal life and final goodbye. John Forte was a devoted husband to Laura Forte and a loving father to their 2 children. Family grounded him, offering stability and purpose beyond fame. On January 12th, 2020,
I'm gonna respect the man because listen, man, I'm no one to talk, but like I know if Natural was here or DJ Czar, big salute to both of them. They might feel a Dr. Umar moment in there, but we're gonna respect this man's passing.
6. Forte passed away suddenly.
I wouldn't, but they might.
At his home in Chilmark, Massachusetts. His death sent quiet shockwaves through the music world, a reminder that even the strongest voices can fall silent too soon. A lasting echo. John Forte's life was imperfect, luminous, and deeply human. He fell, he rose, and he left behind music that tells the truth about pain, forgiveness, and the power of grace. His story remains a testament to second chances and to the enduring beauty of a life lived honestly through sound.
R.I.P. to John Forte, man. I just wanted to play that video, shed some light on him right there and pay some respects to that man right there because shit, man, it's part of my childhood. I don't know about everybody else, but he's, I used to listen to his first album. So R.I.P. to John Forte. Big salute to Althea popping up in the chat right now. Who else is in the chat? Comic Gang Strong. Nice glass popped up. Season popping up. Season says, who cares about what Natural or Umar says? He was happy. Facts. Love who you love. Let me see here. Let's get to some topics here because that wasn't one of my main topics to get to. Let's get to this A$AP Rocky versus Drake-ish. All right. A$AP Rocky dropped a new album. I'm an A$AP Rocky fan, but I kind of fell off of A$AP Rocky like years ago. After he stopped dropping music, actually before he stopped dropping music. His last album I didn't really check for before he went on this long-ass hiatus. But since then, obviously, he's been married to Rihanna, or I don't know if they're married, but that's his gal. They got 2 kids. Everything's lovely. And him and Drake, I don't know if they would call it a back and forth. It kind of ignited a little bit during the time when he was beefing with Kendrick and stuff, because on Family Matters, he mentions A$AP, right? But since then, A$AP was supposed to drop some music. He didn't. He dropped the music video on YouTube, pulled it back, and now he's dropped his album and he's dissing. Allegedly, because it might not be for Drake. So I'm going to play the first clip here because he said it might not be for Drake. All right. Let's play the first clip here. And this is from an interview that he did recently. Let's hear what A$AP has to say.
Yeah. Where you're like not taking so kindly to people biting you. So obviously on that
For
song.
sure. I think we all know.
They're going to say it's Drake. I mean, that's a man who was with you in those early days too,
sure.
Brought you on tour. Where did things go wrong in that relationship?
I mean, I don't know. I started just seeing people who just started out as friends and just became foes, seemed like they was unhappy for you and any of our misunderstandings or whatever the case is. So it really ain't smoke.
Does it feel resolvable to you, or you think it's too
Or
far?
like that song's for him.
No, I don't really.
Or it's for anyone.
It's
who
for
might
whoever
be...
feel like it's about them.
Fair enough.
But while we were talking about,
All right, so I'm gonna try to find something else here. There's a couple more clips that I have to accompany this. What y'all think? All right, and okay, here we go. I found a full interview because I want to get to the. I want to see if this, because you got to check these interviews and see what they were talking about before, because that's a 1 minute clip, right? And maybe what they talked about after. So A$AP Rocky's exclusive Don't Be Dumb interview on Rihanna, fatherhood, and his criminal trial. Let's check it out.
When I come back, just give me some malt liquor, 40 ounces of Old Town State.
When was the last time you actually had a 40?
Yes, absolutely, man. I'm just they
Attempt.
don't need your password.
Right.
They're already in.
Oh,
you
they're
know?
like, can you send me that track from?
Technically enough, he fucked with me. Like I was like, oh shit. Like
he knew he was already tapped in.
Nah, like he knew, but he didn't know, you know? And it's just like once he got to know, he was like, I fuck with this shit. Like that's how he talks verbatim, you know what I mean? And he a cool cat. You know, it takes a little bit of quirkiness. Like what I love about his whimsical films is that it takes imagination to a whole nother level. And I just
You guys got a
like,
timestamp for this? I did not pre-prepare this part here. Oh.
I'm thankful that, you know, see or optical too. God, like I said, had a funny way of showing me. It's like, how the hell did I end up in this situation? This is ironic. This is something.
I want to hear
that's why
about
my
this.
temperament about it was always so like relaxed because I knew, you know what I'm saying? It's just like, all right, this circus, y'all gonna let this, that's what it was. For me, I looked at it like, as soon as you get with a girl, she'll tell you like, that's not your friend. That's your friend. But that one, no.
They can see it more clearly from a different angle. And to be clear, you didn't just get with any girl.
I know. I got with a very special woman.
You
You know
says
what I mean? And I'm thankful that
you said it's lagging a little bit. I think I might be having a few internet issues. A$AP is so washed. Hold on. A$AP is so washed. Family Matters clears every diss he had. He only gave him a quick shot. It's lagging. Let me know. Okay. BM said it's good. Okay, let me know. Let me know. Because I was seeing on the side over here my my internet's whatever, the little thing was going up and down. But let's continue over here. And if you guys know exactly where the timestamp is, send that to me.
you know, she was putting my life at that
But I want to hear
time
about this
because
part
I think anytime prior to that, you know, I don't think I was ready for something like that. You know, I don't think she was either, you know. So
One thing I've thought a lot about watching you over the last few years and seeing your life with Rihanna and seeing your family. And I think about Yams a lot. Yams, of course, your childhood friend, music mentor, spirit guide.
Well, fuck, we're forwarding anyway.
Compromise in your music?
Absolutely. Absolutely. I think that's one variable. I think another way to look at it is like, this artist get that artist, call it a day. I think I am.
Okay.
I know I am.
Everyone dresses now. Literally tell everybody dresses now. Yeah.
Cool Keith. It was.
And also, how did you almost like kind of like mold yourself to be able to go to places like
About on that
For
song?
sure. I think we all know. You
They're
know what I'm
gonna say
saying?
it's
Yeah.
Drake. I mean,
Okay, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. So let's go back about this much here, and we'll start from here.
Concert.
That's the 35-minute mark. Let me do a quick refresh just in case we got a lag. And then we'll get right to it.
But like for the most part, it's just been in our DNA to like, you know, those kind of circuits and crowds and that kind of audience. It's just that actually grew within itself.
Yeah.
And to the point where if you think about when
1 second. Quick refresh.
Influenced by Onyx, Wu-Tang Clan and all of that, like roughneck music. So if you think about it, when we first came out, the only other black people or black kids mosh pitting and slam dancing and shit was our Future.
Yeah, sure.
And I think that's why me and Tyler got along so much, you know.
Yeah.
But like for the most part, it's just been in our DNA to, like, you know, those kind of circuits and crowds and that kind of audience. It's just that actually grew within itself.
Yeah.
And to the point where, if you think about when I first came out, you had Rock the Bells, you had, you know, this, that, like none of those concerts, or, you know, they don't exist no more. So it's just like the only real big hip hop, you know, kind of a concert is Rolling Loud, besides individual artist tours and shit like that, right?
So you feel like you could see it in like the Santos Party House days. You could, you were like, this could grow exponentially.
I've seen some wild crowds at Santos Party. I saw a couple fights maybe. At Santos.
Oh yeah, you got banned from there at some point.
Yeah. But
Salute to all our friends
at the fader or whatever.
Yeah, that damn, your memory's crazy. But it's from, I don't know, man. I think like, I guess like to an extent, like without really like sounding too full of myself. Like,
looks good now.
I think that we're supposed to inspire.
McNasty, thanks for the membership, yo.
You know, I'm glad that I get to be the guy that like people could reference or go to or see some type of inspiration in. That's what's up, because I feel that way about me too. You know what I'm saying? So it's just
that
like,
said, you know, you're being
Let's
very
go.
magnanimous about it now, but you also have a song on this record called "Stole Your Flow,"
yeah,
where you're like not taking so kindly.
Hold on. I gotta give this guy his respects, and let me credit this platform as well. All right, Popcast, salute to the Popcast. The way he slid into that question right there, salute to you, sir. Nice, fabulous voice.
Inspired. You know, I'm glad that I get to be the guy that like people could reference or go to or see some type of inspiration in. That's what's up, because I feel that way about me too. You know what I'm saying? So it's just
that
like,
said,
that
know, you're being very magnanimous about it now, but you also have a song on this record called "Stole Your Flow," where you're like not taking so kindly to people biting you. So obviously, the internet's gonna decide who you're talking about on that
for
song.
sure. I think we all know.
They're gonna say it's Drake. I mean, that's a man who was with you in those early days too, brought you on tour. Where did things go wrong in that relationship?
I mean, I don't know. I started just seeing people who just started out as friends and just became foes, seemed like they was unhappy for you, and you know, just started sending shots. And I think that's what led to any of our misunderstandings or whatever the case is. So it really ain't smoke.
Does it feel resolvable to you, or you think it's too far?
It don't even need to be.
Do y'all think that this guy Drake stole any of Rocky's flow? I know that's not the bar that he hit him with, but like the song's called "Stole the Flow." I'm trying to think back, because not to say that Drake hasn't used other people's flows before. I remember when he first came into the game, he had a maybe not the flow, but inspired. You could tell that he was inspired by Little Brother, right? By Forte and them. And then I could hear a little bit like a Ludacris in some of his flows sometimes. But Rocky? I don't know. I never looked at Rocky as somebody who has like the most amazing flows and raps. He says cool shit. It sounds nice on the beat. All right. It was like kind of like lo-fi, but not lo-fi, right? Because you see, when it comes to like lo-fi, you're really not listening to it at all. But Rocky, I was listening to, but for the vibe, not for, oh, you heard what he said? Yo, rewind that part right there. Oh, you hear that flow pattern that he's using right there? Oh, Rocky, don't kill him now, Rocky. And I'm not even trying to be a hater or anything because of Drake or whatever. I have no dog in the fight between these mans fighting over their girls, okay? But as somebody who listened to A$AP Rocky albums, not just one, multiple A$AP Rocky albums while driving on road, doing my thing, I'm listening to A$AP, long live A$AP, all that shit. But I never really thought to myself, yo, Drake, you kind of sound like ASAP right now. You feel me? Or maybe I have some kind of hate that I'm not realizing.
Like, for what?
But you're like, no secret, like that song's for him.
No, I don't really.
Or it's for anyone
It's
who
for
might
whoever
be.
feel like it's about them.
Fair enough.
I did have to ask while we were talking about the fashion and the influence question, like as we were watching those old videos, I do want to know, have you archived all those old outfits
from the early?
They made a cut right there. I noticed the cut and I was like, are they going to keep on talking about it? But that cut right there, that's one of those ones where they're like, we said more stuff. Maybe about 5 more minutes of content happened where they talked about Drake. Maybe he said, yo, that fuck nigga Drake, when I see him on road, I'm going to beat the light skin shit out of him. Maybe. And he was like, nah, cut all that out. Let's, next question. All right. Crack says, or Crack M9 says, why would a man get a BBL? It's stupid shit, man. They keep on talking about the whole stomach out, or what do you call that? Ab sculpting shit that they're trying to accuse man of. And I feel uncomfortable like when they get into this whole BBL bullshit with Drake. Because when you got to explain what they're talking about, now you're like talking about man's body. Like, pause, fam. But like the whole ab sculpting thing, the shit that they're trying to accuse nigga of when he's doing the selfies in the mirror with the abs going on and shit. It's like, as soon as they see that, the niggas is like, yo, that's some sculpted shit. And then it turned from, oh, you got your abs sculpted to BBL Drizzy. I'm like, oh my God. That's like, it's not even broken telephone. It's like broken hater telephone type shit. It's nasty. And I'm not even here to defend him. He could defend himself. But how it went from, oh, you got your abs sculpted to BBL Drizzy. BBL. Like, so does Bandman Kevo got a BBL? Maybe he does too. You never know. Bandman Kevo's kind of out there. He might have a BBL. So let me back up off of that. Pause. I'm going to pull up one more clip here because, to be honest, this is the most that we're talking about A$AP Rocky. We really talk about A$AP Rocky more in tandem with, did he have some kind of legal issue? Did he have some kind of, what's Rihanna up to? Did A$AP Rocky, is he on the red carpet with her? We don't really be talking about homie like that, all right? So salute to him for having an album out, but the only reason that we're even doing a segment right now is because when I clip it up later, I'm going to put Drake's name in the title and his face in the thumbnail. If I put an A$AP Rocky video out, just A$AP Rocky did something, and I put his face big on the thumbnail, and I might even put "this is bad" as the text on the thumbnail, that shit ain't going nowhere, B. Ain't nobody give a fuck. But when you're talking about Drake, oh, now we got the content. And other people are starting to see that shit too, right? Charlamagne the God is starting to call it out, and that's the wrong person. Like my little small ass little network, cool, right? If I call it out, people might not hear it. But when Charlamagne's saying some shit about it, it's not a good look there, buddy. Let me read some of these comments here before I play this clip. Flex Your Mind, Big Salute to Flex Your Mind Network. He says Drake should just diss him for how he dresses. Done, and then move on to better music. I agree, but I kind of, my thought process going into this is don't even respond to this guy, bro. Don't even say shit about him. But that's no fun. You know what I'm saying? But don't spend too much time. So yeah, I gotta agree with you. Don't give him like 8 bars out of a 16. You feel me? Like literally give him like 2 bars, like 1 punchline. You know what I'm saying? And then it's like, yeah, keep it moving. All right? What did he say on the Family Matters? We only care about you when your new fashion is out and whatever. And you know what I noticed before, actually? with my sidetrack brain before I play this. Plot twist. Because y'all keep on, I think y'all gaslit me the other day with this plot twist page. This all kind of makes sense now. Let me pull this up over here. This all makes sense now. Because when we were on the plot twist page last week, there was one post that I saw around here. It was this. Punky Rocky. Now, y'all are telling me that this is the fan page, that this is not Drake's, the other plot twist, the one over on Instagram, which is supposed to be his Finsta that we all know about, right? But it says right here, mid again. And is this video playing? It's like hippie music. And no offense to the hippies. I'm not mad at it, but I'm not like, I don't feel like in a hippie mood. You know what I'm saying? But it sounds like hippie music to me. Who was it who said that was a fan page? I feel like maybe it might have been Juicy Hamburger or somebody who's in here in the chat right now who was like, nah, bro, that's not the real plot twist. That's just a fan page. Damn, trash ready to go? Jeez. You know what? I should just stay over here on Twitter. Let's go back over here and put in ASAP Breakfast Club. Because if I play it off of Instagram, it's not going to let me rewind and shit like that. Because they spoke about it recently. Let's go ASAP Rocky Breakfast Club. Let's see if we can find the newest clip where they talked about it. If not, I'll just go over to Instagram. Yeah, okay. I'm not going to hold y'all hostage to that. Let's go to Instagram. I have a clip ready from the recent episode. And like I was saying, a lot of people just look at A$AP Rocky now and just pay attention to him when he's talking about Drake. And that sentiment is starting to spread.
How y'all know that was about Drake? I'm just asking. I don't know. I didn't hear what was.
Well, he's talking about a rapper with BBLs. He's talking about stole your flow and stealing a flow and stealing somebody's girl. Yeah. There's always been that. And he's had that conversation before about the whole him feeling like Drake kind of took some things from him. And then we know he's with Rihanna.
Drake
right
had a
now.
BBL?
That's what, you know.
That was a rumor.
You remember that. I feel like you've made jokes about BBL. Drake.
Every time I hear something about A$AP Rocky's music, is him dissing Drake. Like, does anybody ever be like, yo, A$AP's music is just good? I don't never hear that anymore. I don't never hear be like, yo, Rocky just put out a hot record. All I hear is, yo, Rocky diss Drake, and then somebody will play it, and then you'll listen and be like, okay.
There's more to the album than just that, but also too.
It's not the right person to be saying that. You know what I'm saying? It's a loud mic over there. It's a lot of people listening to them. They're on Netflix. They're everywhere right now. And it's like, bruh, if Charlemagne's putting that kind of sentiment into the world, people might start feeling that way. Just saying. I might not be right, but I'm just saying.
A$AP Rocky was on a pop.
How y'all know that was about Drake?
So, I don't know. I haven't checked for the album yet. I'm literally just here for the fuckery. So I haven't had a chance to go and listen to the album, see if I like it, see if I don't. One thing I will ask you guys before we end off the segment over here about A$AP Rocky, and I guess go check out his album. Should Drake respond to him? Like, really, really address this nigga. Okay? Not no subliminals. Not like what Flex Your Mind and I were just saying right now about just give him a couple of bars or whatever and then keep it moving type shit. Like, no, like really address him. Really like get in the dirt and start being a real asshole. Like, get on some 100-watt shit. You know what I'm saying? Get on some real Toronto man shit and start giving us the tea. You know what I'm saying? Let us know what date this happened. You know what I'm saying? What time that, you know, or crossover, or overlap of him and you smashing the same thing at the same time. Like, give us all the deets, like they say, all the details. Right? Y'all want to hear that? Like, Not even 16 bars. Like, give us a whole timestamp record where you're just like curb stomping the shit out of A$AP Rocky. Y'all want that? All right? We over here for the fuckery. Anything but the norm says no, because it's the promotion. You definitely will be promoting A$AP Rocky. But to do what? To drop music? When you go to A$AP Rocky's music, you're not going to hear the response. You're going to hear hippie shit. So, with a little couple of mid response bars or the original what set Drake off and made him do the Ether 2026 version on Iceman. All right. Do we want that? Are we here for that? I'm seriously not here for that. Now I'm hyping the set. All right. When I find myself hyping the set, it's time to keep it moving. So no, don't even do that. All right. Give him a couple of quick bars to the, quick little jabs, and then just keep it moving. All right. But yeah, salute to Drake. Fuck A$AP Rocky. I want to talk about this J. Cole stuff quick before we get to our Toronto news, because J. Cole, he dropped some music. I actually watched the music video earlier, and I can't play it over here. I wish man's would whitelist some of this stuff. But the fall off is on the way. The fall off is on the way. Let me see if I could pull up this video here. What was this one called? Disc 2, Track 2. It's supposed to be a double album. It's dropping in February 6th, if I'm not mistaken. Let me ask you guys actually, before we get to this. Actually, I'll play the video and then I'll ask you guys after. But are y'all ready for a J. Cole album? All right, after everything that he's endured, going through the battle of the century, the battle of ages. And, everybody talks about how he was J. Fold. He backed out. Oh, my God. He made Drake get into this whole thing, and then he ran away. His name is forever going to be connected with Kendrick Lamar and Drake. Apparently, Big Nasty said, what did he endure? The hate. Fam. J. Cole, J. Fold. Can y'all give me some more? Give me some more names that people are calling this guy. Like, I've seen a lot of shit online, and it's like, how you go from being the guy where everybody fears, like, yo, don't let J. Cole get in the booth. If J. Cole was ever to get in the booth and get at somebody, it's a wrap. Even when he addressed Lil Pump in them in the song there back in the days, like, I was like, this nigga is amazing. I'm a J. Cole fan, so I'm gonna check for the shit. But a lot of people were on this fake Cole, right? There was a lot of dissing, yo. When you go from being that loved to that hated just because you made a move to help your own mental state, you feel me? You did something for your own mental health, and then everybody in hip-hop is like, you a bitch. You a runner. You a scary nigga. And it's like, nah, bro, I just don't want to lose my friends. Even saying it sounds pussy. But, right, like, come on, fam. Does it always got to be war? Holy, 2 days, 3.3 million. It could have been a little bit more still. Not going to lie. But, yeah, if I could play just 2 seconds.
My experience of being a parent dispersed, watching my son disappear as I stare at his birth, and he returns to the womb, wifey stomach grown greater in girth.
What he did on this track right here, whoo! I ain't gonna lie, like, maybe Kendrick might be able to do this. I don't know. Drake might be able to do it too, but he ain't gonna do it. But the concept in this song, how he went from the current time now and then rewound his whole life all the way back to his birth, amazing. Don't tell me y'all ain't gonna go check for the fall off with shit like that, bro. Don't do that.
And then declining every time we come here to the nurse. With each day that passes, I can feel my career coming first.
I'm giving myself bare copyrights today on this thing here. Okay, let's get to the video that I wanted to react to. Big salute to What's the Dirt. Big salute to Matt. He dropped the video a few hours ago. J. Cole, The Fall Off Full History album cover and trailer explained. So let's see what he got to say over here.
Everybody starts at the come up.
They say I'm the down south Nas, the East Coast Pac.
And no matter what they accomplish in life, no matter what the accolades might be, they end at the fall off.
Bitch, I'm about to blow up.
No. Hold on. Before I let Matt cook over here. Don't do that, Nice Glass. Hold on. Where's the previous comment? He said, I'm not. All right, you're not going to check for it. And then the follow-up comment, unless I'm having trouble sleeping. Don't do that, bro. Y'all, are y'all J. Cole fans in the comments over here? Maybe let's check the temperature over here. One in the chat, if you're a J. Cole fan, you've listened to multiple albums. Two in the chat if you're like, turn that shit off, bro. Turn that shit off, bro. What are you listening to? J. Fold? What is that, NyQuil shit? Like, Forest Hill Drive is a classic, fam. Holy. Even the album that came after Forest Hills Drive, I don't remember the name, which kind of says something. But a lot of people didn't like that album. The one with the folding clothes and all that. I like that album. Right? KOD. Holy shit, man. KOD's, I won't say a classic, but pretty damn close. For Your Eyes Only. Yes. People call that's when people were really starting to lean into that. Oh, that's that NyQuil music. Oh, you listen to J. Cole? Were you having some trouble sleeping, bro? Like, don't do that, bro. I understand the folding clothes song was a little corny, right? But even on the album before Forest Hill Drive, he had that song where he was talking about losing his virginity. That song was corny, but then he had a whole bunch of bangers on that album. To me, that's like maybe my second favorite. You know what? I need to do just a quick service over here because I'm fucking up big time, bro. Hold on. J. Cole. Just in the back end, pause. I'm just checking the albums here. Because I'd be fucking up the name for some reason of Born Sinner. Born Sinner? Amazing album. Washroom Music, Carol. You saying they're playing that when you go to, and they're just that da 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 da, just like kind of like in the background, kind of not too assuming music. You know what I'm saying? You might hear it when you're in the washroom taking a piss, washing your hands. Da 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 da. What's your tune? Taking up space? Is that the one they were talking about? Him being in the house with his girl and stuff like that? Like, I could understand where some people get their sentiments from, but he always circumvents it with having a whole bunch of bangers outside of the maybe one or two corny songs, or could be deemed corny songs. But Cole's been freaking fire, yo. Listen, everybody's entitled to their opinion, but damn, bro. The Cole hate is crazy.
It is really here. It's finally time. On February 6th, we are getting what I believe will not just be a 2026 Album of the Year contender, but an absolute blowout for that spot. J. Cole is about to drop the best album of his career, And sadly, this could be the last project that we'll get from him. You know, Cole has flirted with the idea of hanging it up, but he didn't explicitly claim that he was gonna retire either. In a 2020 interview with Slam Magazine, Cole said the following: "Bro, I'm super comfortable with the potential of being done with this shit, but I'm never gonna say, oh, this is my last album." So he's been talking about the project for a long time, but where did it start? Well, as far as I'm concerned, it goes back as far as KOD in 2018, where the original name of the infamous 1985 track had the words "the intro to the fall off" in brackets. Ironically, that track is about young rappers that get hot and eventually fall off.
Now you scrambling and hoping to get hot again.
Cole would also sit down with Angie Martinez for what, in my opinion, is his best interview ever. And he doesn't just mention the fall off, he even projects that it will be dropping in a year.
But it's not an album?
The album that I was talking about, you talking about the fall off.
Yes.
That's that probably won't come for another year.
Okay.
I've been working on.
He's been talking about this shit for years. I asked in the comments, will the fall off be or in the poll, will the fall off be a classic?
On it though for like a year and a half.
That was 2018. He claimed he was working on it for a year and a half, which means as far back as 2016, he's been planning this project. And we've had a lot of teasers over the years. In 2019, when Cole was slated to perform at the Day in Vegas festival, he used an ad to open up his performance where, again, he promoted the fall off, this time with a date of 2020.
Make your voice heard. Vote for the fall off in 2020.
And it wasn't long after
2020
claimed that he was dropping 2 songs from the fall off itself, and that was The Climb Back and Lion King on Ice, which ended up on a 2-pack that he titled Lewis Street. And what we'll do is we'll take a look at some of those tracks that were supposed to be on it that never made it, because I think that'll give us a good window into what the album's going to be about. Continuing on into 2020, Cole dropped a notebook checklist that seemingly acted as a roadmap for his future.
Yo, this guy's playing the long game.
Discography. You can see he already has some of the projects checked off, but there were a few more things left to do before we get to the fall off, and he said, I still got some goals I got to check off before I scram. Again, he's kind of hinting at a potential retirement. And following along with that roadmap, the next thing in line was the off season, and that's exactly what he was about to check off. To promote the project, he dropped an Instagram post.
Off season was fire too.
For his album of the year freestyle, where he said, all roads lead to the fall off. This line really fits perfectly with the trailer that he dropped today, which we are going to discuss. On the off-season project itself, J. Cole would mention the fall off for the first time in his music, and that was on a track called My Life with 21 Savage.
After the fall off, I promise I'm coming and selling out Wrigley's.
To me, it seems like he's planning a pretty big tour after the album drops. Maybe he'll do like a 2-year run again. I saw both shows back to back. We can't forget that Cole also put out a documentary for the off season, and for the first time, we seem to get a little more insight into where his head was at with his vision for the project.
When Melissa told me she was pregnant, it was like almost like a clock went off. Like before life completely changed, I was like, damn, I need to refocus, wake back up and lock back in and begin the process of like the fall off, which is reaching its highest height before I feel like I can like comfortably just relax.
It was also around the same time where
I don't want to sound like a glazer, yo. This nigga makes some really dope shit, man. Like, I know what people are saying, like J Fold, why you do that at the battle? Like, all right, but we don't know these niggas personally, fam. Okay, he backed out of the battle. He made Drake freaking jump out the woodworks and get into a whole battle with Kendrick Lamar and everything. It's not all fucked up now, but like, you kind of fucked up Drake's shit a little bit. I ain't gonna lie. I wanted to find a positive and find like the silver lining in the clouds. You feel me? I'm not saying that I'm over it, but I'm just saying if I'm homie, because you know Kendrick Lamar is supposed to be on this album, right? There's a rumor that Kendrick Lamar is supposed to be on this album. It's just a rumor, right? Is that cool? I'm asking. Is that cool? Because if that happens, bro, and I'm Drake, I might have to get 5 minutes, bro. Like, just 5 minutes, fam. We don't even have to have no cameras, no security. 5 minutes, bro. Because, like, bro, you made me jump out the woodworks and get into all of that shit. You know what I'm saying? Niggas is calling me PDF and stranger danger and all type of shit because you're little man over there in LA. And then, you know, you buddy with them. You cool now. Everything's good. Fall off coming soon. Fuck it. He's still good.
Cole sat down with Kevin Durant, and that convo hit different because he finally said it out loud. He basically admitted the fall off wasn't next, there was a roadmap, and before he could get to the end game album, he said a project called It's a Boy had to come first. Cole doesn't strike me as a guy that's going to write down this elaborate plan and roadmap and not follow it. I think It's a Boy is still coming. I think before February 6th, we're probably going to get it. So now we're in 2023 and we still had no album, but Cole would mention the fall off yet again at the very ending of his track Adonis Interlude from the Creed 3 soundtrack.
Just cop the fall off and he'll explain the end of the chapter. Happily ever after. It's gonna be the year that fulfill his reign.
So the end of the chapter, fulfilling his reign, you know, all kind of clues towards hanging it up. And that brings us to the record that I'm sure everybody watching has heard, and this is First Person Shooter with Drake. And again, Cole mentions the fall off.
I'm naming the album The Fall Off. It's pretty ironic because it ain't no fall off for me.
From here, the battle happened, and Cole seemed to go outside of the roadmap as we get Might Delete Later. And I believe his reasoning for naming it this is because it was never really part of his plan. This was a complete detour from what he had in mind, and obviously the battle happening and everything surrounding.
He should have never dropped that album, man. That was a mid J. Cole album. It was one of those ones where the songs sounded uninspired. A lot of them sounded like carbon copy Drake flows. It just wasn't the J. Cole that I was used to hearing. And then he ended up deleting the last song that everybody was looking for anyway, where he was dissing Kendrick. So that was just like a pointless album, bro. That right there is a strike. Besides, I guess, backing out the battle, which to me now in hindsight, I don't think it's a strike. But that album itself and taking back the song, even if you took back your sentiment, leave the song up. Okay? Because that album right there, bro, or just not even do it at all. You should just never have you should have not done it, bro. But that's woulda, coulda, shoulda shit. You know what I'm saying? I don't know, bro. That was a bad move.
Founding it wasn't something he could predict. Even the track where he went at Kendrick, which was titled 7-Minute Drill, was something he described years prior.
Like, remember I told you about the 7-minute drill? Like, I put myself through drills. I really try to work on my craft to, like, just reach new heights and push myself. So
I don't believe for one second that Might Delete Later acted as a replacement on his roadmap for It's a Boy. I don't think this was supposed to happen. He knew that, and that's why he named it that. It was on Might Delete.
See, this is the hate that I'm talking about. This is you're fucking with the man's mental health. Carol, Aiden Ross got more guts than Jake. I don't know if I can say that on YouTube. Just send the man into a spiral, fam.
Later, where Cole made a very bold declaration on Crocodile Tears when talking about the fall off.
The fall off is like Hole dropping reasonable doubt last.
Bold claim, but if you're asking me, I 100% believe him. But Matt, why are you so confident that J. Cole is going to deliver? Well, it could be the fact that I know he's been obsessively sifting through hundreds of songs in the process of getting this album into our hands. It could be that beyond the fact that he's had this thing in the works since at least 2017, J. Cole has been telling us the mission for this album the entire time. He's quite literally pushing himself to produce the best quality music and the most sharpened version of himself. There's a reason why we've all agreed that over the last 5 years, J. Cole has progressed as a rapper while his peers have either remained stagnant or even regressed. When an artist puts themselves in a position where they aren't battling against someone else but themselves, that's one of the most healthy headspaces you can be in as a creator, and it's not an easy place to get to. J. Cole has got himself to a point where he's not saying, is this verse better than Drake's? He's saying, is this my best verse? How far can I actually take this?
That's hearsay.
What is the fall off really going to be about? Well, we do have a window into it because there are a few different tracks where Cole said himself they were originally meant for the fall off, but he dropped them early. False Prophets, Everybody Dies, and Middle Child. And knowing that these were supposed to be on it, it kind of gives us a good clue as to where he's headed. On False Prophets, Cole is watching legends turn into complete assholes through their ego. It's basically him saying that the fall off really starts in the mirror.
It's been hard for him to look into the mirror lately. That's the reason why his fall from grace is hard to take.
Everybody Dies ties perfectly into the trailer that he dropped today, which we'll soon discuss. On this record, Cole is saying that the industry is fake, and then he zooms out to say that none of it matters anyways.
Hold on. W.L. 3545 says you got to cite your sources. Yeah, salute to what's the third. That's the homie right there. But yeah, how do we know that those songs were supposed to be on the fall off? Well, you know, let me let him explain. He'll probably explain it.
Because nothing lasts.
Cause one day everybody gotta die. One day everybody gotta die. Oh.
Then we have Middle Child, which shows Cole as a bridge between generations, something else that happens to pretty much every artist. The old people phase out or fall off, the new people come in, and eventually you're standing in the middle of it.
I'm dead in the middle of two generations. I'm little bro and big bro all at once.
So there's a theme to these records, right? And I think he's just going to expand on these things on the album. So today he finally dropped the album cover, and to me this is reminiscent of his first mixtape, which was called The Come Up. This is where everything started for J. Cole and what the come up actually looked like. I'm fairly confident this is a representation of J. Cole's childhood bedroom. We see CDs and possibly floppy disk all over the place, and that's because the ASR X Pro sampling machine used floppies for storage. J. Cole did a tour of his childhood home, and he introduced that machine to us as his first beat machine.
This is my very first beat machine. I know y'all use Fruity Loops. I'm on Logic. Some of y'all use Ableton. Nobody's using analog things anymore, but this was the first thing in like the year 2000. It's a sampler. It don't come with barely no sounds, and I had to figure out how to use this, and that's when I started making my own beats, writing my own songs. It all started on this machine right here. So
really, to me, the mess.
It's good youth, yo. It's good youth.
Room, cables, and everything else you see is Cole's way of saying this is where I became me, and this is where I'm closing it all out. Because if this room didn't look like this, he wouldn't be here, and there would be nothing to fall off from. If you think I'm missing anything, or like you could see something that I don't see, leave it in the comments. Now we get to the trailer, which I absolutely love because everything he's putting across here is very true. The scene opens with J. Cole washing what looks like a Lamborghini Urus, and the narrator is talking about how people will often make claims about artists, actors, or musicians on how they fall off.
And it's like, oh, this guy used to be famous and then he fell off. What happened?
The narrator that you're hearing, ironically, isn't someone that's really well known himself. The audio that J. Cole is using is from a man named Dan Harumi, who posted the original video to his YouTube channel 9 months ago. Dan said it was pretty crazy for him because when J. Cole's team reached out, the video only had 300 views at the time.
Jesus Christ. Listen, man. I'm sorry, man. Y'all are going to call me a glazer. This a nice guy, man. That's a nice guy. Come on, gang. How you gonna hate on J. Cole, bro? He's a nice guy. You know, if he was one of those people who had shit music, you still kind of give him a pass, kind of sort of, because he's a nice guy. You know those ones there, like, yo, the person's music shit, but like they always buy you lunch? You're like, bro, you didn't have to buy me lunch, fam. We're just doing a studio session. It's like, nah, bro. I knew you were hungry, bro. And I heard that the other day that you were talking about like a turkey sandwich. So I figured I'd get you a turkey sandwich. It's like, bro, you know, make your eye well up a little bit. Like, you a nice guy, bro. Good man. You know what I'm saying? Not the kind of niggas that you shake their hand like that. The kind of niggas you shake their hand like this. You feel me? You're a good guy. Holy. Can't hate on Cole.
And it's like, oh, this guy used to be famous and then he fell off. What happened?
300
I
views,
put that video
man?
out on YouTube, and at the time, it had like 300 views. And one of those 300 views was J. Cole. So you never know.
People see J. Cole washing a $200,000 Lambo as just him showing his personality, but to me, it fits the narration perfectly because the
I don't mean to keep on stopping the video, but it's a reaction. W.L. says, we love Drake, Cole, and Friday. I'm not even close to as nice as freaking Cole, though. I can't speak for Drake, but like, this guy's a nice guy. Give you the shirt right off his back. I would too for certain people, but like, this nigga sounds like he'll do it for a stranger that he just met like 5 minutes ago. You cold there, buddy? That shirt kind of looks a little tattered. There you go. Mind you, if I had his kind of paper, I'd probably be way nicer too. So put that into perspective.
The Lambo isn't really a flex in this scene, it's a symbol. It represents the fruits of Cole's labor and many entertainers just like him. It's like cleaning an old trophy and looking back at a moment you thought solidified you forever, only to realize that the world moved on. The shine,
this guy has a Lambo and rides his bike.
Hype and applause eventually fades, and now you're left with the thing that used to mean something, trying to bring it back to life with a rag and a hose. To me, this is the greater metaphor. You can polish the outside all you want, but you can't wash away time. You can't wash away the feeling of what once was permanent and is now just a moment that people already replaced.
And it's like, oh, this guy used to be famous and then he fell off.
Next, we see Cole seated in a diner, just doing regular day-to-day shit like any other person. And this matches the narrator's whole point about falling off because it's a representation of doing such great things in your life, but that one day coming where it passes. When the pen writes its last line and the lights are off, he's just another guy living a normal life. I think a lot of people in show business relate to this, right? And they probably appreciate it, whether they're rappers or not. I found myself thinking about this many times. I've looked at covers of old movies from the 1950s and thought, damn, the person on the cover of this movie was probably a big deal, but I don't. And his creation was eventually replaced by a CD. I think about things like that when I'll be super famous and successful, but I've never heard this in my life. You know, I think about the one-hit wonder artist who just had that one hit. Represents to me, it's accepting that longer, but either way, regardless of what you've done, you will eventually be forgotten. This is what the fall off truly represents to me. It's accepting that regardless of what you've accomplished in life, you will one day also be forgotten. This is a very scary feeling for someone who is an entertainer or in the public eye. I know the feelings that I get when I read comments that tell me that I fell off. It doesn't feel really good, but it seems J. Cole has accepted and is exploring a topic that no other rapper has dared to touch on. The fall off for J. Cole doesn't seem to be about losing relevance, but more about choosing the moment you step out of the spotlight instead of being dragged out of it. Time erases charts, trends move on, and Cole has been staring this fact in the face longer than most rappers ever could. It seems J. Cole is basically saying, I'm not here to stay hot forever. I'm here to say something before I leave. If being forgotten is inevitable, let me speak honestly while I'm still heard and at my very best. Some see this as a retirement, but I see it more like a final letter. It's an end to an era that he felt obligated to complete.
I will say this about the falling off aspect. I don't think J. Cole, for what he's done in his career at this point in time, could ever consider anything a fall off, like when he leaves. Because even with everything that's happened with the battle and the backlash that he received and stuff, his fan base is so strong, hence even the amount of people that jumped in the comments that are supportive of him. His fan base is so strong that they'll be sad if this is his last album, right? So it won't be like, who could I say fell off? Big Daddy Kane fell off, with all due respect, right? He made a series of bad moves where the next album that he dropped wasn't as successful. J. Cole, with the exception of a couple of I guess, mixtapes or whatever, or albums, everything he did was successful. Everything he did was just an elevation all the way through. So even now, if he decides, okay, I'm just going to back out of the game, one, he's not going to be forgotten. And two, nobody's ever going to say J. Cole fell off. When you become that successful, they can never say you fell off. You know what? Let me think about that. Because we had the discussion the other day that if Drake drops Iceman and it only does 150,000 the first week, niggas gonna say he fell off. But is that really the case? If you've achieved so much more success than anybody else in the game, or your peers at least, can anything you do moving forward be considered a fall off? Like, you won already. You've lapped a lot of your own peers. So fall off how? You know what I'm saying? Even the whole time when people were saying, oh, Cole fell off after the whole thing that he did with the battle and backing off. Like, did he fall off? Is he out here asking people for money? You know what I'm saying? Is he out here doing weird shit online to try to go viral? Nah, is he on, with all due respect, Love and Hip Hop or friggin' something on Zeus Network or something trying to, reheat the shit? Nah, he's chilling. You know what I'm saying? Lil Scrappy fell off. Respectfully. Right? But that's what you call a fall off. And I'll say more names. Consequence fell. Waka Flocka Flame fell off. Okay? I know he's doing different shit. He's done, the EDM stuff and all that. Cool. But as far as hip-hop standards, he fell off. Friday Ricky Dread fell off. No. I fell on. You know what I'm saying? I quit rap and got lit. You know what I'm saying? I fell on his pause. Ja Rule at the time fell off, but in the long run, he's a legacy act now. He's not, obviously doesn't have the same kind of success as 50 Cent musically, but it's not like people don't go to Ja Rule shows, regardless of the time when 50 bought out the front row of seats and stuff like that. Like, Ja Rule is still requested as far as legacy shows and stuff like that. Nobody's checking for new Ja Rule music, but guess what? Nobody's checking for new 50 Cent music neither. Niggas dissed 50 Cent the other day. 4 niggas jumped in the booth and dissed them. Now mind you, I don't mind what he's doing in return, because he's showing Jim Jones in the studio, no electricity. He's on these niggas' head tops digitally, right? But he ain't going to the booth. I ain't going to the booth. Mad niggas dissed me this year. I'm not going to the booth for them. Right? What are you saying about Joe Budden? Joe Budden, music-wise, fell off. Fell the fuck off. Let's think about that for a second. Because obviously Pump It Up was the big tune. He was at the high. He had the song Fire with Busta. There's some hoes in this house. Can't stop, won't stop. Down, get down. Ooh, I hated that old Joe Buttons. But over the years, musically, yes, he fell off. He never ever reached that height. And he even had, and I listened to all his shit. He had the album there with he had the song NBA with what's the homie's name now? Rich Homie Quan, I think might have been on the song. I don't remember. That song was not good. And I know they were trying to go big with that one. Or She Don't Put It Down Like You with Lil Wayne on it. That didn't work. So I know he was swinging for the fences, but yeah, that didn't happen. Says, yeah, but 50s music is still tough to new generations. I don't know anyone my age that could name a Ja Rule track. What? That is blasphemy, sir. Or ma'am, I don't know. I think it's a sir. That's blasphemy. Not one Ja Rule song? Don't do that, bro. I'm not even going to draw for Always on Time. Holla, holla. You're going to tell me you don't? Bro. Somebody said, nah, listen, bro. Don't do that. Ja Rule's a legend. What do you mean, who the fuck is Ja Rule? You don't know about always there when you call, always on time. Baby. Right? World's best shower singer, bro. Baby. Man, don't diss Ja Rule like that. Somebody said Bobby Shmurda. Bobby Shmurda definitely fell off. His whole squad fell off. Roddy Ricch, he fell off too. Yeah. Yeah, a lot of people fall off. But yeah, I don't think J. Cole is anywhere in that category. Fetty Wap, did he fall off or did he fuck up his career? It's hard to call it. You know what I'm saying? The man just came home from like a big fent conviction. Yeah, this Bear Man's Polo G. Yo, Bear Man's fall off. So Cole should never even put himself in the category of fall off when there's a multitude of people that fell off. Okay? Falling off doesn't mean you had one hit. That means you were on fire. You had multiple songs. People were checking for you. Maybe Bobby Shmurda might not be able to be put in the fall off category. He might be in the one hit wonder category. Okay? Because there's a big difference between somebody who fell off and somebody who just was a one-hit wonder, okay? If you only had the one hit and niggas is like, they only know you for one song, you never really, like, even if that one song got you millions and millions of dollars, they never really gave a shit about your shit. They never cared about your career because niggas never checked for your album, or if they did, they just bought the album just so that they can go straight to that one song. Like, yeah, nothing ever happened past the song. Okay, you might still even be able to tour off of that one song, but you never was like hot like that. Like, yo, they dropped an album. Homie dropped an album, and there was about 3 songs on that album that were crazy, and then the next album wasn't as hot, but he still had like 2-3 songs that were bangers. Like, that's somebody who was on. Okay. You know who fell off? I seen somebody say Fabulous. You think Fabulous fell off? I think he kind of like backed out of the game. But you know who I think fell off? Young Ma or Young M.A. Not Young Ma. Young M.A. She fell off. She was hot at one point. All right. She had the ooh. That shit was crazy. She had the next song, Eat. that was crazy. The album that she dropped right after Ooh. Oh, and then she had the other one. Big something. When they're like that, the video, everybody had the big heads in the video and shit like that. Right? She was on fire. Her album, I found myself listening to it. Right? I was like, damn, this is some good shit. And lyrically, she's proficient. Okay? Then next thing you know, crickets. I was like, what the hell happened to her? So I will say young MA kind of fell off. But anyhow, salute to J. Cole. Enough of all this fall off talk over here. Okay? You guys have a lot of suggestions of people who fell off. That's crazy. The fall off be real. But yeah, salute to J. Cole. I will be checking for that album. Where are we here? Let me make sure that I get let me run a couple of ads, and then we're gonna get into this 100 watts versus Golde London. Okay. I wanted to address it on the podcast the other day, but big salute to Black of the Dawn. We had Black of the Dawn in the building. We didn't really get to get into it. So I want to really get to it. So let's run a couple of ads and then we're going to get to it.
Ready for the road. Roll Ready Detailing, now open 7 days a week from 8 to 5 p.m. 750 Oakdale Road, Unit 66, specializing in ceramic coating perpetual with warranty, PPF, tints, wraps, vinyl wraps, and hand car washes. Remember, we clean anything on wheels.
One more and then we'll get into it. I want to take a quick second to give a big shout out to Grabba, some of the hottest Grabba in the GTA. You can get Grabba shakers as well as hot Grabba leaf in different flavors like red herring and red rose. They got delivery within the GTA and they got some really cool apparel for sale. If you want to get your hands on that Grabba, make sure to hit them up on their Instagram page, grabba.ca, and let them know that the We Love Hip Hop boys sent you. Big salute to the sponsors. Cheer. Yeah. So like I was saying, I wanted to get into the topic of 100 watts versus everybody, but we were having a conversation with Blacka and he was kind of just sitting there not saying nothing. And I started thinking to myself while I was watching Natural and Zara have their conversation, like, this might not be the best topic to bring up with the homie Blacka right now because he looked uncomfortable. So now we can get into the bullshit. Okay, let me pull up some of these videos here because 100 watts has been going crazy. I thought he was just going to end it with the wrap up and then kind of go into obscurity, but now he's talking about an album on the way. We're going to get into a couple of songs here because he did the OTS. We talked about the OTS Gates disc that he did on the podcast a couple of weeks ago, maybe about a week ago, right? Because it's coming in real time. It's all dropping real fast, right? But he has this one over here, Green Arm Freestyle, the Golde London disc, and the thumbnail, insane. And then he has this, You Trash Swagger Right Disc. All right, so he's not done. But he's been in the stories. There's one story that's already gone. It's already gone. Fuck. Do I have it here? 100 watts message. Let me see if I could pull it up. Because he was saying that he's going to drop an album. Maybe I could pull it up here. Image file. Let's do that. 100 watts. Because I saved it. I save everything. All right. Bang. So he says, and let me pull up my own copy over here so I can, because it's hella small on my screen over here. He says, drop 3 diss tracks in a week. Who's next? No, not one of them can respond once I start. So don't bother me. There's certain people in life whose head really chip. So just leave me alone. Album out tomorrow. Jeez. Tomorrow. All right. Let's get to this. Let's get back to over here. So, if you go back to his page here, let's get to the first disc. And, actually, he's got it ready, loading. Beauty and the Beast album out now. So it's ready to go. I guess he's putting some of these, is there any of those diss songs on there? New video on the way.
I know your bitch want me, cause she call me on my phone, tell her mission lonely. Rather get
$100.
What you have me, got you touch me not the right spot. Give me all the time, give me your best shot. You're up below, cause you don't tell me no. You have my head spinning like a yo-yo. Why you look a different number like that? Come through, I'ma show you how you need that.
Jeez, I ain't mad at it. Okay, let's get to the fuckery though. All right, because I know 100 Watts, he wants to be known more than just a diss guy, but I want to hear these disses. Let's go.
Golde, I got something for you. Shanae, you so smelly, always thinking of the booth. Every time you went in, we had to air out the booth. Goldie just mad cause I'm telling her the truth. You know your baby father pussy, you just use him for his loot. You been giving them bun, fucking around the city, acting like your shit don't stink, but really it's a kitty. Collect 3 ways for Noble rubbing your kitty.
Hold on, we gotta let that breathe for a second, bro. Cause that's just disrespectful, fam. Talking about how this girl's spreading diseases and stinks and stuff like that. That's just, it's I don't know how I feel about that. You know what I'm saying? It's one thing when you're dissing the man them, but like when you're just like getting up in the girl's business, like, oh, you this and like, keep it going. Let's go.
You was like when you coming home getting giddy. I brought you the olive, I'm the first to put you on. In my house every day, even when your sister gone. Brought you to the booth, I was writing all your songs. Just like Daily, I put both of you on. Give credit where it's due, bitch, you know that I'm a GOAT. Green arm Shanae hurt you good with your throat. Your arm still stink with the body wash soap. The bill just bad, doctor said you got no hope. 100 got the city rapping, really broke and you capping. Jizzle just tricking and investing in your rapping. Never was the baddest brat, your whole character be acting.
Oh, never was the baddest brat. I caught that line now. Okay. We're going to get back to this. Listen, I'm not from here. I'm a Montreal man. So I'm a run the Montreal flex anytime I don't know some shit. I ain't from here. From Montreal. You know, back in 97. Let's pull this up. We're on a dance cruise.
Were you from that generation where like Automatum were in dance crews and stuff?
Of course, yeah. I used to follow No Sweat. My cousin D-Mac, he was part of No Sweat. I know a lot of the guys that were part of No Sweat, like R.I.P. Call Up from Regent.
R.I.P.
A lot of and they would always lose to Mad Skills with Tabby, but I didn't know Tabby those days. We just used to, and Roach B, shout out Roach. Roach B music too, does music too, Roach. These are the guys that were like the group that won it all the time. Just like, of course we're gonna win. Like later in life, Tabby, I was in the studio with Tabby last night. So like,
Mad Skills was like the top shit.
No, you're not fucking with Mad Skills.
And like, yo, man used to try to audition to be a part of their crew and shit. Bro.
Yeah, but all of them were big too. So like, shout out Golde London too. Golde London was Baddest Brats, I believe, right? Am I wrong?
Yeah, bro.
No, I'm right. I'm not tripping. What the fuck? I'm right.
She was a part of Baddest Brats?
Yeah, of course.
Yo, you're bringing back.
This is before my. And still to Golde London. She's in the comments over here with the fire emojis. Time over here in Toronto.
Comment gang. If I'm wrong, let me know. I'm pretty.
So that Baddest Brats bar, it all came together with what Blacko was saying the other day, because I didn't know what the fuck he was talking about. Run it again.
On it. Golde, I got something.
On it.
Shanae, you so smelly, always thinking of the booth. Every time you went in, we had to air out the booth. Goldie just mad cause I'm telling her the truth. You know your baby father pussy, you just use him for his loot. You been giving him fun, fucking around the city, acting like your shit don't stink, but really it's a kitty. Collect 3 ways with Noble rubbing your kitty. You was like when you coming home getting giddy. I brought you the olive, I'm the first to put you on. In my house every day, even when your sister gone. Brought you to the booth, I was writing all your songs. Just like Taylor, I put both of you on. Give credit where it's due, bitch, you know that I'm.
He was writing her songs too. Do I put a flag on the play for that one right there? That's a bombshell. Okay, Golde London goes in. Don't sleep on Golde London. But like, you trying to tell me that you used to write her shit? Because if you used to write, and listen, I'm just going off of the song. So Golde London, if you see this, I have no dog in the race. I'm just reacting to the song. Okay? If you drop some shit, I'm going to react to yours too. But if he wrote her shit back then, and this is like they were in a relationship, like I guess he used to deal with her sister, and we'll get to that in a second because she responded online. Then who wrote her shit all the way after that? Or was she writing her own shit after that? I hate when they do that with the gal them because it's so easy to just throw you got a ghostwriter allegation on the girls because it's like people don't believe that girls write their own shit anyway, most of the time, with the exception of like a Nicki Minaj, and people weren't believing that Lil' Kim was writing her shit. As soon as people found out that Big wrote some of Lil' Kim's shit, after Big died, there was a couple of people that were like, yo, still, she writes her own shit still. Like, but you know, a lot of people ain't believe that shit, bro. And I don't think it's a good thing, but it's something very easy to throw on a female rapper. Like, well, you know, I wrote your shit. And then her response, when she responds, people are going to be like, yo, who wrote that though? So it's kind of a catch-22 when you're a female in this game. Like you get caught up in something you kind of can't get out of.
I'm a goat. Green Shanae heard you good with your throat. Your arms still stink with the body wash soap. The bill just bad. Doctor said you got no hope. Honey got the city rapping really broke and you capping. Jizzle just tricking and investing in your rapping. Never was the baddest brat. Your whole character be acting. Bob views and music not consistent. You be slacking. You really love me off. You just mad I breed your sister. In my house and you skirt my ass. You would whisper. Show your real hair. You pick your head on your Insta. Fake like your account. Write about me on your Finsta. Big sister talk.
Why you gotta go for a black woman's hair, fam? Why you do that, bro? You know that's not the way to go, fam. Like, okay, so she's rocking weaves and stuff like that. You wanted to just to go on camera without the weave? Then you got to say that for like every girl that you deal with. You trying to tell me all the girls that you deal with are coolie things or some type of thing like that, bro? Like, just chill, fam.
Lot of shit about you. Everything I know is from your sister and it's true. You both in competition, you so jealous of her too. Rest in peace, but you on his jail calls too. You went to the feds with your sister ratting too. You supposed to be family, but bitch, fuck you. Your mama live in housing, she broke, she a bum. She kicked you out all the time, all you did was run. My dad fucked your mom, that's why your dad stayed mad. Mother helped you for him.
McNasty, he's not white. McNasty asks, is this dude white? No, he's not white, fam. It's a black man talking about a black woman. Yeah, show your picky hair. Like, flag on the play, bro. Flag on the play, bro. You can't do that, man. You can't diss the sisters like that, bro. Like, you could diss her in a bunch of other ways on whatever, green arm, all that type of shit. But, like, you can't be like, show your real hair. Like, come on, fam. Then we got to ask like our mom Dukes and grandma, take off the wig, grandma. Like, don't do that. It's not nice, fam. Flag on the play. Flag on the play.
From 8 years, that's why you sad. Your sister acting what your mama did to your dad. Co-sign your sister holding.
Oh my God. See, this is why, listen. Salute the Black of the Dawn. All right? I know he ain't got nothing to do with this. But salute to him. He said, peep. We sat there, blah, blah, blah. Yo, you know what? Yo, we were about to, I'm there looking like, I want to get into this shit. You know what I'm saying? Czar and freaking Natural's like, yo, but what didn't he use to fuck? Just mix up business that they were, because they listened to the song ahead of time. And I'm just looking at Black like, this is not the right topic for a Toronto rapper to sit and have a conversation with us about. Don't get it twisted. I love having guests, but he's saying some shit on here, bro, where if I'm a Toronto rapper or if I'm somebody who even knows both parties, I'll be like, no comment. Yeah. You said what? Like, this is some dirty laundry, bro.
My kids is so sad. I was in jail and your sister fucked the block. You both went to snitch, but the case got dropped. She went on her knees begging me in the spot. You're too like my girl, shut your blood clot. My mama rich, your mama still broke on assistance. Your sister went to live with my mama for assistance. Your mama never even came.
This niggas is talking about personal family business, like, my stomach.
And about your existence, your dad gave a bun from the main to the mistress. Go to talk your shit.
Okay. I don't know how I feel about this, man. That's a lot. I feel like we got invited to a group chat that we're not supposed to be in. You feel me? Like, we're not supposed to hear all of this information about this person's family and, you know, living situations and what their boyfriends are doing and what they're paying for. Like, it's a lot, bro. That's why, like, when Zara was saying the other day, like, yo, it's not good when you fight with women, like when you argue with women, like online or publicly or whatever, behind the scenes too, but like publicly, like, it's not good. Like, because you're gonna look crazy. Like, if you go in, like, you just go crazy. Like how Watch This went in. Like, if you go in, oh bitch, you're a goof. You do this. What about this? Your pussy stink. You're gonna, like, the man them are gonna look and be like, yo, fam, you're going off, fam. Like, chill, bro. She's like, yo, chill. You're doing too much, bro. You know what I'm saying? I feel it's right. Yo, chill. I don't know, fam. I don't know any of these people personally, bro. All right. I've interacted with Watts multiple times on the podcast and stuff. Still waiting for a Golde London interview. I don't know if that's ever gonna happen, but still waiting. But I don't know none of these people personally, bro. That's why I feel like when I heard this, I'm like, I'm getting to find out way too much about y'all, bro. Like, you did what and did with the who and the what and the like, nigga. So part of that comes from what Golde London was saying to Watts, and I wish I could make this a little bit. So she had jumped in her Instagram stories, and let me just check on the poll right here before we get into this. I asked, should Golde London respond? Okay, when I say respond, I don't mean like this, which I have up on the screen right here. I mean like lyrically, like with bars. So I think you guys already know what I mean. But she did respond to, and I think this is off of the wrap up. Okay, so it says hundreds, or she says 100 spanks, or she goes, let's revisit this. Let me see if I can make this a little bit closer. No? Come on, fam. I want to see exactly what this says over here. I might have to pull it up on my phone. Yeah, I'll pull it up on my phone because I need to read this note here because it says, like, let's revisit this. Like, it's very important information that we need to know about. So let me pull it up on my phone so that we can see Wagwan over here. Let's do this. And I'll make it a little bit bigger on the screen for me to see. So from what I'm reading here, and the handwriting is kind of crazy, remember, damn, this handwriting is nasty. Okay, remember when I went on the balcony and got the snow put on you. I had you screamed. I'm so, what the fuck is this word? Dicked? I'm so dick for that. And the grammar is crazy. Ha 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 ha. He gonna have his way more fun. Oh my God. Everything, even sex. Let's try doing 69 standing up. I can twinkle. What is the hell? Oh. I can twinkle tongue on and off and tickle your bum. Laugh out. Oh my God. Laugh out loud. This is a lot, bro. You guys are making my head hurt, fam. This is what, okay, just for some context and anybody who's coming into the live right now, yo, chill. You guys in the comments. This is this part. I'm reading this right here before we get to all of the other stuff, okay? You're gonna have to bear with me. This is a lot, fam. It's a lot, bro. This is what I'm talking about, fam. Get us out of the group chat, fam. Even cuffs. Lock me up to the bed, blindfold me, strip loose me, take control. What the hell? Take control, your boss, mommy. You the baddest. Your pussy is the fattest. Okay. I've never had a girl said this to, or I've never said this to a girl before. Oh my God. I've never said this to a girl before. But why does your pussy taste so good? With like 3 O's. Exclamation mark. It smells like roses. Or it smells like roses. That's why I stuff my face in it. Laugh out loud. I'll please you one time. You won't whenever you need to, whenever you need it or want it, even in the middle, and then it gets cut off at the bottom. Oh, in the middle of the morning. Let's continue. 100 spanks. And this is what she says over here. 100 spanks. You wrote this letter to my sister when you were in the bin. Read it. All right. Read it good. And then she has a cat laughing emojis. This will never get old. Don't miss the part where he says he wants to handcuff, or he wants her to handcuff him to the bed and spank him for being a bad boy. Oh, that's what I couldn't. Sorry, gang, I couldn't read it properly. Bruh. Oh, and I found plenty more Diddy letters, by the way. Oh my God. 100 washed could never. Oh my God. Young lady. Oh. Why am I reading this? Fam, we got to get to the root of why Watts is going off so much, fam. He said what he said on the wrap up. He gave her the one shot, okay? And then she went off. Oh my gosh. Dirty boy. That's nasty. This guy is obsessed with me and won't leave me alone. He's obsessed. And for years still, and will forever be. He can't help himself. What is this? Yo. This is why, oh man, salute to Blacka. He was like, no comment. Oh, you're smart for that, bro. He's like, no, you guys are talking about stuff that's going to get me in trouble later on in the timeline. We ain't going viral for this. Like, just leave me alone. Leave me out of it. She says, I'm sorry, Watts. Because Watts is my homie too, man. I fuck with Watts. All right? Says, watch the titty, though. Oh, shit, man. Toronto's not a real place, bro. Oh, my head. You guys are doing too much, bro. There's another. She's going off, bro. I guess she's resharing Icy's Motion Man pictures. Bumbaclot. And then she says, I don't know where this man comes up with these cap stories, laughing my ass off. It's funny how this guy is still trying to get his lick back because I told everyone he beats his mom, baby moms, and eats bati and is a crack. Hold on, let me check the poll for a second. Yo. Oh man. Yo, we're deep in the depths of high grade fuckery right now, okay? All right, go get your sage after this. We are deeps in it, right? Deeps in the depths of hell. Should Golde London respond? 75% said yes, 25% says no. I'm checking because I don't know if this number is going to change because she can get on the track now. She can get in the booth, but she went off. Let's continue. And came with proof. Now he's upset and he's telling lies on me again. Man's trying to resurrect from the dead and can't. Bro, I can't go back and forth with this damn crackhead, a snowhead, and whose face I already tumped off. Oh, Lord. Like I had you spitting out blood, fam. You forget I bust up your lip and in front of your baby mom. Oh my God. Jesus Christ. Big bitch. And I tumped off your face again. Stop mentioning me looking for clout. Stop leeching off me, bro. Stop beg. Go worry about your teenage daughter that does not know your name. Go deal with your priorities, sir. You deadbeat bum. And stop beat up your crunchy looking. Yeah, fuck. I'm sorry, bro. Stop beat up your crunchy looking mom. Like she said, like she's a beating stick. Crunchy's crazy. I'm dead. I've never heard that used in a sentence like that, bro. Crunchy? How you call him crunchy, fam? This is what I'm talking about, bro. Yo, fam. I'm actually crying, fam. Oh, fuck. That's the most wildest level of disrespect I've ever seen, fam. Whew. I need to smoke, bro. I need to smoke, man. Give me a second, gang. That's crazy. Yo, nigga. That's crazy. The Sugar Crisp commercial is mad. I'm sorry, folks. I gotta get my composure back, yo. This shit fucked me up, bro. Give me a second, gang. Woo! Let's go. Yeah. Shorty. Stop, man. Yo. Damn parasites, just big, fat, and walkless. All right? Walking destruction, crosses, bad mind, Batinyama. Whew. She's going in. Yo, I think she writes her own shit, fam. With this kind of venomous writing right here, you might got to take it to the booth. I might need to hear at least at least 8, fam. Like 8 bars, bro. This is crazy. Okay. You know, I might change my opinion in a second. So let me get back to this. How could you ever think to make up lies? Good gal me? Good clean skin, smell good, smell rich gal me? Turn up gal me? Money I'ma put in my pocket and bank gal me? And a key. Own a car me? Yo, she's going in. How dare you continue to throw bodies on my name? And yet again, you don't see how you're going to crash out. You don't see how you're a crash out dummy. You're still delusional dunce and embarrassment, especially to the first high school daughter that doesn't even know what your name is. It's funny because she told that student in her class the same name as she said. Really? What? That's my dad's name. Laughing out loud. But your name is on the internet talking about the other people's kids, talking about other people's kids though, and other people's lives. Delusional. Shaking my head. What Kalani? What is it? What Kalani chainsmans or chainness? Okay. All right. Cool. What kids do you take care of? Probably 1 out of 3. Delusional and sick. And you wear fake designer and begging to try to keep up. Knowing that you ain't your life. Washed. Like a, what is it? Like a effing rag doll. Damn. There's a lot over here. Go and be a father, you deadbeat bitch. Stop live off people's name, you stink dog. Go and respect your crunchy looking mother. Go and apologize to your baby mom, them who you beat up. Go and get cleaned, you cokehead. Go and bathe your stink skunk. Damn. With the skunk emoji? Nobody rates you, dead weight. Stop bullying gal and stop bullying your mother. Stop beat her up and stop spitting out. Oh shit. And stop spitting at her face like dog. Just like first, don't know you. Just like first don't know you. Not $1, not one memory, whatless. She's in high school. Idiot. You can only show a pic when she was like 4, laugh out loud. gave her strength for that. When she was younger, you told her mom to pretend that that the present her mom got her was for Christmas was from you, broke pocket, bum, whatless, and shame. Laughing my ass off. Wow, that ether. I'm not reading this. Okay, that's enough. That's enough. That's enough. That's enough. We're backing out of the group chat because it's just more batiyama, no plans, no progress, big sour face. Like she went nuclear. Gang, what do y'all think? Easy Factor said Goldie standing on 10 times 10. Yeah, it's a lot. Goldie got a strong jawline. Watch hiding that glass under that beard. Yo, stop, bro. Oh man. Where do we go from here? Right? Like I asked, and then let me check the polls again. It's still 70. Oh, now it's more. It's still 75%. They're like, yo, get in the booth. After all of this, bro, I don't know if we need her in the booth to say anything else. Like she said enough. There's a whole page that I'm just not willing to read at this point. Yeah, there's nothing that she didn't already say in the first page. Basically, just like with more description. All right. Suck pussy boy. Go suck out your crunchy, dry head mother. Yo. Ah. Enough. All right. All right. All right. I'm backing out of there. I'm backing out. Oh. Y'all good, gang? We all right over here? We went into the depths of hell just now, fam. I'm sorry, bro. That was a lot. Let's go to Watts' let's go to Watts' YouTube. Because Jesus Christ. Yeah, Althea, Althea said that was dark. This is dark. Yo, it's not fun no more. That's why I keep on saying on the podcast, like, yo, how can we make this rap beef just like a rap beef? But like the things that these guys say to each other while they're quote unquote rap beefing just be so nasty and just so mixed up and personal where I'm like, I don't know if y'all niggas want to get in the booth anymore. Like y'all just might want to just fight each other, shoot each other, shit like that. Like I'm not encouraging it, but I'm just saying, like, God damn. So Watts is not only beefing with Golde London, he's also beefing with Swagger Right. And big salute to Swagger Right. Okay. Swagger Right had some comments the other day where he was kind of going at Drake. He was saying something about Drake doesn't really show love to his area, right? I forget where he's from. I think West, Southside Jaden Finch area, or basically exactly where he's from. Okay, he's like, yeah, Drake don't really show that much love. Let me see if I can find that. Cause I have the backtrack here. We'll get to the song in a second. I have the backtrack. Okay, of course, the blog's gonna try to flip the narrative. If you don't know what I mean, then shut the fuck up. It has nothing to do with handout support. Support the big man and always will, no matter what. What was his original post? Here we go. Western Road, thank you. Torontology. It's Western Road time. We ain't getting no love, even when the biggest artist in the world said he's the finest on Western Road in our hood, definitely no love was ever shown over here, still was humble about it. It's like people trying to keep us out of the keep us out, but nothing can stop what's going on to what's going to happen. I promise. All right, let's look the swagger right. And in that, I read you guys what he walked back. Okay, so yeah, that was what he said, and it didn't go super viral, but it got posted on the blogs. All right, so let's get to 100 watts. 100. What he's talking about with the whole label thing, because Swagger Right was signed to Sony, if I'm not mistaken, a few years ago. And I'm not going to lie, Sony fucked up his career, bro. Because he had his shit popping before. And when he had his first song that came out, or the first video that came out, the shit was going crazy. And then Sony took it and then redid the video. And then re-released it and then fucked this shit up. See this? I can't even find this friggin' name. That is bad, bro. Somebody done took over the Swagger Right name on YouTube. They fucked up his career, bro. Like, that's crazy, fam. I have it spelled right, too. That's a mud thing. Wow. Gang, am I on crack or something? Like, I'm reading this right. Is there too many G's? There we go. Western Road Freestyle. What was the song that he had dropped? That was his first big tune. Let's go to his channel. I had too many G's. My bad. What's the most popular video? Drop Top 6 years ago. He had a song with Roy Woods. Wait a minute. You got a song with Roy Woods. That's OVO. Yo, bro. It says nope. Swagger Right was a tax write-off. It's a real thing. Yeah. Most of the time, these guys, they'll sign a bunch of artists, and then the one artist will pay off everything else. Right? He did the I'm So Toronto remix. Robert Borden. I think that was the tune. Oh, it was this.
No, I don't talk to the cops. Chipping the raw OT. Chipping the raw to the fiends. Bit ballin' 14.
All right, I'm sure I'm gonna get a copyright, big old copyright from Sony. Is Sony on this? Does it say Sony on this? They threw all his lyrics in there. Swagger Right. Did they put it at the end? Because sometimes they'll put it right at the end of the video. No. Okay, let's get back to Watts' tune. Let's get back to Wanted.
Swagger Right music just stop, not the West.
It's not that bad. It's not as bad as the Golde London one. What I will say also is I fuck with the fact that he's just willing to just go jump on whatever beat that's out there and say, yeah, fuck it, let's just do this. Because a lot of people will be like, yo, I got to jump on this original beat and da-da-da. And like, nah, it's very reminiscent of the Dat Piff 50 Cent mixtape times where it's like, oh, yeah? Okay, let's go in the booth, throw on whatever beat, you know what I'm saying? And let's go at these guys. So I fuck with it. Salute to Watts. I don't know how much this is going to do for the rap scene over here and making it where like people are more competitive. He has had his share of responses, like OTS Gates responded to him. I don't think Swagger Red is going to respond to him. As far as the poll over here, where I'm asking if Golde London should respond, it's actually gone down, and only 67% of y'all believe that Golde London should respond. So who knows? I don't know where this is going to take these guys. I will advise to Golde London and Suta Watts. He might not like what I got to say. Don't respond. Okay, you're out here, you're doing your thing. You got the song out with Cardinal Official and Charmaine and Havaya Mighty and Double M and Taylor G, like super collab that's out there right now. You know what I mean? You're making big moves. You've always been in different rooms that have been elevating your career. If you get into like what you already did was already too much. You already did too much. Okay. All that shit that you wrote on those multiple paragraphs and pages and stuff like that. Corporate sponsorship sees that type shit. They're going to be like, I don't know if I can give you this bread, B. It's one thing, like if you're a podcaster who talks a lot of shit or whatever, and that comes with its share of, I guess, not being able to get all the corporate sponsors that you want. You feel me? But it's a little bit different than if you're a female rapper. I'm sorry, I got to make it a male-female thing, but a female rapper trying to keep up a certain image, unless you're in that Cardi B image type shit, if you're trying to, and you're Canadian, don't engage with the Toronto politics beef. All right? Don't even get on Instagram and make these posts where you literally put us in the group chat with y'all. All right? Because it looks messy for a corporate sponsorship. So that's just my advice to you. Take it how you will. All right? Let's move on. All right? I'm sorry, gang. Y'all gonna have to go get like some extra sage for all of that high level fuckery that I put y'all through. But I enjoyed it. Let's check in on Plush. All right, the Toronto accent girl. We've done a few segments on her. She was been living in her car. There was a segment where Mula first popped out and he was like, oh, get out the car. Now you good. Let me see if I can pull that up just to give you guys some context. But she was like crashing out in her car multiple times. And yeah, she's responded to all of that. Let me pull up the Mula first stuff first. It's probably on the Max Way of Thinking page. I wonder if I have a Mula first story. Oh, he might have taken it down. Mula the first. Here it is.
What's popping, y'all? It's Plush. Little update for you guys. I am in a safe environment right now. I have a bunch of social workers working with me trying to secure housing still. Honestly, I see you guys posting me crashing the fuck out online. I'm just
final boss, last level, last boss, last mission, last stage. I'm out of this bummy car. Bob.
Bro, you slammed the Mazda.
You think you can face me, nigga? I'm feisty. I'm the next Jay-Z. Pissed off, miserable, high blood pressure, disturbed. We have to fix this. Think you're gonna keep asking for money?
Honestly, I'm just crashing out because I don't want to be without a home anymore.
Well, stay away from people who hate Monday and love Friday.
Let me stop that again. Let me stop it. I'm sorry. I will go with what you guys said. All right. I made a video about it. I put up the video saying, yo, is the man talking about me? Y'all are like, Friday, you're crazy. He ain't talking about you. Just chill. All right.
Michael's back.
My bad.
Okay. You're good.
I don't feel sick anymore. I don't feel sick to my stomach.
I'm sick to my stomach, fam. So she's responded to all of these videos of her crashing out and the response that people are giving her to those videos of her crashing out. And let's pull it up and see what she got to say. Salute the Plush.
Haven't you seen? Everyone's clowning you. Well, why don't we go through the video?
Anymore. I would do anything. Not anymore. I don't want to be more.
All right, so borderlines feel very deep, strong emotions. I don't even know if I'm borderline anymore, what I am. PTSD, OCD. I'm not sure. I'm gonna actually work on getting a proper diagnosis right now. But anyways.
Why did you... And listen, I'm not here to be nitpicky Ricky. All right, salute to Plush once again. But why did you fast forward that part? Because we've been hearing about all these different mental issues for years, but like the properly diagnosed part, like you ain't been diagnosed for any of that shit?
Actually work on getting a proper diagnosis right now. But anyway.
And why'd you speed it up, fam? And then slow it down?
Anyways, basically you see a mentally ill individual having extreme feelings of not wanting to be here anymore.
No family, I have no friends, I have nobody.
Then here we see strong emotions again, probably being a little bit delusional because I do have friends and family, but you see the individual being being a little bit delusional and very upset, very emotionally disturbed. In other words, almost they cry out.
I won't call that delusional. I will call that maybe exaggerative, right? Exaggerative, right? You're going a little bit extra, right? Because like if you do have actual family and stuff like that, then to be like, I have none, that's maybe of a, you know, a little bit of an overstatement, like, but delusional, like, I don't know. I'm not trying to be nitpicky Ricky once again, but I wouldn't put that in the delusional category.
Bit delusional and very upset, very emotionally disturbed. In other words, almost they cry out for help.
I never have a family. I just miss my parents. I just want to go home.
Here we see someone who maybe has PTSD or trauma and wants to build a family on their own and fears that will never happen. And they also miss their parents very deeply. And I think that's a regular emotion.
But there's no home to go. There's no home to go to.
Essentially, my home on Weston is no longer. I might be having a hard time getting over that. And yeah, it's just really an individual trying their best to create a home of their own and be independent and have safety. So I hope that
I will say, I've said in the last live stream, and it could have been a stream before that, but I feel like it was the last live stream. If Mula went and did all of this, and I hope she's just driving on her way somewhere, maybe I'm just assuming, I don't want to see no more videos from the car, because the final boss, last level, last supremium, last maximum boss came through and said, get out of that car. I'm taking over. I'm taking care of you now, or whatever. Get out of that. You know, he slams the Mazda or whatever that he bought. I said, no more videos from the car, because your situation now should be different. I don't know if that was just for the gram. Again, if it was just for the gram and you didn't get her a new whip or help change her living situation, I don't like shit like that. I'm sorry. I don't care how much like we go way back like freaking chiropractors, bro. That shit is nasty. So just maybe hit me behind the scenes. I don't know, bro. It just hit me like, yo, why the fuck you still in the car though? Yo, what happened to the Moolah stimulus package? I feel like it's a sensitive topic, so I feel like I'm very apprehensive with some of the questions I really want to ask. But I'm gonna ask it anyway. Do y'all think this is a clout play? Like, do y'all think that we've been watching this for like the last, I don't know, maybe 4 weeks, and it was just all for the clout? Okay, I know it's a nasty question. Oh, Friday, yo, this girl's living, her living situation is fucked up. How could you even ask these questions? Because we're getting too much of it online. Obviously, we don't know what's happening in between the times that she turns on the live and starts recording. She could be looking for jobs. She could be trying to get housing. She could be doing a whole bunch of different things that we don't know. But when I do see the camera go on, it's like I feel like no progress is being made, not because she's been trying and it's just not happening. Because like it's just maybe not real. I know this is going to, and it's on live. It's already out there in the world. They're going to get pissed off for me saying that. But I just feel like it could just be some shit for TikTok. All right. I'm going to back off of that line of interrogation right there or thinking, because I know people, oh, Friday, how could you say that? Oh my God. But like, sometimes I'm getting too much information and not enough, like, I don't know, progress, I guess, for lack of a better term. I don't know. I'm very confused right now when I'm in the way I'm thinking about this, because part of me is like, I feel really bad for her. But then at the same time, I'm watching these videos where it just sounds like a lot of cope or a lot of like not taking accountability.
I help dissect this video a little bit for you guys. Someone who's going through mental health should not film their episodes, and I'm very sorry about that. I'm going to tell anyone around me to confiscate my phones during episodes. But yeah.
But there's nobody around her when she's doing these videos. She's dolly. This is why I watched this video before we got to the live stream. I was like, anyone around me, like anytime we're watching the videos, is you in the car, dolo. So is there anybody else in the car? Like, is there something that are you saying things that we just didn't know? And again, I'm not here to combat her issues and be like, yo, nah, bro, you lying, whatever. I'm reacting and I'm being skeptical, a little skeptical.
Their episodes, and I'm very sorry about
but objective
that. I'm going to tell anyone around me to confiscate my phones during episodes. But yeah, let's be kind, let's be nice. I don't think that this ruins my image. I think that it spread awareness to people who are struggling just the same way that I am.
Interesting. Well, gang, what do y'all think? Do you think that we're looking at somebody who is just too fixated on giving us this information via social media, or somebody who's really put in the right amount of effort into changing her situation? Okay. She said a few different things in this video that kind of went back on some of the things that she was saying before. Like, my family's gone. There's no way, nobody there to help me. And it's like, I don't know, maybe you just don't fuck with your family. Maybe y'all need to find a way to mend that bridge. Okay. If you have a family out there and your family is in any way, like, I'm not just talking about parents, because, immediate parents, sometimes your immediate parents might be fucked up. Mom doing whatever she does, or might not be around, or pop, same thing. You feel me? But aunts, uncles, all that type of shit, like, we got to reach out and find different ways instead of just doing this car shit. That's all I'm saying. You know what I'm saying? But I'll say again, salute to Plush. I asked in a poll over here in the chat, I asked, should Plush pull up to We Love Hip Hop? 71% of y'all said yes, and 29% of y'all said no. So the invitation is there. It is open. All right. Maybe we can get you to come through, do an episode with. I don't think that Dusty's going to sit with you, but the rest of the men can sit with you, and we can have a conversation. And hopefully from there, we can even talk behind the scenes of helping to change your situation. So salute to Plush once again. Keep doing your thing. I got some more outside of the hip hop realm type of things to get to, because the tow truck wars that I've covered a bunch of times on this, as well as had a official tow truck yard owner and driver on the show. I thought it kind of cooled off because we didn't have a lot of coverage, but it started to heat up again, literally. So I'm gonna play a video over here, courtesy of CP24. about some things that were going on. Actually, like a bunch of cars, or I think a whole tow truck yard, got burned down over in Brampton. So let's pull up the video and see what's going on with the tow trucks.
After fire has damaged, Peel Police are investigating after fire has damaged a couple of heavy tow trucks in Brampton overnight.
CP24's Courtney Heels joins us live from the scene with more on this. Good morning, Courtney. It certainly looks brighter where you are now, and I'm sure you're getting a better vantage point of the damage that's been caused.
Yeah, and it's quite a bit of damage. I mean, several vehicles on fire overnight here along Rutherford Road, guys, and it looks as though this is arson. I'll show you the scene now. So we're on the other side of the yellow police tape, Peel Regional Police holding the scene, and they are investigating. You can see there's obvious damage to this one heavy tow in front of us. These are the big tow trucks that are brought in to move other trucks or buses. There's damage to this black SUV in between the heavy tows, and then there's this red one also with quite a bit of damage. This all happened at about 3 o'clock in the morning, and I'm going to share with you now some surveillance video from the scene. This is from the building that faces this parking lot. You can see in this video, there's a man who arrives overnight. He's got a white shirt on, some gray pants, and it seems like he's focused on that red heavy tow. And you should be able to see in the video, he's kind of walking around. It appears as though he's pouring something, likely some sort of accelerant, some gasoline around the heavy tow. He kind of goes around the back of the black vehicle.
Yo, these trucks are expensive as hell, fam. Like, we're talking about a few $100,000 between all of these trucks right here. Holy.
A few seconds pass, and then you see the flame. So the fire starts. He takes off. Police not saying much at this point, but it's very likely they'll be looking at this as arson. We talked to the owner of this white cargo van. You can see there's also a lot of damage here. He said he showed up for work this morning, ready to pick up his truck, and he found out about the fire. He's also seen that surveillance video.
There was a guy on the road, like he came behind the building from the main road, and he put some like oil. There is 2 tow trucks like parked, and he put the oils to both of them. But you know, my truck is parked next, so my truck is also got fired.
Damn.
And that man I talked to said he's going to be out of work for a couple of weeks. He's pretty devastated to see all the damage to his vehicle. He needs to do his job. The question here, guys, is this arson? I mean, it's kind of obvious based on what we're seeing from that surveillance video, but also is it connected to a fire from last week? We covered another very similar situation story where there was several tow trucks set on fire in the middle of the night on this same road we're on. That's Rutherford. It's about a 2-minute drive from where we are at another lot. And in that case, Peel Police said it was arson. They said they were looking for 4 or 5 suspects. So the question.
Yo, these guys, it's like when I did my interview with the tow truck yard owner and driver, he was saying it's more than these guys just competing over tow truck space or friggin' having competition of tow truck yard to tow truck yard. It's a lot of underworld shit that ends up spilling into the quote unquote tow truck game, because these niggas is fighting over drug debts and gambling debts and all different types of things that they got going on, and also happen to own a tow truck yard. So what we gonna do? We're gonna burn up your tow truck yard. That's one of your public businesses that we can go and fuck up because you owe me money for like 10 bricks. You feel me? So it's not always, it's actually rarely because, oh, you guys are picking up too many cars and you're impeding on my business. Like, to do all of this type of damage, it's got to be way beyond that.
Of course, for these investigators will be, is there a link and what's the motive? Why would someone be doing this deliberately? So certainly a lot of questions this morning and a lot of damage. We'll leave you with this live look of what we can see. We can get really close to this scene. The fire crews have all cleared. It's just the police on scene holding this investigation and again, looking for those answers in this case.
Look at that. Ironic. They got the barbecue right behind there. Yo, actually, I wonder if that's what they use. They probably use the barbecue to friggin' light up everything up.
Over to you.
Yeah, and Courtney, I just noticed a barbecue behind that Ford SUV in between those 2 tow trucks with a propane tank there, etc. Kind of an unusual, not what you would expect to see perhaps at one of those yards, but yeah, nevertheless, you can see as Tom pulls out here, yeah, you can see there's a barbecue.
Yeah, that doesn't even look like that was involved in the fire. That looks like they put that shit there after, like a some kind of note.
Or Brian.
You know what I'm saying?
Pardon me. Yeah.
Yeah.
Very strange.
We, Nick, when we arrived here and we saw that, we all kind of commented on that too. Of course, you see that and you think, okay, is that the accelerant? It doesn't look like it. It's possible that barbecue is just here because there are several people who work out of this building, at least from what I can see. Maybe, you know, it's just here and people have lunch outside. I don't know. It doesn't look as though it's associated. I don't see any damage. Of course, you see that and you wonder what's going on, given it was in the middle of this fire. We'll ask fire crews and police about that too. But I think it just happened to be here based on what I can kind of see.
Okay.
It's a calling card, in my opinion. Let's see, because I did see another video over here. The group behind tow truck violence in Toronto dismantled. Really? Because this is from a couple of months ago or a few weeks ago. No, I don't think anything got dismantled there. Right? Across Canada for Thursday. Let me see.
Hello and welcome to CTV News Across Canada for Thursday, June 19th. We've got the top local stories from coast to coast. Stories that affect you and the country. Thanks for joining us.
Police allege this suspect is a member of an organized crime group called the Union.
A form of intimidation directed at a victim who is part of
the Union
truck industry.
In Toronto's East End near Broadview and Queen Street East back on March 15th, the suspect throws what officers say is a Molotov cocktail at something just off screen.
The group was believed to be responsible for numerous acts.
Let me address this here quickly. Trap says, looks like fraud thing. I don't know, man. It might be way bigger than fraud, but fraud could be involved as well. You know what I'm saying? Like, these guys are going hard in the paint. Like, people also die in these things too. Remember they had the incident the other day where they shot up the one restaurant that was supposed to be connected to the tow truck wars. Like the restaurant just opened day one and they went in there and just just try to mow down people in the place, yo.
The violence intended to gain control over the towing industry.
In another video, suspects also allegedly working for the Union appeared to be lighting vehicles on fire at what investigators say is a rival towing yard in Whitby on February 17th.
Numerous people are now facing charges related to directing and participating in the activities of a criminal organization, along with multiple conspiracies to commit murder.
Toronto police announced the arrest of 20 suspects, leading to 111 charges, including dozens for conspiracy to commit murder.
20 suspects with 2 guns? That's it? They got the wrong guys.
2 guns and 4 vehicles seized, including armored plated vehicles.
We are at the upper echelon. We are with the group that was organizing and hiring the acts of violence. And it's quite telling that none of them have criminal records or are before the courts because they are the higher level.
Police say many of them operated tow trucks in the city for a long time. In corporate documents obtained by CTV News, one of the suspects, Joseph Jensikumar from Oshawa, is listed as the director of Joshua Roadside as of March 13th of this year. The Social Bar and Lounge, Mansion Kitchen and Bar, both in Pickering, and Pundi Bakery in Scarborough are all listed in court documents obtained by CTV News as the target for conspiracy to commit murder charges.
Damn.
The date of the alleged plot, court documents list as between March 7th or 8th, the day after gunmen.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Hold on. I was going to say, like, you know how I was just mentioning how some of these guys, they own tow truck yards and stuff like that, but doesn't necessarily mean that it's a tow truck war. Because, yes, it's a tow truck war because from tow truck yard to tow truck yard, these guys are fucking up each other's shit. But these are business owners who own multiple businesses. You can see right there, the man's own restaurant, all these social nightclubs, all this types of shit, and a tow truck yard. So we could shoot up your tow truck yard or burn down your tow truck yard, but we could also shoot up your restaurant. You know what I'm saying? It's not about just the tow trucks itself. It's whatever organized crime factions that are beefing with each other. But also there is the tow truck stuff involved in it. All right? Yeah, those Dracos are looking crazy. Like I told y'all, they went in there and they went crazy. Let me just play that quick.
Fired rounds at the Piper Arms.
Yeah, let me get that off the screen. It's a little bit too much. It's too hot.
Pub in Scarborough.
Acts of violence on a mass scale were deterred and prevented.
The joint investigation with York Region, Durham, the OPP, and Toronto Police, dubbed Project Yankee, began in October 2024 and led to wiretaps targeting individuals associated with the union and its members.
What they've done essentially is cut the head off that snake.
Police say this will make a difference, but did not say how many other organized crimes.
You know that video I showed you guys just now of the tow truck yard getting burnt down happened like last week, right? This video is from 6 months ago. Fuck out of here.
Crime groups could potentially be at work in the GTA.
They're either going to go underground and hide because they think they're next, or as we've often seen with drug gangs that have been taken down before, that they will try and move in and backfill this void that is now out there.
Police say as of now, all 20
they backfilled the void.
20 suspects remain in custody. The project came to an end a week ago on the 11th with the execution of 14 search warrants. Police say
the project is done. I'm sure they have another project going on that we'll find out about later on, but they might have had to continue that one. You arrested 11 or 20 people, got 2 guns, and they've done nothing but just mush up the place since. So you've done nothing, right? You've postured for us. And in the end of the day, this is 6 months ago. You know how many of those people are probably on road already? Out of the 20 people, probably like 18 of them are probably on road already. So what are we doing over here, B? Just doing stuff so we could feel a little bit better. Oh, they're helping to solve the tow truck wars. They ain't doing shit. We probably know more about the tow truck war over here on the We Love Hip Hop Network, and I'm not talking about just us. I'm saying through watching, doing research, having common sense, we probably know more than what the police is telling us that they know. Not to say they don't know shit. They're just making it like, oh, it's the tow truck guys, it's the tow truck guys. Like, nah, y'all know that these guys are whatever family is beefing with this family and this gang beefing with this gang, and you're just calling it tow truck war. So after a while, like, you got to stop pissing on our leg and telling it it's raining. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's more than a tow truck war. Just call it what it is. It's a fucking gang war. Yes, they're burning down tow truck yards, but it's a gang war. Holy. I feel like sometimes, like, when people just think that we're stupid, it's annoying, bro. But salute to, I have nobody to salute. There's nobody to salute in here. Okay? Y'all just keep me out of it. There's one thing I want to show you guys, because that guy Nick Shirly, and I should have kept my YouTube open. That guy Nick Shirly dropped another video. The same guy who did the videos, or the last video on the Somali scams and the Learning Center or the Learning Center over there in Minnesota. Apparently that place has gotten closed down now. That video went viral. It probably has 10 million views at this point. He made a part 2. All right. Hold on, let me read this comment here before I get into this. This Plush not putting in enough work, to be honest. In a roundabout way, that's what I was saying in the segment here. But I do feel that sentiment a little bit. Let's find this guy, Nick Shirly. Because his name got super heavy SEO. I was watching the video the other day. So this is only 2 days old. And it has 1.3 million views. We expose, hold on, let me see if I can find the original one. 3 weeks ago, 3.7 million views. So yeah, I really overshot that. Not 10 million views, but 3.7 is a lot. This guy's caking up. Some people are saying he's a fraud. But
apartment, somewhere in a
$85 million in all payments to child.
I'm asking No. You don't ask me nothing.
$2.25 million.
Get out. Are we the only community that does fraud?
How come they said this building was closed? Do you guys know where Advanced Mobility is?
Advanced Mobility?
Yeah, we're looking for it. Never heard of it?
They know we're shining the light on the fraud, and they have no defense.
Would you like to see anybody in the government here held accountable?
Most definitely.
most definitely, because there can definitely be an allocation of funds.
The Minnesota fraud scandal continues to get worse and worse as billions of dollars of fraud has been exposed. And as I showed the world the blatant fraud taking place at daycares and other locations across Minnesota, it became the most viewed video expose on the internet and created instant change within the government as the Fed sent thousands of federal agents to Minnesota, and the HHS froze over $185 million in all payments to childcare. And while politicians like Tim...
They sent friggin' ICE over to Minnesota trying to pick them people up. I asked in the poll, do you think that this guy, Nick Shirly, is really the fraud? And to be honest, I don't. Or I don't know. Maybe I do. But yeah, I don't. But the reason I'm asking that question is because people are saying, and this is on Twitter and a few different places, that this guy's really a fraud. He went to these daycare centers at weird times just so that he can try to catch them slipping. He's really trying to doctor everything he's doing and blah, 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 blah. And maybe it's just me. Sometimes I have a very conservative mind state. I'm like, y'all sound like you're coping. So I'm just going to ask you guys just to see how y'all feel about it, just to check the temperature. You know what I'm saying? Because he's making a shitload of money too, but he might just be also just doing his due diligence, right? Doing a service to society. Who knows?
Waltz call people like me white supremacist and far-right delusional conspiracy theorists for exposing the fraud. Meanwhile, he actually dropped out of running for re-election. The Minnesota fraud scandal has erupted the nation as protests and riots took place, all starting because daycares like Quality Learning Center were exposed. However, the daycares is only a small portion of the fraud taking place in Minnesota. In this video, I will take you into what has continued to allow this fraud to happen and connect all of the dots for you, exposing all the fraud from strange connections of the business owners and the politicians who have openly admitted to the fraud on live TV. And to dive deep into the fraud, I met back up with the local David, who has been investigating this widespread fraud scandal for years. So here in Minnesota, you have daycare fraud, you have adult daycare fraud, you have healthcare fraud, and you even have more fraud. What's some of the fraud that's also taking place here inside of Minnesota?
Well, what I think might be sort of the heart of the beast here is this transportation fraud. And what I mean by that is in Minnesota, we have something called non-emergency medical transportation, NEMT. My research has shown that there are about 1,020 such companies in Minnesota, and more than 90% of them are Somali owned.
And so right here on the table, what do we have? All this information right here.
So I have a number of companies that are local here in the Twin Cities, and this is just...
I gotta let that breathe for a second. That's kind of crazy still. These guys own almost all of the non-emergency transport situations. Like, damn. That's pretty slick still.
A fraction of the companies that are out there. What I found was that the national average for a non-emergency medical transportation company is 20 vehicles per company. A lot of these companies, their address is an apartment, some are in a house, some are in a convenience store, some of them in a vacant building. There's no signage, there's nobody there.
And so why would there be such a need for all these transportation companies here inside of Minnesota?
So if you think of this transportation as the hub of the wheel, so childcare is a spoke, adult daycare is a spoke, autism is a spoke, the interpreter services, which we can get into, that's another spoke. It all ties back to transportation. Why?
The interpreter services too. Yeah, I gotta translate.
Because those meals someone had to deliver those meals. Someone has to deliver the kid to autism, or say they did. So it all revolves around the transportation. And so when you're looking at this, you say, okay, well, let's just be conservative. Let's go on the low side. Let's say there are only 800 Somali-owned non-emergency medical transportation companies in Minnesota. Well, again, the average is 20 vehicles per company. So that's 800 times 20. And the way these NEMT companies are paid is if they bring someone to a doctor's appointment, whatever the case might be, or Costco or wherever they're going, because remember, it's non-emergency medical transportation. Well, we went to Costco because they have to eat or they'll die. So that's considered, right? So it's almost impossible to figure out from the outside what exactly the payments are for each of these trips. But I have a pretty good idea. So when someone provides a transportation to a facility or a location, they're also paid for the time to sit there and wait for the appointment to end and then drive the person back. So they're paid 3 different ways. And the average is going to be $50 per trip. So it's going to the appointment as a trip, coming back trip. So that's $100 per round trip.
Yeah. I know there's a part of these guys that are saying, yo, this is fraudulent, this is fraudulent. Part of me is saying this is just good business or a good hustle. Especially like if you're somebody from another country, language barriers, all these different things you got going on, you know, racism, all these different things. You can say, you know what? I found myself a good business. I found a good way to make some money. And it doesn't have to be completely above board. But that's just my way of thinking. Don't follow my path. You know, people have said, yo, Friday for mayor, but I probably just fuck up the fun somehow, bro.
So if you have 800 companies in Minnesota that are NEMT companies, they all own 20 vehicles, and they're all making 10 trips a day, and it's $50 per trip. So it's 800 times 20 times 10 trips times $50 a trip. Do the math. And the reality is, how many of these trips are being provided? 0. They don't have to provide any. Why? Because when they are paid by the state of Minnesota, these companies go online and they fill out a form, and it just says, okay, how many trips, how many miles. They submit that electronically to the state, and boom, they get paid. Nobody bothers to check. They don't call the dentist. Did this kid show up? They don't do anything. As soon as that form is filed with the state of Minnesota, that payment goes out immediately.
And so essentially,
whose fault is that, fam? And listen, if it's a fraud, it's a fraud. Okay, whatever. Whose fault is that? Who left that gaping hole in the system, fam? Where you guys are just allocating the funds without seeing any kind of proof. I'm sure not only Somali people are running that scam, because from what I'm hearing right there, and you guys exposed the scam already, so I guess it's going to be harder to just follow up and do that. If I heard that there was a hole in the system like that, I'm not Somali. I'm going to take that chance too, because that sounds crazy. All right. Cecil says, by the way, Friday, you should cover Anjou versus STL gang war in Montreal. Big drill rappers on both sides too. I got to get into a Montreal segment, but I got to do some homework for the next one. I have a really big case with some Montreal business owners who are connected to that Ryan Weddings guy, but I need to do more research first. But yeah, let's continue.
Actually, these transportation companies are what hold all of the fraud together, because you have the daycare centers working with the transportation companies, the adult daycare centers working with the transportation companies, the healthcare companies working with the transportation companies. So it's just another way to bill and to also make it look like something's happening here inside of Minnesota.
This is the belly of the beast. All of this fraud revolves around these transportation companies. All of it. This touches every part of fraud here in Minnesota.
And today we're going to go confront these people. We confronted them last time. There was no kids in any of the child care centers. And today, what do you expect to see?
That's cap, because then they showed videos after where there was kids in child care centers. So don't do that.
I think we're going to see some vehicles because, you know, when I drive around the cities here, I see these Somalis driving. Mostly it's like a Plymouth Caravan or whatever. And there's never, ever been a passenger. And in 7 years, I've never seen a passenger in any of these vehicles.
Damn.
I've followed some of them. They're going to Costco. They're going to Sam's Club. They're going to Walmart. The driver gets out, goes in there, loads up a shopping cart, comes in, puts it in the van, and off they go back to where they live.
And now we're going to go out and see what's happening with these transportation companies.
And here's the other thing. Tim Walz and the Department of Human Service, you threw the people of Minnesota under the bus. Shame on you, and I'm coming for you.
You heard it here first.
Yeah, get at them. Thank you. Why are you getting at the Somali people and whoever else is taking advantage of all of these holes in the system? Get at your freaking governor.
David. All right, let's go.
Get at your
So
mayor.
where's the first location we're going to?
The first location is a company called Safari Transportation, Cedar Avenue South in Minneapolis.
Let's go.
And so what makes Safari Transportation Company an interesting transportation company?
Well,
allegedly fraudulent.
Well, the thing about Safari is that they've been registered since 2015 with the state of Minnesota as operating vehicles. And again, the national average for a non-emergency medical transportation company is 20 vehicles. So if they've got 20 vehicles and they're at 607 Cedar Avenue, I have no idea where there's parking them because there is no parking anywhere near this office.
Let's see.
We've arrived to the transportation company. We're outside, and right there we have a Loving Arms adult daycare. All the windows are completely boarded out right there.
Damn.
It's supposed to be a transportation company registered.
I'm trying to help y'all niggas a little bit, but bro, you gotta give us nigga. You gotta help us back a bit, man. Help us to help you.
We've arrived to the transportation company. We're outside, and right there we have a Loving Arms adult daycare. All the windows are completely boarded out right there, and there's supposed to be a transportation company registered right here. It's 617, but it's a liquor store. Okay, so the location here is 607 and also 617. These are two transportation companies. We're on a main road right now, and this is 607, and it is not a transportation company. It's actually a money transfer, but it's registered here, 607. This does not look like Safari Transportation. Where is the transportation company?
I don't see any signs denoting that there's any transportation. It's all just looks like money wiring. But if you look at the Secretary of State's office,
money going to Somalia,
state of Minnesota, Safari Transportation, 607 Cedar Avenue, and it's been registered here since 2015. That was the original filing.
So let's see if we have the manager. Let's see if we can find FOD. Hello. How are you? We're looking for the transportation company.
Safari Transportation?
Looking for Safari Transportation?
No, there's no Safari Transportation.
Yo! Don't do it, bro. You know the thing is, this guy, he's chilling in there. He doesn't know that this is going to happen today. Man's just walking in, two white men. He's just living his life. And here we go.
607 Cedar Avenue, and it's been registered.
How are you? We're looking for the transportation company.
Safari Transportation?
Looking for Safari Transportation.
Look at this guy behind the counter. Huh? What?
No, there's no Safari Transportation here.
No Safari Transportation?
Safari Transportation, 607 Cedar Avenue.
We're just, look, they got a clothing store in here and the freaking Money Express. They've doing a lot.
Looking for Safari Transportation.
We don't know.
So, but this is registered for Safari Transportation, 607.
Okay, we don't know.
We're asking where Safari Transportation is.
We don't know.
Okay, so the business is not here.
Don't record.
Fuad Omar?
Fuad Omar?
We don't know. This, do you see this? What is this?
Money transferring.
That's it.
Okay,
Well, this is
registered.
from the state.
This is fraud taking place. This is supposed to say, this is for Safari Transportation.
Yo, see? This is the antagonization going on right here. Why antagonizing mans, bro? Just take your information and walk out and be like, yo, the man said that it was supposed to be a transport company. This guy say we don't know what they're talking about. Keep it moving. You know, actually, no, because it's better for us.
Go find out.
Yeah, we did find out. This is fraud right here.
Registered here
This is
since
registered.
2015.
2015?
Safari Transportation, state of Minnesota.
2015.
Well, but it's registered now. This is current, just off the state of Minnesota website today.
Sir,
This is from today. I just printed this off today. Fuad Omar.
go check it out.
We're here. This is 607. Where's Safari
607.
Transportation?
Okay, it's no Safari, period.
Okay, so it's a fraudulent business.
Did you see Safari anything here?
Exactly.
Did you see?
Exactly. It's not
Did you
here.
see it?
This guy's
It's a
just
fraud.
digging himself a deeper hole.
Okay, thank you. We're going to go to the next address. All right, let's keep moving on. So 607, this is supposed to be Safari Transportation, no transportation company. And now we're going to 617.
He didn't even realize what the hell he was doing. He just like, there's no safari here. No. It's like, bro, you're supposed to say yes. You know he's gonna talk to his homie later on, or his uncle or whoever. You can be like, bro, so what? The man came into the shop, and what was he asking? He was asking if it was a transportation company. And what did you say? I said, hell no. Son. Bro, what do you see over here? Money transfer, right? What do you see? Come on. Muhammad, what are you talking about? It's money transfer. You can be like, bro, Abdi, what are you doing? You're supposed to say yes. What did he look like? He had cameras?
Another transportation company, however, it is actually Cedar Riverside Liquor. Where is the transportation company?
617.
617 right here?
Dreamline Transportation for the state of Minnesota is registered to 617 Cedar Avenue South.
And it's a liquor store. David, they aren't even trying to hide.
It's a good question you're asking over here, Sosa or Sasso. Why is he pressing a random NPC that has nothing to do with Safari? That's who you're supposed to press. Ain't nobody deleting your comments. I don't even have no mods in here right now. Yeah, that's who we're supposed to press. You're supposed to press the person who don't know shit. Because look what he just did. He's supposed to say yes. All right, we got trucks somewhere else. We keep them parked somewhere else. We're trying to maximize the amount of business that we're trying to do underneath this name. So, yeah, it's a transport company, but I also keep my check cashing company or my money transfer company in here, and we keep the truck somewhere else. What else do you want to know? And then keep it moving. But he don't know shit. He doesn't know the plan. He's been sitting in there doing this thing for like probably the last 10 years. Nobody told him after the fact that he got the store like, nah, bro, you're supposed to say if the police come in here or anybody that it's a truck transporting company or a transport company, right? He don't know. It's fucked up, bro.
That's the transportation companies. Where are the vans at?
Should we ask?
Should have known.
Hey, we're looking for Dreamline Transportation.
What's that?
Now we're in 617 Dreamline Transportation.
See, he asked the right question. He about to fuck it up. He about to fuck it up.
Where is the transportation company?
No, we don't have this.
You ever heard of Safari Transportation?
Safari, I know Safari, that money wiring, 607.
The money wiring?
Yeah.
Okay, that's money wiring.
Yeah.
We're looking for Safari Transportation.
607.
They said they never heard of it.
I never did. Safari company, the money wiring, they send money there. That's the 607.
So Safari gets the money and then they wire it out.
Yeah, the money.
That man just said that Safari is actually a money wiring company, so therefore they're receiving money and then wiring it somewhere underneath the name of a transportation company.
So he said to go here.
Suite A right here. And then you have 617A right here, but this is reliable services, immigration, travel, and tax. I do not see a transportation company anywhere.
Good morning. Hey.
Oh, these guys are putting mans under pressure, bro. Damn.
We're hoping to find Dreamline Transportation. You ever heard of it?
I've never heard of it. Ask this one.
He said to ask here. That you
guys are fucking up the play, bro. Bro.
Would know.
Ask next to it. This is a mailbox. It's not a real call.
So, Dreamline Transportation could be nothing more than a mailbox. 834.
So it could be one of these mailboxes. Well,
okay, see you later.
607.
Hold on, let me read
Safari
the comment over here.
Transportation.
What are you saying over here? Let's do the easy money. He says, I don't know what happened to my comment, but the kid Nick's been around for a minute, but recently blew up because of him exposing the corruption that is happening in Minnesota. Dude is just exposing corruption. Yeah, I've seen that his channel's been there. You know what I'm saying? This is not his first rodeo, but damn, bro. And I'm not even saying from the poll that I created that he is a fraud, because a big part of me is I don't think he is. He's just somebody who found a good lick for YouTube. But these guys are not making it easy for themselves, bro. it's like he's walking into places where all of these guys, they're just like fucking it up, bro. Like they don't even know what he knows or what he's even coming in there for, and then he just gets you. Like, bruh, I want to, give some bail to the Somali people, but you guys really look like you're pulling off mad scams, bro. I'm not gonna lie, bro. I'm not gonna say something's wrong with that because I'm not anybody holier than thou or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Go get your money, but if you get exposed, you get exposed, bro. You know what I'm saying? But go get your money same way.
Doesn't exist. It's actually a money wiring business. 617 Dreamline, inside of there, it's actually a liquor store. And then 617A is a place where there's a bunch of mailboxes and it says reliable ITT services. How are you doing, man?
I just want to ask you.
Yes, sir.
Why are you sensationalizing the propaganda?
What are we sensationalizing?
Let's go. Attack our community. What's your final objective?
We're not attacking your community by any means.
Are you making good money from this?
We're looking for.
Yes, he got 3 million views in like a week or so. He's not doing. And people are gonna call me, that forest animal. That rhymes with booms. But I don't even think he's doing it on some racist shit. I think he's just like, bro, I got a lot of views off that shit, bro. Let's go. Let's get into all of the Somali shit. It has some good SEO in the algorithm. Trump went off the other day, called them dirty country and all kind of wild shit. He's like, oh, look at the SEO. Look at the views, Crow. And he pulled up. So let me get some of that money. Let me get some of that AdSense.
Fraud. No, for instance, can you answer our question? Where's Safari Transportation Company 607? It's not there.
Yeah, he's going to expose some fraud and he's going to try to do his good deed. But if the AdSense went off, would he still be doing it? Like, salute to Gideon, or Gideon. He does his pred catch and stuff like that, and his channel's not monetized. They can't monetize that shit on that channel. Like, I always see him advertising for the website that you can go to the EDP Watch website and do and donate to help these guys keep doing their thing. And they're doing a good deed for society, getting preds off the street. Thank you. But he's one person who channel's not monetized. I'm going to keep it moving. I'm going to keep going, and I'm going to keep doing this service to society. I don't know if Nick's AdSense went off tomorrow, like if he just did something like he put something on the screen that was just that was super against the YouTube guidelines, or he said something super inflammatory that made him where like he was super toxic and YouTube demonetized all his shit. I don't know if he's going to be that gung-ho about running up in these people's spot, bro. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people kind of like they deflate, they fizzle out after that. After they get demonetized, right? Especially if it's indefinitely. So, who knows? Who knows?
Why don't you answer?
How much money are
Why don't you answer the question? Where's 617 Dreamline Security?
How much money are you making?
I make money off of YouTube. That's how I make my money.
Exactly. So you're making money off of sensationalizing.
That my job
and attacking
is
the Somali community.
I'm not attacking you guys. We're asking.
I'll tell you the reason why
fraud,
this is happening. All right, let
David,
me tell you the reason why.
Fraud is fraud, correct?
Yes.
This has nothing to do with race. This is fraud. This is fraud.
Absolutely has to do with us being Muslim.
No, it does not.
All right, and us being from Africa. This is a constitutional argument. If you don't want us here, change the freedom of religion. Say, listen, we don't want Muslims in this country anymore.
We're not saying that.
No.
We're not saying that.
When I go
Sir,
onto
we're
your
talking
comments,
about fraud. When
I go onto your comments,
my comments.
What I see is people that say we do not want Muslims here. Kick every single Muslim in Minnesota out of Minnesota.
That's a comment.
You're preparing for the Somali community to maybe be taken to concentration camps, just like the Japanese community. All right. You're sensationalizing.
No, we're not.
All right,
Sir,
something that
answer
can
the question. Where is the transportation vehicle company?
Something that can jeopardize
answer the question.
The safety and the protection of the Somali community.
We're talking about.
I was with him Right until he got to the, oh, you're trying to demonize the Muslim community. Because there's a lot of Muslims that are not Somali. It's like, Islam is a big I was going to say, I'm not going to put any curse words around when I say the word Islam. Islam is a huge religion, okay? So there's a lot of people who are not Somali who are Muslim. You can't use that like it's an Islamophobia type of thing that's going on there, bro. I gotta be on Nick's side with that. Like, he's trying to expose fraud, bro. If it was another community, then he'd be exposing them. He said they are attacking them because they're Muslim. I don't know. Don't get it twisted. I understand there's heavy Islamophobia going on in America, okay, and here in Canada too, but heavy going on over there in America. But this fraud thing is, I never heard anything about Islam or anything, or like, oh, it's probably because you guys are Muslim that you're doing the fraud. You know what I'm saying? In my opinion, everybody's entitled to their opinion.
Anything happens to the Somali
We're talking
community.
about fraud.
Listen, I'm not doing anything. I'm not physically touching.
You're getting very close.
I'm not physically touching. No, I'm not physically touching them.
This is fraud. We're talking about fraud.
What you're
defending fraud.
When I go into your comments,
you're defending fraud.
People who hate Muslims
Okay,
want us out of here
people can say
for
what they
being
want.
Muslim.
I'm not censoring anybody.
Are using your material. Islamophobes use your material. People who hate Islam use your material. Say to us, we don't want you here. Change the constitution. But guess what? Let me tell you something. Guess what?
Say it. We're asking about fraud. We're asking about fraud.
You hate Muslims.
I'm not saying I hate Muslims. We're talking about fraud. We're talking about fraud.
Why are you attacking us?
This
are we
is
the
fraud.
only community that suffers because of fraud?
We're talking about fraud.
Are we the only community that does fraud? Are we the only community that does this?
This is about fraud.
Right,
Yo, they're going crazy in the hood right now, fam. Right? Hodia's out there, freaking.
There's what, 300 Somali providers in all of Minnesota?
There's actually 800.
Don't keep talking. Don't go
so,
you speak English, right? Your security doesn't even speak English. Listen, let me tell you something.
See, this isn't a race issue, sir. This is about fraud.
We have, what, 1,000 providers?
Yeah, you guys have a...
Even it's 2,000 providers. Okay, you want to sacrifice the safety of 80,000 people because of fucking 2,000 providers? Are you fucking mad? Are you stupid?
I'm not stupid. You're stupid. Where's the transportation company?
What about if a mass shooting happens in Minnesota? It will be because of you. It will be because of you. If any Somali gets hurt in Minnesota, it's because of Nick and Shirly.
This is about fraud.
One single Somali gets hurt.
This is about fraud, sir.
You sensationalizes. You son of a sensationalizes.
Wow, you're very nice.
Out of our neighborhood.
Very nice.
Get the out of our
sir,
neighborhood.
Can you tell me where the transportation
company is? Out of our neighborhood. We don't want you here. Get the out of here.
Calm down, sir.
Get the out of here.
His security is trash. I'm not gonna lie, like. And salute to the brother right here, because he's standing on business, standing on freaking stack of business. But his security is trash. Yo, Nick, you got to fire your security, bro. Because that would have been a tackle already, bro. From the time the word fuck came out of his... Yo, what? Tackle that nigga, bro. Put him down. Right? Don't get it twisted also. Nick shouldn't continue arguing with him. You should just stand down and be like, yo, this guy's in my face or whatever. But you escalate the argument. And now, like, man's putting all kind of get out of my neighborhood and Ray Tay, bro. Like, sheesh. Yeah. You might have to fire these guys, bro.
Sir, this is about fraud.
You wanted clicks?
You're sensationalizing yourself, sir.
You wanted clicks?
You're sensationalizing yourself.
Maybe I might want my security to be a little bit too overzealous. Like, he should have been already backed up on the wall. Like, yo, back up. Don't get close, all right?
You wanted clicks? You wanted the YouTube?
Tell me where the transportation vehicle is.
Clicks? You got YouTube clicks. Now get the out of our community.
Tell me where the transportation
vehicle is. Out of our community.
Tell me where the... This is about fraud.
Say I don't want Muslims.
This is about fraud.
Say I don't want Muslims here. Say it. I want to change the Constitution.
No, I don't want to change the Constitution.
See, he lost as soon as he started losing his composure.
Freedom of religion, and I don't want Muslim Somalis in Minnesota. Kick them out. I was born in this country. You have to take the passport away from me.
Relax.
That is what you are
Sir,
arguing for.
we're not talking.
Change the constitution.
This is about fraud.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Fuck out of our community.
This is about fraud.
It is a right-wing channel. I can see it like right away, right? But like I'm trying to say, these guys are not making it easier, fam. Have somebody with a story at least one of those locations, okay? Even with the fact, all right, I'm not even going to say if, with the fact that Nick Shirly has found a community that he can milk for some views, as well as say that, I'm doing something righteous. Like, bro, you got to cover your ass, especially if this guy's already done one video. Go tell these guys, like, if you see this guy in the neighborhood, don't even talk to him. Farthest more than answer his questions. Because as soon as he walked in there and they started answering his questions, he got them. Say, yo, if you see this guy, he has 3 million views on his last video. He's been moving around through all the neighborhoods, the Somali neighborhoods, trying to, trip us up in some shit. As soon as you see him walk into your store, don't even talk to him. Straight up. Don't give him the ammo is basically what my point is. Facts, man. Somalis ain't the only ones out here doing stuff like this, but the right-wing channels will always push that narrative and have no problem with people that are closed-minded views. Of course, I'm sure that the homie, what he's saying as far as the comment section, I'm sure it's disgusting. They probably are saying the most racist shit in this comment section, all kind of monkey emojis, all kind of go back to your country, all kind of thank God for ICE comments, all kind of bullshit. Like, bro, I be on the internet, but again, don't make it easy for this guy, bro, because he literally just went to one business and bang, tripped everybody up right away. Because everybody's doing fraud. If he went to Chinatown, oh my God. If he went to Chinatown, he'd be having a field day. But one of them triad niggas is going to shoot his fucking nose off. That's just a fact.
Out of our community. Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. Stupid fucking idiot.
Tell me what a transportation company is then.
Get the fuck out of here.
Obviously, for this video, we had to get security because look at this now.
Let's go.
Right, we're going.
He took some of that money from that last video, got himself some security because he knew this was coming.
But there is no transportation company in there. Fraud. There were no transportation companies.
No, none.
This isn't about race. This isn't against religion. This is about fraud. We're fighting fraud here. We're not fighting a race.
Well, and this is what happens when you put a spotlight on fraud. The people who are benefiting become extremely violent, and the Somalis are the most violent people I have ever met in my whole life.
Because you can.
This is what the homie's talking about, bro. Look at this guy's face. If he's not a racist, he definitely is. Look at the conviction, bro. Bumbleclot. This man lets the N-word with the hard ER fly at least 3 to 4 times a day just for his mental health. Just to make himself feel better. As soon as he gets back in his house, he just says it back to back. Feel better now. You know what I'm saying? Screams it into the pillow. Look at his face. This man wakes up and says it, bro. Just gets out of bed. Fucking hurt him. And the Somali people, a lot of Somalis, I'm not going to say all, but a lot of Somalis like, I ain't black. In his mind, I can't say the word, right? Because YouTube will freaking demonetize the video, but like, he's saying it right now in his mind. As soon as he slammed the door of that car, if Nick wasn't there with the camera and the nice mic in his face, he would have been like,
Answer the question. Where was the transportation company?
He wouldn't answer the question. All he did was make it about race and then issue threats.
Neither business was there or operating, and giving a very conservative estimate based off of David's numbers and other numbers online, it's fair to say each business is operating with an average of 20 vehicles and with a much lower and generous rate of $25 per trip. And with 10 alleged trips a day, each business is pulling an estimate of $1.3 million in gross revenue. And with those 2 locations alone, there's over $2.6 million in estimated fraud.
All right, what's the next location?
What's interesting, Nick, is that one of the places we just visited, the 617 Cedar Avenue South, that's for Dreamline Transportation. That's the address listed with the state of Minnesota. But the place that we're going right now is going to have vans that say Dreamline Transportation on them, but they haven't moved in months and months. You'll see they're covered with snow. There will be no tire tracks. And so why are they using this address? And all that was in there was a liquor store. And he told us to talk to the guy next door, and those were all just mailboxes. And then the guy next door said, go talk to him. I said, we just talked to him. Obviously, the cover up, and you see how...
I just booked it, eh? Nick don't got to do no work. Nick just had to pull up with the cameras, okay? This guy right here, he's had a vendetta for the last 20 years. From the time Somalis started moving into his neighborhood, and he's like, wait a minute. Where are all these Somalis? There's different blacks. Now there's the Somalis. We already are dealing with all of them African Americans. What the hell? We got to look into this. Somebody call the ombudsman. Somebody call the mayor. Hey, wait a minute. 2 more people moved in next door. Barbara, I just was driving home and I drove through such and such neighborhood. I don't know the neighborhoods in Minnesota, right? I was driving through the neighborhood and I realized one block had all of this Arabic writing on it. Like, what is going on over here? What is the world coming to? And since then, he's just been stewing, bro. Collecting information. Like, look at the man has his papers in his hands, bro. Nick didn't have to do shit. He found out that there was one racist white man in Minnesota who wants to get rid of all of them. And he said, yo, all right, let me just pull up on you. You got all the info. You could tell me where to go, and I'll just follow you. And you can go home and rage out later on, and I'm going to go home and film it, and maybe I'll break you off something, but maybe not. You seem like you're just doing it for the love of getting rid of them.
They all stick together, and it's all this intimidation, and thank God we had the security we did there, because that would have been bad.
Now we're outside of this transportation right here.
Especially with all of them black people there. You know how they get.
And so you can see these are the vans that say Dreamline. You can see the sticker on the window and the numbers on the rear. None of these vehicles have moved in 8 months. I've been taking date stamp photos. All these vehicles are in the exact same spot.
Yo, bro, you don't got a job. This nigga just driving around, checking on the plates, checking to see if cars moved. Like, Rusky, is this your job, bro? Let me see if I can expose these Somalis, bro. I need to get them out of here, fam. His wife is like, yo, well, when are you coming home? Don't worry, Barbara. I'm doing something. All right? Man just staked out in his car, looking at businesses. Like, bro, he might be retired. Because he's an old foot. I'm an old foot, but like he's an old foot. He might be retired, and this is like this is his passion project.
They were 8 months ago, and look, there's no tire tracks, so they haven't moved.
And this van as well, this is Dreamline. Dreamline was the location where we got chased out from the Somalis on 617 Cedar. And this is a vehicle from Dreamline that actually didn't even exist. It was a liquor store. And now it's here, and the vans haven't moved at all. Literally no vans, and no tire tracks anywhere. If these vans are being used to transport people, whether it be healthcare.
Yo, it's a fresh snow, brethren. Stop this, bro. Them vans moved like last week before the snow came down, bro. Stop this.
Childcare, there would be snow tracks. And there's 1, 2, 3,
I see
4,
tracks.
5, 6, 7.
Fam, what is this? That might not line up exactly, but I'm saying, fam, that's a track.
7, 8, 9, 10, 11 vehicles here. No snow tracks anywhere. These vehicles are not being used, and these transportation companies are making lots of money. Meanwhile, there's actually nothing to show for.
Here's where I'm going to call the cap. All right. As a man who shoveled some snow today, my back's mash up right now. If these cars haven't moved in several weeks or months, and it continues to snow over there in Minnesota, we are now in January. Minnesota is one of them cold places. So really cold places. So I'm sure that they started getting their snow from end of November, early December. All right. So if these cars haven't moved, like they're saying, and listen, this is me throwing some bail to the Somali community. If these cars haven't moved in weeks, almost months, you're going to see a pile of snow on top of these cars. Not the amount of level of snow that you're seeing on top of them right now. Okay. This is a light dusting of snow on top of these cars. When I went to go take my snow out, and you guys, all the people in the comment section who are here in the GTA in Toronto, y'all know if your car was in a parking lot, in a driveway, when you came outside, the car had enough snow that it looked like you had to shovel the snow off of the car. And that's in one snowstorm. You had to almost shovel the snow if it wasn't going to mash up the paint job. You feel me? But there's like a significant layer of snow about this high, enough that when you drive off, the snow will actually damage somebody's windshield behind you. This is not the amount of snow that I'm talking about, fam. For cars that haven't moved for weeks on weeks on weeks, from what the old man is saying, because he checked. Okay, these cars are not snowed the fuck down, like they've never moved. All right, I'm not some kind of investigator or forensic analysis guy or whatever, but just from my common knowledge of just whatever shoveling and busting up my back all the time, these cars look like they've been there for a day, 2 tops without moving, especially if snow keeps on accumulating. Like, let's stop the fuckery, bro.
Yeah, and so you can see these are the vans that say Dreamline.
These vehicles are not being used, and these transportation companies are making lots of money. Meanwhile, there's actually nothing to show for. Here's all of the vehicles right here.
Bare tracks,
the vehicles that are coming in and out, like this Toyota, it does not have anything to do with transportation company because there's no stickers on it and there's snow tracks. But the vehicles that are supposed to be used for transportation are literally locked in. Snow is building icicles. No one's even came out to remove the snow off the window. These transportation vehicles are not moving. And then right here, David has more.
I'm not gonna lie, them last ones right there, they look a little snowy still. That looks a little bit of an accumulative snow. Like this one looks like it's stuck in the bank. Like this hasn't moved for a minute.
Not moving. And then right here, David has more paperwork for Silver Mountain.
Of course, David has all the paperwork for Silver Mountain.
And there's 3 different companies in the same address.
Yeah.
So when we talk about how all these companies are intertwined, this is a perfect example of that.
And this is why these transportation companies are so essential to the fraud in Minnesota, because they allow the fraud to be supported, as the majority of the fraud is from welfare programs like daycares, autism centers, and adult daycares, and healthcare services. They need to leave a paper trail to make it look like something is happening. Therefore, they use these transportation companies to create that paper trail by saying they're moving people from an adult daycare to a healthcare provider, for example, but they actually never provide the service at the healthcare provider. But that paper trail allows them to continue to bill the state for the money, and everyone gets paid. That's why this fraud is so deep and hard to dismantle, because quite literally everyone is involved.
And it's all because
I'm not gonna lie, but if the business is true, not sick to my stomach. This is pretty good planning. Y'all mad? You mad, nigga? I'm sorry. I don't want to sound like one of them assholes, but like, bro, that's brilliant. Don't be mad because niggas came up with a brilliant plan, bro. Come up with your own plan, Mr. Privilege.
because the state of Minnesota never checks.
All right, so this is actually the location for Silver Mountain, Inc., LLC, and Co.
Let's go. Come on,
Let's see
Abby.
if
You'll
any-
be all right.
Yes,
get our
we're wondering
story
where
straight.
Silver Mountain.
Silver Mountain?
Silver Mountain.
Oh, I don't know that. What is this?
It says 2722 Park Avenue.
Where
Is
is
Silver Mountain here?
Silver Mountain. You don't have a permission to do that.
Okay,
You
so
were
Silver
ju-
Mountain does not exist.
You were
No, the name,
doing
the name's
shit.
got, the name's
I
got
don't-
Silver
don't-
Mountain. It's just Silver Mountain.
Don't ask
Home
me
Health
that.
Care.
When you come,
All right,
So
There we
Silver
go.
Mountain-
so
This
Silver,
is not a way.
so
That's
Silver
not the
Mountain
way
does
to
not
run the
exist.
business.
27
You're making
This is how you do it, okay? Just follow through. The first guy answer the question. You fucked up, bro. When these guys leave, beat that nigga down, okay? Beat his ass. But what this guy's doing right here, that's what you're supposed to do. Get out. Leave my business. Come out of here with these cameras. We're not answering no questions. Silver, what? I have no answers to those questions until you get the fuck out of my freaking establishment, bro. Leave. That's what you're supposed to do. Don't answer no questions, brethren.
do that.
Okay,
You
so
were
Silver
ju-
Mountain does not exist.
You were
No, the name,
doing.
the
I don't
name's
give a
got,
shit.
the name's
I
got
don't-
Silver
don't-
Mountain. It's just Silver Mountain.
Don't
Home
ask
Health
me
Care.
that. When you come,
All right,
Leave.
sir. Well,
Out.
so
this is
Silver,
not a way.
so
that's
Silver
not the
Mountain
way
does
to
not
run the
exist.
business. You're making a
2722
business.
Park
You have
Avenue.
millions of people watching you.
Silver
You're making
Mountain.
business to
Okay,
different
sir.
people.
2720.
You have millions of people watching right
Yes.
now. Where is Silver Mountain?
I don't
Home
know
Health
where
Care?
Silver Mountain is.
Okay, well, that's what we're
But-
looking for. All right, we're moving on.
Sitting there-
So Silver Mountain does not exist. David, we're just simply asking for where is Silver Mountain?
Listen, I'm sorry, bro, but I just gotta be real when I give my takes, bro. Y'all niggas are stupid, bro. How you such good at doing fraud, but be dumb as fuck about hiding the shit, bro? Come on, bro. Answer no questions, bro. Are you police? You're a YouTuber, fam. I got no answers for you. Bounce. As soon as the man's like, yo, but by the way, is it Silver Mountain? And then this guy's like, no. You fucked up, bro. Why did you do all of that woofing for you to go and answer the question that he's asking? Idiot. Stupid.
Home
I
Health
can't
Care.
find any of these companies. I mean, this is shocking. 3 companies are supposed to be in that building, and he's never heard of them. He doesn't know anything about them.
See, they didn't have to they didn't have to have this information while they're walking away. He's never heard of them. They could have just been like, wow, these guys are super hostile. They're not even answering any of our questions. I think they're frauds, but technically they never answered any questions. Stop being dumb, bro. You guys already know that the man has a YouTube video. You said, yo, you're talking to millions of people. So then why, dummy, are you answering his questions?
And look, so they don't exist there. Right there, Somali Senior Center and Adult Day Services, a daycare right there. All these welfare companies are in the same location, but their businesses, that business didn't even exist.
It's all fraud, all of it.
So right there is a transportation company, no passenger, just a driver. How come you think when it comes time to take accountability for what's happening, or just to answer simple questions about the fraud, they can't answer?
Well, I think their reaction tells you all you need to know. The reaction is so violent that if there was no fraud going on, they would say, what are you talking about? They would have a civil conversation, but they can't because they know we're shining the light on the fraud and they have no defense. So in their mind, being loud and using profanity is their only defense.
Because I'm trying to give them the opportunity to say, where are the transportation companies? Where are the daycare? Where are the children? Where are the companies now? Yet they can't answer.
And to this point, Nick, the transportation companies we've been to, we haven't seen a single vehicle at any of them. In fact, some don't even exist. We can't even find them. We're going to the addresses that are listed on the Secretary of State's website as their business address.
This is a massive parking lot here. We're gonna go ask them where their vehicles are. They should not have any excuse as to why they don't have their vehicles here, other than if they are out driving right now. And what's the story behind this business?
Well, this business is new as of March of 2024. It's Muhammad Malim is the registered agent for 713 Minnehaha Avenue East.
Me and David headed into this building. However, the owner was not there. We're here at the suite of Epimonia Transport LLC. There's actually not even a sign here. And anyone here, it looks like there's a guy over here. Let's see if we can talk to him really quick. Do you know about Epimonia Transport here?
So there was a transportation company here in 305 for a long time, even before I joined the building a few years ago.
There we go.
He's never really here. I've seen the office a couple times. There's barely anything in there but a couch. And then I see him maybe twice a month at if so.
And there's no transport vehicles outside. Massive parking lot, but no transport.
I've never seen one. I've been here for 3 years and I'm always here. I'm a workaholic. I'm just nonstop here. So I know everybody in the building, and this specific space here is probably the most sketchy out of any other business here. Everyone else is here. They're friendlier. He just pops in and out.
For instance, this guy, Muhammad.
This guy right here, bro. Friggin' Triple H over here. Racist snitch, bro. Racist snitch. The most racist of snitches.
Should have his business in 308. There should be transportation vehicles outside. There's nothing.
That's weird that you say 308 because he's always been in 305 for the last 3 years.
Wow, so he's even lying on his public records with the government.
I would assume if he was to make and doing fraud, it makes sense to switch it up and throw people off track. It would be the first thing somebody would do, I would think.
So why are you just eating up all the information this guy's giving you? Like, bro, you're just nondescript white man with long hair. He's like, yeah, there's supposed to be an 603, but I think there was a 601, and I never really see him around too much. So they must be doing fraud. Like, nigga, shut your mouth, man. Mind your fucking business, nigga.
Fraud has started to be exposed. Muhammad has left the scene, and that guy just said, he confirmed that there's never even been transportation vehicles outside. So Muhammad has completely left the scene. He's nowhere to be found, and this parking lot, massive parking lot, actually never even had any transport vehicles according to the guy.
Bruh, your last video did 3 million views in like friggin' a week. Yes, Muhammad left.
Guy who lived or had his office next to Muhammad. How quick do you think the fraud would dry out here in Minnesota if they were to cut out the transportation side of the fraud?
I think it would have a massive effect, and that the signal that would send would let people know the party's over.
Because if me and you were to go to the doctor, we either have to find a family member, drive ourselves, or pay for an Uber. How come they even have this set up?
Yeah, I tried to arrange a ride with one of.
You know where they should go? They should go and try to see what kind of fraud is going down in the Polish community. They should maybe go check even in the Greek community. You know what? Let's try and see what kind of criminal activity and fraudulent and government sifting is happening in the Russian community. Let's try that. Go for it, Nick. Try that. And I'm not saying that just because these are people like, you know, Caucasians, white people, or whatever. I'm saying go try it. Go do that. See what happens. I want to see that video exposing the corruption of the Russian community in Minnesota. That's a freaking fat title right there. Exposing the corruption of Russia. You know what I'm saying? The Russian community has been sifting money from the Minnesota government for years now, putting it into prostitution and drug trafficking and extortion and all type of fuckery. Right? I need that video. Gang, y'all would watch that, right? I think that video would be interesting. They might even have more people in the community. You got content for days. Dave, get on that. Get on your investigation. Go sit in your cars and go see if you can find out what the Polish guys are doing and see what's going to happen if you can go and find out what's going on in their businesses. You know what I'm saying? I've said earlier the Chinese community, that would be amazing. I'm sure they even have a Chinatown. Oh, I forgot about them. Let's see if we can expose the corruption that's happening in the Italian community. Ooh, that one right there. Let's see if I can come up with a title. How many Italian businesses in Minnesota are linked to the mafia? Oh, sorry. No. Let's reword it. How Italian Minnesota businesses are really linked, and really in all caps, really linked to the mafia. That's enough. Okay? If you want to get extra and add more words on the title, because you got to kind of keep it under like 70 characters. Okay? Just some YouTube game for you. Okay? But if you want to get extra and add some more characters, the bloody story explained. You know what? Fuck it. Put that on the thumbnail. Don't even put it in the title. All right? Let's work this out again. How the Italian community in Minnesota is really linked to the mafia. And then on the thumbnail, with big bold letters, with freaking kind of like the blood hanging down kind of on the letters, the bloody story explained. No. Exposed. The bloody story exposed. And then put some friggin' Italian gangster in a friggin' nice $2,000 suit on the cover. All right. You're there with a microphone in his face. Yo, Gino, what you been doing over there? Are you sifting money from Minnesota and putting it into the crime bosses and putting it back into the Gambino family? We need answers. I'm here for that. Okay, the whole comment gang, we all here for that video. That shit would be crazy, bro. You're gonna get bare views, bro. Try it out. Just think, a think tank going on over here. Just some suggestions for your next video there, Nick.
These Somali transportation companies, they said they were all full. So now we're at 2833 13th Avenue South in Minneapolis, and there's
some work for Dave to do.
Supposed to be a non-emergency medical transportation company here called Advanced Mobility Incorporated. And what's interesting about this company is that state records show that it first registered with the state of...
Okay, they're going to probably do this like 5 times over. Let's find some beef. Pause.
See if anybody is here. Is Ray's Transportation here, sir?
I don't know. Transportation place. There's no transportation places here.
Oh, okay.
It's
well,
all
it's just
healthcare places.
RAYZ.
Well, I think it's confirmed they're not here, David. So it's confirmed that Ray Transportation all of these transportation companies, they're kind of like ghost companies. They exist on paper, but they don't actually exist in person.
Would you like to see anybody in the government here held accountable?
Most definitely, because there can definitely be an allocation of funds.
And what's your message to Tim Walz?
There we go.
Make a change, because there's definitely, even when it comes down to like the kids and stuff, there's definitely stuff that like we need spaces for the things that are going on that they're not doing. We need these type of spaces for it. Now this is some crazy stuff, but I'm glad that you're bringing light to it. It is a crazy, interesting situation.
Hey, what's up? You a fucking sellout, my nigga. Your cousin does fraud. Okay? Your cousin does credit card fraud, or it's your cousin's cousin, or one of your homies, one of your homegirls. Come on, B. Oh, we got to stop. You need to expose that community. Like, bro, don't do that, bro. You know they got the Louis belts out the trunk right now, bro. And they're real ones. Come on, fam. Don't do that, man.
What you got going on, man? Hey. You keep the false narrative that you be going on.
I am.
Nonsense.
You should get in your car.
You should not be doing that, right? You are creating misinformation. This is not fair. It's not fair for the American people to be doing that. It's not fair. It's not fair what you mean. You cannot be doing that. You're not being fair.
How?
This country is built on fairness. You're not being fair.
Yeah,
you cannot come into the community and be doing that.
So we shouldn't allow fraud to be happening, right?
Let the legal system do its job.
Well, it's failed.
We got a governor. We got an attorney general. Let them do the job. You're not in a position to do the job. You're not a prosecutor. If you want to run for office, go ahead, run for office. But you cannot be doing this. This is misinformation. This is information.
How is it misinformation, sir? It's from the
This is what you're doing.
state
You're coming
of Minnesota.
You're coming everywhere. Where you coming from?
We're not coming for you.
See
fam.
what
Relax.
I mean? We're talking about the facts that's happening here.
Get it. It's south side. It's my turf. Get it.
Sir, so we were just having a civil conversation. The guy hopped out of his car in the middle of the road. About the fraud that's happening. And he's saying that I'm the bad guy for showing light of what's happening here.
They're passionate. They're passionate people. They don't want this type of stuff either going on or be brought to light. So that's what they're gonna.
I'm not gonna lie though, and salute the homie over here. I did have one take just now where I was saying, like, bro, why you throwing these guys under the bus? Basically, you, Ray, Tanisha, y'all all do fraud too. Stop doing this. But they ain't going to defend the Somali people, bro, because I'm sure a lot of Somali people I'm sure they have some Somali people, a lot of them, that they're in the club with, popping bottles, smashing their chicks, whatever. But I'm sure a lot of Somali people done gave Tyrone and Ray their ass to kiss many times. Said, I'm not y'all. Okay? I'm not y'all African Americans. Like, we are, our skin's the same tone and everything like that, but we ain't you. Right? So he's just like, whatever. They fraud. I don't give a fuck. Take him. The one that probably called him the hard ER at some point.
Dude, they gonna come. It's a very tight knit community.
You saw it firsthand how crazy it gets out here. He hopped out in the middle of the intersection. So this isn't about race. You're a black guy. They're black, right? We don't have no ill feelings towards you by any means. We're talking about the fraud that's happening. So God bless you, sir, and thank you very much. Why are we doing this?
So we're doing this, A, because it's the right thing to do. The people of Minnesota and the people of America want this done. Fraud is fraud. And when we try and talk with these people and say, look, the main reason we're doing this is to find out why are all these checks being written by the state of Minnesota for companies that don't even exist. That's what we're trying to figure out. It's not a race issue. It's a fraud issue, and fraud is fraud.
And so what most people don't understand about this fraud is it is literally...
All right, let's get to the end here. I've been spent too long. Oh, shit. They got mad squabbles in this one, eh?
And for a place that's supposed to have over 100 children, there's no footprints anywhere going into the store.
Damn, it just started snowing.
And it's locked. Midday right now. This is the backside of the daycare. Ringing the doorbell right now. See if anybody comes. Hello?
I'm not gonna lie. I'm giving these niggas mad passes, bro. I try. Listen, I'm here for the whole diaspora.
Hello, sir. How are you doing? How are you doing? Yes, sir.
Get out.
Okay, listen.
Get out. This is our
Let's
business.
go.
Each other, okay?
Yes,
What are you
sir.
looking for?
We don't care what you do on the
We're-
parking lot.
Go this side.
Go.
This
Get out.
This private.
I can be here in the parking lot.
No. You don't be here.
Wait,
What are
can
you
we
looking
ask
for?
you about the daycare? It's all right.
No.
It's all right. Can we
Please say no, man. Please say no.
ask you about the daycare?
No. I don't care, Ken.
Sir, I'm not racist.
You have to live here.
I'm asking
No. You don't ask me nothing. man.
2.25 million.
That's how you do it, brother. That's how you do it. Brother, don't ask me nothing. Brother.
Get out, you guys. Get out.
$2.5 million.
Get out.
This is a business.
Get out, hey. Get out. What are you looking for?
We're asking. We just want to
Get out.
We just want to ask you about $2.25 million.
Get out.
You say
Get out
of here, man.
Get out, guys. Get out.
You cannot do that.
Get out. No, you cannot. You cannot do that.
Where?
Get out.
This is.
Get out. Man. No. Get lost. Get out. No.
Sir.
You have to get out. This is our property. Get out.
Why?
Get out.
Can I ask you about the daycare? I have the paperwork right here.
Ooh. That's how you do it there, Virgin. That's how you do it. Can I ask you about the daycare? Fuck you, my youth.
You cannot do that.
Where?
Get out.
This is.
Get out. Man. No. Get lost. Get out. No.
Sir.
You have to get out. This is our property. Get out.
Why?
Get out.
Can I ask you about the daycare? I have the paperwork right here.
No. Get out.
What's the need
Get
for
out.
$2.25 million for a
I'm telling
daycare?
you, get out. Get
Can
out.
you answer the question?
Get out. No, I don't ask you any question. You guys, get out.
You can't answer the
Get
question.
out. No. Who are you?
My name's Nick
Who are you?
Shirley.
No, I don't give a shit. Get out.
Could you
Get out.
could you answer the question?
No, I don't.
What's the need for $2.25 million for a daycare?
No. $1 million.
I don't-
Worry about it. Get out.
Okay.
Get out.
And it's licensed for
Get out, my friend.
118
Get out.
children.
Get out.
But I don't see any footprints of any children here. I don't see any footprints of any children
Get
here.
out. Get out.
See what he's doing right here? Now man is just talking because he could just be like, I don't see no kids here. I don't see no children here. Blah, 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 blah. Now you just talking, bro. Niggas ain't answering your questions. You know what I'm saying? So now everything else that you're saying is just hearsay and can be used as slander later on. If they're really smart.
Guys, get out. No, you're not asking nothing, man.
I'm
Get
just
out.
asking you about what we're seeing here.
No, get out.
Do you-
Get out our business.
Do you-
Get out.
Sir.
This is my property.
You have millions
Get
of people
out.
watching right now. Can you say what's the
million
need
dollars.
for $2.25 million? And where are the
$1 million. Get out.
118
Don't
children?
answer no
Get out.
questions.
Sir, I'm just asking.
Don't answer no questions, bro. Stay strong, brother.
Get out.
Simple
Get
question.
out. No, you don't ask me any question. Get out.
You have the opportunity
Get
to
out.
answer
No,
the
no,
question.
no, 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 no. You can't ask me nothing. Get out. Get out our business, man. Get out. Get out, man. Get out.
Sir.
Get out.
Let your security do the work there, brother.
Just answer the question.
No.
Just answer
Get
the
out.
question.
No, get out. Leave.
Sir, just answer the simple question.
Hey, don't touch me. Don't touch me.
You YouTube, man. Get out.
All right, code word has been given. We're out.
Get out.
All right, we gotta
There
get out of
we
here.
go. Mission complete. Point for the Somali community right there. Point. Let's go.
Get out.
Sir, just answer the question. Where are the children? No footprints of it.
All of these guys previously in this video did the same thing. This video wouldn't be out right now.
I hope this place actually is holding 47 children because you guys are receiving $1.26 million in this year alone. So have a great rest of your day. They won't even give us a paper to enroll a child. Could have debunked all their claims.
You guys can.
And so how come they said this?
Oh, they went back to the Leering Center. Let's go. And they fixed the sign.
So Tiki Brown said this facility was closed.
She said a week ago.
And now magically it's full of cars. So how can it be closed?
Oh,
if
they got the hoodies with it. And it says Leering Center on the. Oh, they playing. No, they trolling. They are trolling. I said, Friday, you look Ethiopian. Do I? Maybe. I don't got that good hair like that. I could even take off my hat right now. You know what I'm saying? But I don't got that good hair like that. Damn, bro. These guys are really on a mud ting right now. Like, you really, fam, send on one of those hoodies. Those hoodies are fire. I need one of those hoodies for the pod, fam. The Leering Center hoodie, that shit looks fire. In the grayas, with a gray sweat. Ooh, I'm getting that, fam. I'm gonna make my own. Fuck it.
People are coming and going.
Fraud. Why do you have everybody
Yeah. Okay, this is the owner right here.
This guy, he's back. Let's go, homie.
So you guys can report. So how come they said this building was closed? We're trying to speak to the owner. They won't even answer a simple question. Look, now he's going inside.
Sir, don't run though. It looks suspicious when you run, brother. And you can smile, but
bro. No. I'm a point for the Somalis again. Point for the Mollies. It doesn't look suspicious when you run. When you got a video out that got 3 million or 3.7 million views on it. I'm sorry. I don't want to talk to you no more. You made us look crazy in that last video. We don't want to talk to you. Sorry.
Sir, I'm right here.
He's right here to speak to you.
I'm right here.
Don't do that. Oh,
you can't defend the fraud.
Oh, come on. At the daycare doing, not at the daycare doing the middle finger though.
Yo, freaking Dave is going crazy. Dave is having the time of his life. He's waited his whole life for this moment.
We have like 100 cameras on it.
Now, both of these people have interesting ties with politicians inside of Minnesota. For instance, the man who's running the daycare, he was celebrating with Mayor Fry after he won re-election of mayor inside of Minneapolis. And then this lady right here seems to be a friend of Ilhan Omar, as she has photos with her outside.
Ilhan Omar, sweetie.
Outside of the restaurant. And she also has videos of her giving a tour to a separate daycare to Mayor Fry. It really makes you wonder why these politicians haven't fought against the fraud, knowing that it's happening in locations like Quality Learning Center. Meanwhile, they're taking photos and celebrating with them at events.
What's your message, people, about the fraud here in Minnesota?
This is part of the cover-up.
You know who that is, right? That's the homie that there was the picture of him in front of the whip, right? There was the one picture of him there in front of the learning center, because it's learning center now. Okay, they got it fixed. But then there was a next picture, and I was saying it on the last time that we covered this, and it kind of looked like AI, and he was standing in front of like a Benz or some shit like that, and he was all dripped out, right? That might have not been AI, all right? If he's running around with the homegirl there, yeah, that might not be AI there, brother. I'm trying to help you there, brother.
They're trying to cover their tracks. So let me say this on camera. If you can prove that any of the information that I have here is false, I'll give you $100,000 cash.
You don't got $100,000. Stop this, brother.
If any of it's false or inaccurate in any way, anybody want to take me up? And if you can't prove it, you have to give me $100.
So you saying all that's real?
100%. I'll give you $100,000 if you can disprove my information.
See, they all went silent. Silent.
Anybody? Your $100 versus my $100,000 cash.
They're all silent. What do you think about the fraud here?
Hey, the fraud here in Minnesota, I ain't gonna lie, it's crazy. Like, what do you mean specifically? What do you mean?
Yeah, how do you feel about this daycare, for instance, receiving $1.9 million? And they couldn't even spell learning right. They spelled leering.
Hey, man, Somalis, they're an interesting creature. I'm not gonna lie, I can't say too much. I'm already too hot. But, I mean, Tim Walsh, you gotta solve this stuff. Minnesota really.
Wow. No loyalty to the black diaspora, bro. Everybody just throwing everybody under the bus. I can't say too much because the shit too hot, but like, yo, you got to fix this shit. Tim Walsh, fix this shit.
They crack down on this because they've been doing this for years. They've been doing this for years, so.
Should Tim Walsh be prosecuted?
Hell yeah.
And at this point, you're probably wondering
bus successfully rolled.
Where all the millions and billions of dollars has gone. Well, it's been well tracked that a lot of the money, millions, hundreds of millions of dollars, has been funneled through TSA at the airport inside of Minnesota. It's been well tracked and documented. Even in 2017, there was reports coming from the local Fox News station, and I was actually able to meet up with a whistleblower who used to work as an agent at TSA on the side of narcotics, and he saw millions of dollars go through TSA.
Damn.
And what kind of fraud did you see take place here in Minnesota?
So I worked for the airport police for 31 years. 24 of those years I worked in narcotics at MSP Airport. And
hold on, we'll get back to this guy in a second. I did say that earlier in the stream. Smoking Pro Productions 416 or Smoking Pro 416. I said because he says right here, Mali people them don't claim black. Not all. A percentage of them don't though. The ones who are more ingratiated into the hip hop community and or the hip hop culture, I mean, and like they intermingle with different types of mans them, they might consider themselves more black, right? They might be like, yo, I'm black, right? Obviously, whatever. My parents don't think that we are, but I think that we are, right? And I know a lot of Malis who are like, yo, I'm black. I know that personally. You know what I'm saying? Salute to your true captain. He said multiple times on camera, I'm a black man, all right? And he's a Somali kid or Somali young man. And he's been like, I'm a black man. But a lot of like their older generations, they don't feel that way, right? It's like with the Dominicans. I'm Dominican, me not black. I'm Dominican, right? I'm Somali, I'm not black. Come on, brother. Look at my hair, it's different.
My recollection was from about 2015-16 to 2021 when I retired. I would get emails from our dispatch saying like 2 male Somali descent individuals. They would give us their names. They claimed the cash, that they had a large amount of cash at the checkpoints. We'd get all this information in an email, and I believe they would send it right away. So TSA would contact our dispatch telling us this. Then our dispatch would relay the info via email to us.
And how much was the money?
The money, the smallest amount in a suitcase that I heard was like $750,000. But generally, it was anywhere from $1 million to $6 million in a suitcase. And there usually was, as far as
$1 million to $6 million, damn. They're sending a hell of bread back home.
I can remember, there was always 2 individuals traveling. So you would have maybe one guy with 2.2 million and another guy with 3 million. And
at airports, you're able to take $10,000 without declaring it. How are these guys able to take millions of dollars?
Because as far as I know, as long as they declared it, they were fine. So then TSA would contact HSI and Customs, and I'm sure they got the information. We got the information. My administration knew about it, and I trust that they sent that on to higher state officials on this, but nothing was ever done the whole time I was there. I talked to one individual. We were going after narcotic cash leaving the airport. This was always fraud. We had no nexus to that this cash was related to narcotics. So our hands were kind of tied. We couldn't do a whole lot.
How do you suspect these Somalians had millions of
What's the problem?
dollars to move in an airport?
We would rack our heads all the time, like, where are they getting this? Where in the world are they getting this money? And I had heard about these daycares and whatnot, but I mean, I thought at the time, okay, maybe they had 10 daycares, but apparently they have a lot more than that. We were all just racking our heads trying to figure this out.
So you openly saw just millions of dollars get moved through the out.
How do them black people have all of their millions of dollars and they're not dirty drug dealers? Oh. Did they beat the system? Well, god damn it there, Brad. They're beating the system. They need to be regular Joe Schmo drug dealers like the rest of the blacks. What the hell? We can't even stop them.
I saw one time, I saw an open suitcase with the cash because we were looking into seeing if it was narcotics related, which it was not.
How much money do you think moved through the airport in your time?
Millions, literally millions and millions. I mean,
I'm not gonna lie, that's so neat still. I'm not here to endorse any crimes or anything, okay? Even though I feel like I've endorsed crimes like mad times during the segment. But the fact that they're looking for drug money, they can see what's connected to drug money or if it's going to be connected to drug money, and they go seize that. But if they see all of the rest of these millions of dollars and it has no connection to drugs, hands off. I can't touch it. Bruh. I feel like that's a sick loophole. That's such a, bro, if these guys were pulling off scams, which I ain't gonna lie, it sound like they did pull off a hell of a bunch of scams. But, bro, they were doing it neatly, bro. Like, to be able to accumulate, there's one thing to scam and get a few $1,000s, but to be upwards of millions of dollars, I know it's taxpayer dollars and all that, but, like, they ain't just going up in people's homes and sticking you up for the money. They found a loophole in the system. The government's stupid as fuck. As soon as these guys freaking say, oh, I got a truck company or a freaking transport company, they're like, oh, here's the money. Okay. Well, damn, bro. If niggas put me onto that game, to that play, I'm taking it, bro. I said this earlier. Because if your government is that dumb and they're just giving out money just for nothing, I'm taking it. We're doing it here. People have taken money for the government when we see there's a loophole. We just go scoop that. Yo, let me hold that. Remember, Serb? Let me hold that. A lot of niggas got, they hit them later, like, yo, bro, where's our money? But, in the meantime, oh, shit, they're giving out some money. Let me get that. PPP loans and all that they were going on in the States. Mad people were getting PPP loans and freaking getting big-ass chains and Ferraris and all types of shit. Like, come on, fam. You're acting like America is not a fraud country. North America is not a fraud continent. Come on, B. This is kind of really centering on the Somali community. I know that, yes, them niggas do fraud. I know a lot of Somali niggas who are on, I'm finessing koala. Yeah, finesse the ting, bro. Yes, all right, cool. But to make a whole video on these niggas, bro, like, you tripping, fam. Again, I'm not going to bring up the Russians. And everybody's doing fraud, fam.
Talking for a good 5-6 years.
Get your money, Nick.
Years, you're talking, I don't know, 5 to 6 million a week. It would happen twice a week. You would get twice a week where there would be somebody flying, two people flying out with $1 to $2 to $3 to $4 or $5 million.
Fam, not only were mans eating off Serb, right? And salute to Polaroid pill, right? It says man them were eating off Serb. Not only were man them eating off Serb, just taking $2,000 every 2 weeks or a month or whatever the fuck it was, right? Niggas who were on road, who were able to figure out, okay, let me get some Serb or, whatever they needed to do, get their taxes or whatever done. Mans are like, all right, you're giving me an extra 2 racks that I can go and put it on an ounce? All right, I'm sorry. I'm saying a lot, but it's real shit, fam. You know how many niggas who's on road took that Serb money and then put it right back into the streets? The re-up times are nice, them times probably, bro. I'm going to say probably because I'm not in the streets, okay? But I would imagine as somebody who used to be in the streets, if you're giving me an extra 2 racks once a month, or how many was it? Twice a month we were getting 2 racks? Brother, now I don't have to use my re-up money, fam. I'm just taking the Serb money and go get a ting, brethren, and go flip that. Turn that 2 racks into freaking 5. What? Are you sick? If I was still on road when that freaking pandemic was happening and like heavy making bread, bro, I would have took 2 Serb checks and turned that into freaking, I don't know how many freaking tens of thousands of dollars. Are you sick? Just driving around 4 o'clock in the morning, just getting all my shit off. What you need, an ounce, bro? I just bought a 9-pack, bro. You know what I'm saying? I stacked up like 3-4 Serbs. You know what I'm saying? Took some of the rest of my re-up money. Mans was like, yo, fam, you're usually over here just getting the 4 on the baby. Nah, bro, I need a 9-pack today, bro. Got my Serb saved. Let's go. What's the problem, fam? Y'all niggas you put the loophole. You set the loophole, fam. You put the alley-oop up there. You give the assist. We're gonna take it to the hole. Pause. This is what these niggas is doing over here. Oh, you're just giving away free money just because I said I have a company? All right, I got a company. Where's my money? Come on, B.
Twice a week. Every week. Without fail.
And where were those people traveling to?
So this is the word I got, that they would fly to Atlanta, take a flight from Atlanta to Dubai. And then apparently what I had heard was it was too dangerous to go any further with it. So they'd wire the money to Somalia. Whether they scraped a whole bunch off the top and did that, I don't know.
Wow. So they take the money from Minnesota, take it to Atlanta, and then take it to Dubai. And then from Dubai, they then wire the money.
Correct.
Not gonna lie, there's mad Mollies in Dubai who are sitting on cake right now. Oh, gets deep.
I don't know that for sure, but that's what I was told by other investigators.
So all the taxpayers' dollars were getting funneled through the airports and then taken to Dubai to be sent to Somalia.
Yes. Yes. It appears that's how it all went down. Yes.
You said too much, Scissor. Chill. All right, Nick. I've had enough of you. Okay, bro. Let the man them live. Let niggas get their paper, bro, or let the Mollies get their paper. All right. I'm sure part 3 is on the way. They're gonna find another angle of the Somali community because this is gold. How much views? What's the views, Crow? 1 million views in 2 days. You're cooking, bro. You're about to go. This is about to do another 4 million. All right. So he'll be back. I got one more thing. All right. No salutes to anybody. I got one more thing that I want to address. I'm going to skip the last story that I have about Drake's bodyguard and do we need ice and all that. But I wanted to talk about subscription-based apps and programs and different things like that, and just what we own and what we don't own anymore. Okay, if I can find a CD, give me a second. I might have a CD close to hand. There we go. I got a CD case right here. Jay-Z, Reasonable Doubt, classic album. All right, all the songs are all in here. You guys can't see all of the words because it's super small, but all the songs are in here. Brooklyn's Finest, Can I Live To, from Can't Knock the Hustle. The CD that I have of this, it will never change. So if there's some kind of issue with sample clearance on one of these songs that pops up later on in the future, it's not going to get removed off of Spotify, and I'm not going to be able to hear it anymore. Okay? If Jay-Z decides tomorrow to get back on his friggin' title shit, and he's like, yo, I'm going to get back and start Title up again, Title Part 2, and I'm going to remove all my music off of these streaming platforms, like I started putting them back on streaming platforms after Title was existing. Now, Reasonable Doubt that I have on Spotify is gone. Right? So this has been happening with the music industry now for years that we've been in this whole streaming world. You got to get subscriptions even on top of that because shit. I realized the other day without having Spotify Premium on my on my Spotify, because I've always had Spotify Premium, but I decided at one point in time I already got YouTube Premium. If I really want to listen to music, I can go to YouTube Music. But if you want to go through Spotify and try to listen to an album for 2 songs, I won't even say 3 songs in succession, 2 songs in succession. So track 1 to track 2. And first of all, and I'm going to get to a video in a second, but you're not going to get from track 1 to track 2. All right. You're going to go track 1 and it's automatically put into a shuffle and it might take you to track 8, or it might take you to a song somewhere else from somebody else's catalog that kind of matches the algorithms of what you've been listening to. So you can't even listen to the album song 1 to song 13 without being inundated with ads or being redirected in a whole bunch of different directions. So you're forced to have to go get a subscription. You pay your $12.99, whatever, so that you can rent music. We are where we are. I'm not asking us to go back to CDs and all that. I know I'm an older head and all that. Pause. It was annoying to have a whole CD case in your car or the CD folder shit in your car and have to get a 6 CD changer to be able to play a bunch of different albums. And then now you're the shit because I got the 6 CD changer. You know, I can go into the trunk and put my CDs in. That shit is really counterproductive. It's annoying. It's a lot too much physical material. I get it. We're in the digital age, but we don't own shit. Unless I download an album and put it onto my phone, I don't know if that album is subject to change. You feel me? So I'm going to play a quick video here because it's starting to spread beyond just music. Now, Teslas are saying if you want to have the self-driving feature in your Tesla, you got to pay a subscription. Once upon a time, you didn't have to pay shit, or not, you didn't have to pay shit. You had to pay one package that would cover basically your self-driving on top of the purchase of the Tesla. And from there, you're cooking. Okay, one-time payment. I think it was 8 racks, and Charlie will explain it over here. Big salute to Penguin Zero. One-time payment, 8 racks, whatever. You now have the self-driving feature in your car. Now they've made it where you don't own it anymore. Now you got to pay a subscription indefinitely. The week that you don't pay, or the month that you don't pay your subscription, now no self-driving. Now you just have a regular freaking car that runs on electricity that has no self-driving feature. You're just driving a friggin' you're driving a cool looking car. So, and before I get to the video, because as somebody who has to have subscriptions for mad shit, they did the same shit with Adobe Premiere and Photoshop and all of those different Adobe programs. Once upon a time, you used to be able to buy Adobe Premiere full out for something like $500 or something or whatever. You buy it because it's an extensive program. You're going to be able to use it for a long space of time. You used to be able to buy the program. Now you own it. Okay. You might just own the version of whatever it is, but now you own it. You can continuously use that version until you want to get the upgrade. Okay. Not a monthly, you're paying, what is it, $90 a month or whatever the fuck it is to have Adobe Suites so that you can have all of the Adobe programs. One second. I don't know why the fuck this just popped up. Right? You can't do that anymore. You can't just own that shit. Now you have to pay that subscription forever. So I've been using Adobe Premiere for probably the last 10 years. So I've probably given them upward of, let me just do a quick calculation. If I'm paying, let's say $90 a month just to have a clean number, $90 a month times 12, that's $1,080 a year times 10 years. I've given these guys at least $10,800 over 10 years. All right. That's just to have a program so that I can edit with. And I cannot purchase it. So let me get to the video right here. Because the shit kind of irked me. I didn't even think that I was going to get on a rant about this, but it kind of irks me because I know it affects me, but a lot of y'all are affected by the things that I'm talking about right here. Nobody's trying to listen to Apple Music or freaking Spotify or whatever without a subscription, fam. You're fucked. If you try to go and watch somebody's Twitch stream without subscribing to the person, and that's cool, all right, you're supporting that creator. But if you don't, oh my God, if you don't, Twitch is going to hit you with ad blocks that are about 7 to 12 ads long amount with 30 seconds ads each. So you're going to sit there and watch 12 ads before you get back to the freaking academic stream. I eat that thing, dog. Let me play this video.
Elon Musk has greased up his hog and he is serving it to you whether you like it or not. I hope you're ready to gobble it down. Elon Musk is saying that Tesla full self-driving will switch to a monthly subscription and remove the one-time purchase option. Another beautiful entry into the you will own nothing and be happy future that we find ourselves in. We're now entering a new
you will own nothing and be happy. Shut the fuck up and get your subscription to 100 different things that you need to subscribe to and be happy. Netflix. If you're watching Netflix today and you're enjoying your favorite friggin' sitcom on Netflix and then so friggin' Warner Brothers Plus pops up tomorrow and says, you know what, we're taking that series and we're putting it up on our subscription platform, then guess what? You're going to have to subscribe to that one too. All right? You don't own shit. You just subscribe to shit.
Stinkier era where you can't even pay for the full automobile anymore. You don't pay to own it. Now, in order to get one of the most crucial components, like selling points of a Tesla vehicle, you will have to fork over $99 per month as part of the subscription plan, suckling on the subscription-based titty for however long you want access to the full self-driving features, which was a huge reason a lot of people were buying these fucking things in the first place. Previously, there was an option to pay $8,000 and you get the whole kit and caboodle. You get the Tesla and you get the full self-driving features. But now Elon said, nope, I'm taking the toys back. We are going to wean you off of this. Now, you can't even own the entire motherfucker. Now you buy the vehicle and then have to subscribe separately for the full self-driving features. It's insanity. So you can't even pay to own your whole vehicle. Now you can pay to get most of the vehicle, then you will need to start subscribing for the rest. You don't even get full access. It is just another step in this awful fucking direction in this subscription-based economy where every single thing, every single aspect of your life is becoming subscription-based. We are entering the future where you don't actually own anything. What you own is the idea of things, like your video.
Oh, yo, when I watched this video the other day, because I watch a lot of Charlie's videos, yo, you know what? Did I put a like on there? I did. All right, I watch a lot of his videos. When he said this, say it again, bro.
What you own is the idea of things, like
what you own is the idea of things. You don't own any property, bro. You don't own. Let me make my screen bigger. You don't own the Reasonable Doubt CD anymore. Unless you came from that time when they were still selling these CDs, you don't own one of these, bro. I have the Get Rich or Die Trying album, the CD. All right. And I'm talking, this is before we even get to tapes and shit like that. Like, you don't own any of this content. You own the idea of it.
Like your video games. They're basically just renting it. You're getting a permission slip from the benevolent developers to grant you access to the game for however long. In Tesla's case, Elon Musk is drip feeding you features as long as you subscribe. But when you have a Tesla now, you only get half of it unless you are subscribing for the other half. And there's no option to just own the whole thing outright anymore. He has wiped that shit out. And I feel like every person on the planet should have an issue with this kind of model here from Tesla. But because it's Elon Musk and people can't help but swallow his meat, it's an addiction more severe than Fent. They are defending it as if he's doing them a favor somehow. People are willingly bending over and applauding as these billionaires butt fuck them to death. Like, as they get less and less ownership of things, they get happier and happier because the billionaires are telling them they should be. Unreal. Farting in your face and telling you that it smells like roses, and they're like, yes.
Yo, Charlie's pissed.
It actually does. This is amazing. It's just infuriating. Full stuff. It's craziness to me. Now, anyway, I don't want to harp on that too much, because instead, when I went to Elon Musk's Twitter account to see if he like went any deeper on like the Tesla subscription model now for full self-driving services, I saw this little annoying nugget here from the brain of a supposed free speech advocate. Teaching people to hate America fundamentally destroys patriotism and the desire to defend our country. Such teachings should be viewed as treason, and those who do it imprisoned. Wow. And he's referencing how high schoolers were polled saying that many of them were taught that America was built on stolen land. And he is weighing in saying that that kind of teaching should be treasonous and the perpetrators thrown in jail. Very interesting take from the free speech guy who's probably fresh out of the K-hole. Elon.
America was built on stolen land.
What the fuck, man? In what way does that even remotely fit into your narrative of being all for free speech no matter what? Let's just set everything else aside. We're just going to play ball here. Let's assume very bad teachers.
Okay, so he goes on a whole rant about Elon because whatever. I'm not a big fan either, but he hates Elon. Okay. But I do have another video to play y'all quickly, and then we're going to end this live about this, what I was talking about, the subscription-based stuff, because I just pulled out my tapes. I got a case full of tapes. I just want to pull those out just now. But Matty Balls, salute to Matty Balls, pause. Says he made a video, says you're listening to AI music and you don't even own it. That's not the one I'm looking for. Let me go to Matty Ball's channel.
Lately, there has been panic across the music industry.
Because he made a video talking about this whole phenomenon of not being able to even own the music that you're playing with. Streaming service was one. It's worse than you think. Here it is. Okay, so this is from 2 weeks ago. Streaming services one is worse than you think. You don't own shit, is what he has on the thumbnail.
Streaming services and the subscription model that accompanies them have quietly been taking over our lives. From the music we listen to the TV we watch, to the games we play, and even to the cars we drive. I don't think I need to go into detail for you guys to think about how all of these little subscription fees we are paying for this, that, and the third is slowly adding up over time to a number that isn't so small. I think we can all agree that both streaming services and subscription services have gotten a little bit out of hand. But this is a new problem. Especially before the digital age, this wasn't really an issue. When you bought something, you owned it. You weren't renting everything out to the point where if you missed a payment 1 month, it no longer belonged to you. So how did we get here? To the point where a lot of what we consume, especially entertainment, we don't actually own. How did streaming services become so dominant? And how did we let the subscription model become the primary payment model for many things? Well, first, I think it's a little important to understand a lot of the problems that come with streaming services. There's probably no area where streaming has become more dominant than in music. It's estimated that 289 million Americans use music streaming services, or about 85% of the US population. And of course, among younger Americans, the numbers are much higher. In a lot of ways, I think this has been a good thing. Music is more accessible now than ever before, and you have every single song pretty much ever made at your fingertips wherever you go. And for the most part, it's free. If you don't want ads though, it'll only be about $10 a month. If you compare that to like the 60s, where a single record costs about $3, a record player might be like $45 and speakers would be around $50, it's a pretty big difference. And it may sound affordable, but adjusted for inflation, a single album whose songs you weren't even guaranteed to enjoy, every single one, would cost about $35. And the equipment needed to enjoy it would be much more. So yeah, it's definitely cheaper to pay $10 a month than it is to buy a $35 record for every album you like. As a result, the average American today spends more than 20 hours a week listening to music, which is more than ever before. In the 60s, by contrast, the average American bought fewer than 2 new records a year. So the positives of music being affordable and accessible are very clear. But there are a lot of people who think it's also gone a bit too far. It may be easier than ever before to listen to music, but in some ways it's also becoming harder to make a living from it. Music streaming services are so cheap because the payouts to artists are so small. Once the music labels have their cut taken out, Spotify, for example, only pays artists around 1/10 of a cent per stream. With
1/10 of a cent per stream is crazy.
Physical record sales, however, on a major label, the artist will often make as much as 30% of the sale. So if I were to buy a copy of Clips's recent album, Let God Sort 'Em Out, on vinyl for $25, the band would probably make about $7. For them to make that same amount of money on streaming, or Spotify in particular, I would have to listen to their song about 7,000 times, or the equivalent of...
Damn! Let me show y'all something quickly. I own this. Redman, There Is a Dark Side. Redman's second album. All right, I own this. It's never going to change. Every song, if anything changed on this playlist that you might see up on Spotify, I have the original version. The tape. I own this. This is not happening ever again.
Listening to their songs 24/7 for about 2 weeks. Of course, I don't have access to the recording contract, so I couldn't tell you the exact numbers, but that's roughly how it works. In the past, plenty of musicians have entirely withdrawn their music from streaming services in protest of these pay rates. Taylor Swift boycotted in 2014, while the Beatles were entirely absent from streaming services for almost a decade. But obviously, most artists who leave always end up returning because music streaming services are so dominant. If you don't put your music up on Spotify and Apple Music and all that, you're pretty much killing your career. The dominance has completely changed the economics of the music industry. Before streaming, musicians made the vast majority of their money from record sales. That meant musicians like the Beatles could go without touring for years at a time solely to focus on making their music. It also meant if you had a few classic albums or songs that people were always going to be listening to, you were pretty much set for life. But nowadays, that's not quite the case. Most artists nowadays are making the majority of their money from tours, which is one of the main reasons concert tickets seem to be so expensive these days. Artists are also...
And the music is so trash. They got to flood the freaking the timeline. They got to flood the streaming services. They'll make albums that are like 40 songs long with a bunch of mid on the shit because they got to play the freaking money game. They got to play the quantity game over the quality game.
Increasingly relying on merchandise, advertising, and other ways of cashing in on their fame, which is probably why it feels like every single musician is trying to sell you something. From regular things like clothing and merch to weird stuff like Rick Ross branded ceramic car spray, or in Drake's case, extremely sketchy gambling websites. But the streaming industry hasn't only hurt artists' pockets. Many people believe that it's actually hurt the quality of the music as well. You've probably noticed that since like the mid-2010s, the music topping the charts has been a little bit more boring. Imagine Dragons, Maroon 5, Ed Sheeran. Commercially, these artists were equivalent of the Beatles, Eminem, or Queen in their respective eras. But their music is obviously not quite as good. Except maybe Maroon 5. I don't know, man. They had some bangers. I've talked about this extensively in recent videos, so I won't go too far into detail, but just know that the systems that streaming services have in place encourage music that just simply isn't quite as good. Most artists and their record labels in particular are aware of this system. So musicians are incentivized to create music that won't be too complicated or overwhelming on the first listen. What streaming platforms...
Classic. Aquemini. Go learn you something.
Are encouraging are bland, unoriginal songs that can blend into a background playlist in a way that makes you want to leave it on.
The other way that bands and music fans lost is that because streaming is more or less free, you have access to everything. There's just but significantly less focus on actually listening to and loving music. If you can listen to anything you want all of the time for free, if something is uninteresting.
I had somebody ask me if I had the purple tape. Salute to Raekwon the Chef. All right. Salute to Two Piece No Biscuit. I had like 3 freaking copies of that album, and I keep on losing them, yo. I know I have one Raekwon album somewhere in my stash somewhere. It's not in this box here. Listen, I got bare tapes in this box. I don't want the tapes to fall over. All right, but I got bare tapes in this box. Okay. I knew one day that I would need to use this for a segment. These are not all my tapes, but these are tapes that I own. This is not my CD collection. I got to go in the basement to go get my CD collection. But my CD collection is insane because I was collecting the music. All right. I wasn't even thinking about it, later on, this is going to be worth mad money and all that type of shit. Nah, bro. I was just like, I love music. I'm going to have a collection of music. You can, old apartments that I would have like the shelves with the CDs or the shelves. And that was a stunt. Like, damn, look at your collection. That's crazy. Right? Look at this. Low End Theory. Tribe Called Quest, second album. Bong. I do have a Mobilarity. I don't have the purple tape, but I have a Mobilarity. It wasn't his best work, but I bought it anyway. Right? Collector, fam. Nobody's collecting shit, fam. Nobody's collecting shit, bro. We get to stream it. Oh, I downloaded it on Spotify. Oh, the tape is gone. Yo, where's my Iron Man tape, fam? Ooh, y'all don't know about the Iron Man album. Where's the tape, fam? Somebody stole my Iron Man tape. I'll show y'all one more and we'll get back to the video. Because I'm just having like hella nostalgia. Oh, I showed y'all the Red Man album. Oh, look at this. Tapes are still going on this time. But we were already getting into Napster times. The Nostradamus album on tape. There's a song on this that got removed off of the copy that finally came out. And it was already on, like, I don't even think I have it on this copy, but there was a copy on Napster that was floating around. Because Napster came in like, let's say 2000 and maybe 2001. And it just started fucking up the industry, bro. I'll show y'all one more tape and then we'll move on. Wu-Tang Forever. This is tape 1. It was a 2-tape set. Okay? It came in a case, like a special case that you can get 2 tapes into 1 case. Oh. Yeah. Program 1. Yeah. Try and fizz on this, scissor. Classic material. Right? Bear share. Like, this is when things started to go downhill.
To you after 3 seconds, you don't give it any attention. Music, interesting, in-depth, curious, challenging music takes time to focus on. Music has definitely not gotten better, and I'm saying this as a music fan since I was a child, since streaming happened. Streaming doesn't make music better. Streaming makes music it makes music have to be a commercial in order for it to potentially grab somebody's attention.
It's also hard not to think that Spotify is devaluing music with some of the statements that their CEO, Daniel Ek, has made. He's claimed that the cost of creating music now is close to zero, and he also said it's not enough for musicians to release albums only every 4 or 5 years. He's also blamed labels when Spotify themselves are one of the lowest paying streaming services.
Many people still think Spotify doesn't pay the artists. Who should they direct their inquiries to, if not to you at Spotify?
Yeah, well, technically it is true that we don't pay artists directly. So what we do is we pay all the rights holders. So we pay the record labels,
yes.
record labels, but also the music publishers.
And I think there's one other major problem when it comes to music streaming.
I don't have Mobb Deep in my tape collection over here. I thought I had the Hell on Earth tape. My bad. We reminiscing over here. I thought I had it in my tape collection. But as far as in my CD collection, I have every single Mobb Deep album until they stop making CDs. All right. I don't have the Juvenile Hell album. All right. Don't let me not get it twisted. So not every album, but from Hell on Earth, or not Hell on Earth, from the Mobb Deep first album, The Infamous, all the way on to, was it Blood Money? That was the last album. The one, the 2 that they did on G Unit, right? The one with a dun, all on CD. That's never going to change. I don't care what streaming platform I have, what subscription I don't have. I don't have anywhere to play it because I don't have any CD players, but shit, at least I got it.
Services in particular. And it's the fact that you don't actually own
R.I.P.
any of the music. For example, if Spotify wanted to change the music, they could. Let's say you really enjoyed the original mix of The Life of Pablo by Kanye. Well, that's unfortunate because it's no longer available on a single streaming platform. Even worse, in my opinion, Spotify or other services could just remove the music if they don't want it on there. For example, in 2017, Spotify removed all of XXXTentacion's music from their playlist and recommendation features because it supposedly violated their guidelines on hateful content. It was only after Kendrick Lamar threatened to remove his entire catalog that this policy was abandoned. Although even then, other controversial artists like Tay-K, for example, remained in the same situation. And
when Kanye did that shit, he kind of gaslit us, or he kind of like tried to convince us like, nah, man, this is where art is going. I'm going to be able, it's an evolving album, an evolving piece of art. So today you might hear it sound like this, but tomorrow I might have an idea and I change it. Like, fuck out of here, bro. Nah, bro. What's the finished product? Let me hear that and don't change it. All right. I don't want to hear an extra rapper when I go back to stream the song that I was streaming for the last 6 months that didn't have that rapper on it. Okay. I don't want to hear Playboy Cardi pop up on this Kanye song that only had Kanye on it, because you could update the freaking upload without losing the number on the streams. That's a super idiot thing, dog. I don't care how innovative that sounds. I think that's garbage, bro. You should not be able to change or alter the music. If you have a sample clearance problem, it is what it is. You got to go figure it out with your lawyer. But as far as the song itself, I don't want to hear any changes to it 6 months later because you had some inspiration or you had demoitis and you heard it and you're like, nah, I can fix this. Nah, leave it alone. I like it that way. Like, we're gone too far now, bro.
I'm sure there's more examples of Spotify just straight up taking music off of the platform. But I think the most egregious example I can think of is their release of the car thing. If you bought the $90 Spotify car thing, you would get a small touchscreen tablet designed.
It's enough long and relevant convo. This is all relevant to the convo. But I will answer your question. Do you think we need a Project Bounce reboot? A Project Bounce reboot would be great, but we're not even living in the times where we would value Project Bounce like we used to once upon a time. Those are the times when people were music lovers. We were listening to Project Bounce because we were here to hear the new song. You know, we were here to hear our Canadian rappers or Toronto rappers especially mixed in with Mobb Deep or mixed in with the Locks or whoever that we're listening to from 12 a.m. to 5 a.m. gully shit. Now, there's so much trash. There's so much more options that people will be like, that's that old head shit. I ain't listening to the radio. If you put it on a website, we would have to find some way, whether it's like it's endorsed by Steak or Happy Dad or whatever, to make people even want to go to that website in the first place. Like, that time is past, bro. People think differently. Like, they don't value even the music that's going up on these streaming platforms. So what will make them value it if it's all in a hub like a Project Bounce? You feel me? That time is done, bro. Everything is just freaking McDonald's now, bro.
To be plugged into your car's
Most
dashboard, allowing you to control Spotify and play music in your car. Which, of course, if you didn't have one of those built-in things on your car, I don't know, I have an old car, but if you didn't have that built in, this would be very helpful. The car thing, though, was a huge flop, losing the company $31 million. So, less than 3 years after being officially released, the car thing's functionality and software support was ended completely, rendering it useless. This still blows my mind to this day, but Spotify somehow had the power and got away with completely bricking and disabling something that many people had bought for $90. Imagine you bought something for $90, have subscriptions to a variety of services, which is honestly... So if you like a variety of shows and movies, there's a good chance you will need to have subscriptions to a variety of services, which is honestly at the point where you're going to end up paying more than you would have for cable. You got Netflix, Hulu, Paramount, Disney Plus, Max, Crunchyroll. There are so many streaming services that are each slowly siphoning your money. I'm sure all of us have had some sort of experience where...
Hold on, let me put this back on the screen. What you got? I got YouTube. I don't pay for the Netflix here. And you get Prime Video when you apply for that Prime Plus, right? Or Amazon Prime Plus, so that you can get your packages for like less money. So I guess I have Prime. Let me know in the comments, because this is a lot, fam. There's some people with Apple TV, Netflix, Hulu. I'm just thinking of just like what the regular person who's like in the know of different things that are out there in the pop culture world. Like, did you see that show on Hulu? Did you see that show on HBO Max? Did you know, Apple TV got a whole bunch of different things going on. That Fresh Prince of Bel-Air reboot is over here on Prime. You know, Netflix is already the GOATs. And then your YouTube TV. or your YouTube Premium. Let's not even take YouTube TV. YouTube Premium, bruh. Juicy Hamburger says, how much for all that? Let's not even think about that. How much for like 5 of those, fam? All of that, like, you got to be a psycho. Mind you, there's some people who are this psycho and have all of this. Disney Plus, all of that. Paramount Plus, all of that shit. Right? I need all of it. Everything. Yo, ESPN, I need all of it. What is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So there's 18 different subscriptions right here. At, let's say, $12.99 each. Okay. Let's say, I don't know, man, because I'm not a big subscription person. Actually, no, it's more than that. I know my YouTube premium is like $16.99. So let's say, just to be safe, $20 each per month. And you got 5 of these. So you're already spending like $100, give or take a few dollars less per month, just to have 5 of these different subscriptions, fam. And you still don't own shit. That's a super idiot thing, bro.
Crunchyroll. There are so many streaming services that are each slowly siphoning your money. I'm sure all of us have had some sort of experience where a new show comes out, you're excited to watch it, you Google where to watch it, and it's on this brand new streaming service you've never heard of, or it's on the one that you don't have.
All right, my bad. What did I say here? CAD, $200. Wait, I said 5 of them at $20 each. Sorry, the $20 at each. At $20 each, 5 of them. Yeah, bro, you're spending a lot of fucking bread, bro.
Which is extremely frustrating. Apart from this making things expensive, it also gets rid of the security of ownership. If I bought Netflix a few years ago to watch The Office, that sucks because now it's on a different service. Even worse than that, if there's a show or movie you like, it can just be taken off of the streaming services and you will have no other way of watching it. For example, over the course...
Fam, think $1,200 a year just to watch TV. And that's just for 5 subscriptions. There's people who have like 10 of them, fam. So $2,400 a year to watch TV.
This next year, Netflix is getting rid of over 100 of their original series, which means you will either have to get a new subscription to watch them, or maybe they're just getting rid of them. I'm not even sure. Another example, and unfortunately this is the only one I can think of, but recently I just watched It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia, and I learned that there's a couple episodes that they don't have on streaming, but because I watch them on a different thing, I could watch them. But yeah, they banned these from streaming, and there's really no way to watch them unless you want to pirate it. Another problem that comes up with TV streaming services is very similar to the music ones, and it's that they are actually making TV worse. As I mentioned earlier, Spotify and other streaming services prioritize inoffensive, bland songs that have a lower chance of being skipped in a playlist. And they also like songs that people can comfortably listen to in the background, which, unbeknownst to me, these streaming services are attempting a similar thing. In a very similar sense, TV streaming services are expecting you not to fully be paying attention to the shows that you're watching, instead expecting you to be on your phone and maybe only half watching.
She'd heard from so many showrunners who are given notes by the streaming channels that they say, this isn't second screen enough. The viewer is expected to be on their phone kind of half.
It isn't second screen enough. It's taking too much of my attention. Turn it down. It's too loud. I'm trying to look on my phone. I'm trying to make this play on this girl to see if we can, have it to the sex us. And that movie is just too animated. It's just too good. It's taking too much of my attention. Make it more lo-fi. Wow. It kind of makes you wonder why all of them Netflix, the audio is so, for such high production, high level production, the audios be so damn trash. You're like raising the volume every time somebody got to talk. And then after, like, some music starts playing, and then it's super loud. And then people start talking, and it's like, I wonder why. Because it's supposed to be in the fucking background. Thanks for the super sticker, anybody, anything but the norm. All right? It's supposed to be in the background. You're not supposed to be paying too much attention to the TV. Just leave it running and pay for your subscription. Don't worry. We got it set up so it automatically just comes off your credit card. Don't even worry about it. All right. We got you already. Got him.
Off doing something else while your crime drama or whatever is playing, and you just can't make it as complicated as you have, because they're not going to understand it, because they're only going to be half concentrating on your show.
This is funny to me because it's a pet peeve of mine when I'm watching a show with someone and they're on their phone, because like, I don't know, I'm so locked in on it. But I guess a lot of people do this, and this may explain why a lot of shows, especially shows that might be Netflix originals or shows produced by the streaming provider, might be a bit lackluster. They're also stretching out the releases of shows so that your subscription has to renew rather than posting it all at once like they may have before. And
got him. Right, new season on the way next month.
Probably the worst offense that these streaming services have committed is raise the prices a bunch. After COVID, a lot more people were home and watching TV, so not only did the streaming services crack down on password sharing, but they also realized they could raise prices and there wasn't much people could do about it. Disney Plus was launched at $6.99 per month with no ads, and now its ad-free version is $18.99. Hulu launched at $8 a month with ads, and now its new tier with ads is $11.99. Not to mention their super expensive live TV tier. Netflix launched at $7.99, and now its most premium option is $24.49 a month.
Wow.
Apple TV launched at only $4.
The premium Netflix is $24 a month. They got us, bro.
$99 a month, which is surprising, and now it is $12.99. And most of the other services follow a similar trend. I don't think I need to go into much detail about this. I'm sure most of you are familiar, or at least somewhat aware of how frustrating these services can be. And believe it or not, it's not just music and TV where streaming and subscription services are making our lives more difficult. Now, streaming is one thing, but this model of digital products switching to subscription services has
this is giving me anxiety, fam.
Gotten kind of bad, to put it simply. On average, Americans are spending $273 a month on subscription services.
Wow. Give me a second. 273 times 12, $3,276 a year on TV. Call it 3,300. All right. On television, fam. This is not your music subscriptions, bro. This is just TV. Or it could be the music too, but damn. Just to listen to music. Okay, let's include music too. To listen to music and watch TV, you're spending $273 a month.
Of course, a large chunk of those costs.
This is the average. This is not the people who got more money, the people who are trying to ball or keep up with the Joneses. This is just the average American.
Costs are coming from TV and music streaming services, but there are many other areas of our lives that the digital subscription service model is creeping in. Subscription services have actually been around for a long time. You actually used to be able to sort of subscribe to the milkman and he'd drop off milk at your house, and once you stopped paying him, he would just take you off his road. I didn't have money like that back then, unfortunately. So nowadays, to access Adobe software, you can no longer buy it outright, even though...
Okay, when I saw this part, my blood started boiling. Holy shit, man.
Shop for thumbnails. And back in the day, you could have bought both of these programs for around $500 total.
See what I was saying earlier? You could buy Adobe Premiere for $500. Right, because I also use Adobe Photoshop to make the thumbnails for these videos. $500 is what I thought was for one. No, $500 you can get Adobe Premiere and Photoshop outright. It's yours. Oh my God, they're fucking us in so many different ways, bro. They're just oh man, we're so cooked, bro.
I didn't have money like that back then, unfortunately. So nowadays, to access Adobe software, you can no longer buy it outright. Even though it's totally possible for you to keep the software once you buy it, Adobe decided to switch to a subscription service that cost me about $50 a month to own their programs. After just 10 months at this price, I will have effectively bought the programs outright, but I can't, so instead I've been paying $50 a month for years, which over the lifespan of my channel would be like $3,000. Adobe in particular is actually so slimy and greedy.
You're only paying 50? I'm paying 90, bro. $78.99 American.
that they got sued by the FTC, but that's a whole nother story. Subscriptions are getting so crazy to the point where you got to pay $100 a month to get autopilot in a Tesla, an option they have.
No. He's paying 50. I'm paying 90. I need to holler at Matty Balls and find out where his link is. Where did you get that photo? He might be getting it cheaper on a student program, because if you have a student ID, or if you know somebody with a student ID, you can get it for a reduced price. Okay, so that's one thing that they have in there, an incentive for anybody who's a student trying to get into the production industry and stuff like that. But I'm paying $78.99 American USD. So it can fluctuate to $90. However, Mark Carney is fucking around with our dollar. However, whatever he's doing with our dollar is what I gotta pay per month. Trust me, fam. It's not an easy game.
Available if you don't want to buy it outright. And a lot of these subscription services make it very difficult to cancel, to the point where the FTC proposed a rule revision called click to cancel, with the whole goal being to make it easier to cancel subscription services. The lobbyists for these companies said that this rule would cost businesses $2.7 billion, which is crazy to think about the fact that they basically admitted to making $2.7 billion off of people who aren't able to cancel their subscriptions but likely aren't using them. And it makes
wow. The FTC or FTC, whatever, they had to the government had to step in and be like, yo, you guys need to fix this right here, because you're making it where it's impossible, or people don't even know that, their subscription is getting renewed. Find some kind of easier way for the customer to be able to opt out of this. Maybe some kind of notification that your subscription is going to be up in the next few days, because prior to that, they ain't going to let you know shit. They're just going to let the shit run and then take it off your credit card. The government had to step in and be like, yo, y'all need to fix that, because you made $2.7 billion off of people who just didn't even think to cancel their subscription, and you guys just renewed the shit. That is nasty work.
Makes sense. When I tried to cancel one Adobe subscription, I found out that they signed me up for an annual plan billed monthly, so they charged me for like $300 for the rest of the year. And in a rare moment, I was so upset that I called and got it refunded, and I think they refunded it because the FTC thing was going on. Regardless, though, it's very ridiculous. I've actually had a similar concern with Xbox Game Pass as well. As consoles are releasing without disc drives and video games are going fully digital, it almost feels like gaming could be moving in a similar direction as streaming services. The Xbox Game Pass is another subscription service with different tiers ranging from $10 to $30 a month. It's a similar situation where if you game a lot, sure, it makes sense to get it, especially if you're playing a wide variety of games. But for most people, it'll probably just end up costing them more in the long run than if they just bought the games outright. Now, I don't think this is a big problem now, and I'm sure gamers won't ever let it get as bad as TV streaming services. But just imagine a world where Nintendo, PlayStation, Steam, and Xbox all started buying up exclusive titles and putting them on their own passes with no disc.
That's coming just now, bro. Don't live in a pipe dream, fam. That is on the way.
Drives and no options to buy games outright, this could very well be the direction in which games go. I don't know if that's possible, but I mean, that could be a thing. I don't know. It's always worried me. But these are just a few random areas I can see these streaming services and subscription services creeping into our lives in possibly uncomfortable ways, which has left a lot of consumers doing something kind of strange and something pretty predictable. Because of the modern age streaming and subscription services, we are left with a few problems. You no longer own half of what you buy. The fracturing of streaming has you spending just as much, if not more, than cable, and it's actually lowering the quality of content, whether it be music or television. And this has left people returning to one of two
sad times.
Things. The first of which is the major return of physical media. All over my YouTube page, I've seen tons of people switching back to physical media, which is pretty cool. All of these problems are why more and more music fans are abandoning streaming services entirely and going back to CDs and vinyl. From 20...
So mans are freaking blowing off the dust off their CD players and freaking going into their garages and shit and going and find their record players. Like, walk on, bro.
10 to 2023 alone, The size of the vinyl market has increased by 18 times. And of course, it's not the only non-streaming option. Physical media is definitely more expensive and less convenient than music streaming, but with physical media, you do actually own the music. Instead of letting the faceless Spotify algorithm progressively feed you blander and blander songs with no guarantee they were even made by real artists, you have complete control over what you listen to. I can also say that having a physical copy of your favorite album definitely brings you a lot closer to the music. The same can be said for DVDs or video games.
You'll also too with this AI part, you don't even know what parts of the album that you downloaded on your the Spotify app. How many of the songs on that are AI produced? Kanye himself has songs that are AI made now. So we're just streaming that garbage if you choose to.
And one of my favorite parts of physical media is when you buy a CD or a record and they have like a cool poster or sticker or something inside. It's always a fun little surprise. On top of this, people are switching to MP3 players, opting for digital cameras instead of iPhone cameras, and overall trying to dumb everything down to how it used to be.
As I'm editing this, I'm realizing I don't know if I made my point like clear enough about why physical media is important, but I think this sums it up. In 20 years from now, I might want to play Modern Warfare 2, but who's to say in 20 years that Modern Warfare 2 won't be on the Xbox Game Pass and that I might not have the new Xbox, but I can still go back and play on my old Xbox with my old disc. The same could be said about this record. Who's to say that this will be available on streaming services in 20 years? And you can make that same argument for TV or anything else. There's no way to really know that my favorite show or movie will be on streaming services, and if it is, who's to say in 20 years I will have that exact streaming service, or it won't be $50 a month, or you know what I'm saying. If you actually
it's giving me anxiety.
If you really enjoy something and you don't own it, you run the risk of not having access to that in the future. And if you do want to access it, you may have to pay for it again. You may have to pay for the subscription. You may forget to cancel the subscription, or it may be very difficult to cancel the subscription. There's a lot of problems that come with this.
The problem with this, though.
Okay, I'm going to stop it there. Salute to Matty Balls. He always makes great videos. I didn't even throw a like on this right here. Bong. I'm going to throw a like on that right there. He deserves that. All right, big salute to Matty Balls on this video right there, man. Oh, I don't know how many of y'all have seen that video, but hopefully for the people who haven't seen that video, it has put the world in perspective a little bit more, okay? The different things that we're just using our passive income, or not even our passive income, because some of these things are quote unquote necessities just for our mental health. Like, yo, I need something to some kind of entertainment. Like, fam, can I get one subscription on something per month to be able to entertain myself? You gotta pay, bro. You can't just get cable anymore and just have access to all of these channels. Like, you gotta get the cable package, and that used to be freaking inconvenient. So now they replaced it with all of these different subscription services and made it more inconvenient than having just the cable with a bunch of packages. So I don't even know what to tell you guys, bro. We're fucked. There's no way to put the toothpaste back in the tube. So there are solutions of going analog, but that means now they're going to have to start redistributing all of the different analog players like CD players and DVD players and all that type of stuff for us to be able to consume the content that we have on analog that's not digital, right? So we're going to have to get one problem to fix another problem. And then they're still going to be getting the money in the end of the day because they're selling us all this shit. So it is what it is. I think we've spoken enough today. I got a 5-hour freaking timestamp that I'm looking at right now. Big salute to everybody who's been in the live from the beginning to the end. Anybody who's popped in throughout the live and popped out and popped back in, salute to y'all. Make sure to hit that like button on the way out. Anybody, if y'all feel like it and could afford to send us a hype, put a hype on any of the videos, the vertical or the horizontal view, and let's push the shit up in the algorithm. We'll be back on Monday with a new episode 650 of the We Love Hip Hop podcast. Until then, we are off of this. Doses.